Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Zarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboys, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Yo peeps, Staffa and Dodo here to recap and wrap up week 4 of MPL Malaysia Season 16. Now that it's been a couple of weeks, I want to talk about how teams have been adjusting to the Project Next update. Specifically, I want to highlight the importance of balancing meta and counter picks alongside team identity, player comfort, and flexibility. Starting off, Vamos would try to counter SRG's meta by stealing away Innocent's Bane gold lane. But SRG were literally pioneers of this meta, so they instantly locked in the Brody counter pick, which ended up being a perfect choice because this is a marksman hero that can very early poke out the Bane, dive for straight up trades, and also take control of the lane due to his extended range and his ability to move while auto-attacking. By using all of this information against Natko, who is less experienced on the hero, Innocent was able to get a very early kill and accelerate the game state by taking much of the tower very quickly in the game. SRG are not completely infallible though. In their Game 2 versus GMXK, they would try to play Diroth and Obsidia side lanes. And while Cram is normally used to playing Diroth, the current SRG's team identity makes this very difficult to execute. Normally, if Cram were playing a Lapu Lapu or an Esmeralda, he'd be able to survive this no issue and buy time for the rest of his team. But because he got picked off straight away, and Innocent got run down by Munster in the base, SRG's lack of completeness in their draft started showing itself and allowed GMX to actually take a game off the Red Giants. This showed Innocent was not comfortable on Obsidia, and the hero didn't really suit SRG's gameplay identity. In comparison though, a team like Homeboys and a player like MelQT is known for single target shred and pick off. We can see here in this turtle fight between them and Todak, they use their skills to split the fight in half, wait for cooldowns and resources, especially CC, to be wasted, keeping MelQT at a safe distance, after which he can pick off Fondir and even chase down Dreams with the Hunt of Bone to pick up very early Skypiercer stacks and get Obsidia farmed early. Homeboys were also able to demonstrate the importance of flexibility and hero pool when Monster Vicious tried banning 5 different roam heroes against Daniel, and he was still able to pull out the Kaja to make the game-winning play at the end of Game 1 to save MelQT from being dived by a hard-guarded Uni to get the shutdown and close out the game. There were also cases of multiple gold laners trying
moves in my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Kita kunjung pada marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Cari air. Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh yeah.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Cari air. Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. and group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Fairy, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 minggu ke-5 hari terakhir. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Now guys, setakat ini masih lagi hanya 2 pasukan yang mendapatkan tiket mereka ke playoffs. And kita punya upper bracket pun belum secure lagi. 4 pasukan lagi yang akan fight for their playoffs ticket. And of course pada semalam banyak kejutan yang berlaku, and one of that is Todak mendapatkan langgar Vamos, which actually disturbed Vamos chance untuk mendapatkan tiket mereka semalam untuk layak ke playoffs. Tapi itu semua semalam. Hari ini mari kita tengok jadual perlawanan hari ketiga. Untuk match pembukaan, SRGOG menentang Monster Vicious. Dalam sejarah, Monster Vicious satu-satunya pasukan yang pernah kalahkan SRGOG di MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. Tetapi musim ini SRGOG masih kebal tanpa kekalahan. Adakah SRGOG akan terus jadi momentum breaker liga ini, ataupun Monster Vicious muncul sebagai Giant Slayer yang memecah rekod tanpa kalah? Untuk match kedua, Team Ray menentang Vamos. Selepas Vamos dikejutkan oleh Todak semalam, adakah mereka akan bangkit habis-habisan? On the other hand, nasib playoff Vamos banyak bergantung pada keputusan Vamos menentang Team Ray hari ini. Bukan itu sahaja, tapi ini pertama kali kita boleh nampak AERO 404 berdepan dengan Chibi di atas pentas. Inilah pertarungan reputasi yang dinantikan. Untuk match terakhir minggu ini, AERO menentang GMXK. Kedua-dua pasukan masih lagi mencari laluan ke playoff sebab ini adalah poin dorang sangat-sangat rapat. Mampukah AERO sedikit demi sedikit mempertahankan slot, atau GMXK sekali lagi menjadi batu penghalang di laluan kejayaan orang lain? Itulah jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini. And of course, kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok MPL Malaysia, kita pun ada ini gaya kod untuk mereka. You guys boleh isikan kod ini di dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan hadiah in-game. Rose dah tak sabar untuk tahu kalau SRGOG boleh mendapatkan upper bracket slot mereka. So tanpa membuang masa, mari let's show it to the casters to head into the land of dawn.
Thank you very much, Rose. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Malaysia Season 16, Week 5, Day number 3. And as we close out the weekend, we have 3 more best of 3s lined up. You're here with me, and of course I have Sadafa as the play-by-play. I gotta do a quick vibe check. You guys are looking forward to the games coming up, especially the first one, Monster Vicious against SRGOG Esports. This is for you. Thumbs up. Great games up ahead. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, feeling excited, and hoping that the games are a little bit better than what you guys had to experience yesterday, just in terms of, you know, consistency here. We're in Week 5! It's the end of Week 5! We're so close to the playoffs. We want our teams to look a little bit cleaner, hopefully.
Yeah. But the one thing that this season has given us is the fact that we are Week 5 and still we haven't locked in our top 6 teams, right? We only have 2 teams who are guaranteed in a more comfortable spot, which is SRGOG Esports and CG Esports, and even then we haven't confirmed any upper bracket slots just yet. But before we move on forward, I want to tell you guys about the new Cellcom DG app. You can win awesome gifts and MLBB diamonds today just by dropping by the Cellcom DG booth. This applies to all Cellcom DG customers only, and here's how to do it. First, download the new Cellcom DG app at the booth. to activate it and show the staffs for verification and receive the MLBB diamonds. But if you want to score even more, you can join the Cellcom DG MPL Fan Challenge, sign up on the Cellcom DG MPL micro site and earn challenge points, redeem them for diamonds, player trading cards, or the exclusive Cellcom DG Mythical Chest. All you have to do is to visit the Cellcom DG booth right now. Plenty of stuff we're giving away, and it's only going to get more and more exciting, just like MPL Season 16.
Wow, that's a lot of stuff you can do. That's a lot of stuff you can get over at the Cellcom DG booth. So if you guys happen to be here, hey, even if you're not here, maybe you guys should come on by, check out the Cellcom DG booth, especially if you're a Cellcom DG user, because you might get the chance to win some stuff to get you even more cool skins in MLBB. But I think it's about time for us to talk about our players, right?
Absolutely. Let's start with the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. You know the people, you know the kings of the league. It's Innocent, Yums, Stormy, Sakais, and Cram. They don't need no introduction, but every single time we talk about them, we have to remind ourselves that they are currently the golden standard of MPL-MY.
And they remain the golden standard no matter how many seasons pass. No one can seem to figure out how to take down the Giants. As we know, they are one of the teams that has already confirmed their way into the playoffs. But if they're able to get a clean sweep here today versus Monster Vicious, they will be the first team to confirm an upper bracket slot, which I'm sure SRGOG is going to be eager to grab.
Yeah, absolutely. All they have to do is to win. Clean sweep or 2-1 upper bracket is in their grabs. But their opponents are no slouches either. It is the mighty Monster Vicious. We got Ruff, Leonie, Bondos, Uni, and Momo. And the fun fact is also, we have basically our SEA Games representative going up against each other this series.
That is true, that's true. We've got a couple of familiar faces for those of you who've been keeping an eye on the SEA Games crowd, and I'm sure they're all eager to prove themselves on the stage today. Uni versus Sky is going to be a very fun matchup. Momo versus Cram, both very solid EXP laners. Ruff against Innocent, all solid matchups to keep an eye out on. And Monster Vicious are coming off of winning momentum. Yesterday, they were able to take a fairly convincing series against AERO Esports. Have they fixed their issue of throwing in the late game? Well, this will be the true test.
And I think it's good news for Monster Vicious also. There are still certain tendencies that we see from them, but I would say the series against AERO Esports was more of a tempo reset just because of how that series went down. But the topic for this series is SRG the momentum breaker? Because top teams like CG Esports, Homeboys, and Vamos each lost their next following match after being defeated by SRGOG.
Well, there's no more humbling experience than looking up high at the giants above. And unfortunately, our local teams still haven't quite figured out how to really properly reset their mental after taking a loss like that. Vamos especially was a team that was affected heavily last season after losing their first match of the season to SRG. And this season, they specifically said, oh, even if we lose the SRG, we're going to be fine, right? We'll accept it. And, well, they they lost to Todak.
Yep.
So, maybe
they haven't gotten over it, you know? It's like a bad dream that keeps reoccurring. Although you look at the teams that CG, they lost to AERO after that. You know, Homeboys, they lost to Untitled, and Vamos lost to Todak. At least it gives us a cycle where we don't really know who is on top of the other. But we have someone who has been on top for quite a while. Our three-peat in MPL-MY. It's Stormy, Beyond the Arena, and we have to talk about this guy, the Mage Prodigy, who refused the title of the Prince of Mages, who has been, again, a 3-time consecutive MPL-MY champion with SRG. But at the same time, since his second season with Orange, he has never missed a podium finish.
Even before joining, he already got so many podium finishes beforehand. And internationally now, a well-renowned name representing Malaysia, having podium finishes at M6, MSC at EWC 2025, and part of the championship run at MSC 2024 as well.
Yeah, and behind him, of course, the pillar of success is his family. They have been there every step of the way. They even flew all the way to Riyadh just to watch him play at the MSC stage. And being a pro player to him, it's not about fame, it's about the grit, the grind, the hard work, the sacrifices, and the consistencies. And that's why he's one of the best.
He has a winner's mindset. It's simple. Just believe in yourself. Work towards your goals. Do not overcomplicate the process. It is always going to be right in front of you as long as you are capable of reaching out for it. His MPL achievements speak for themselves. The only team to have scored a triple consecutive championship here in MPL Malaysia, and they're eager to push that record further.
Yeah, and if you look at the international tournaments in between in our official Munton circuit, MSC 2024 champion, third place at M6, MSC 2025 runner-up, and we even have him win IESF 2024, back in Riyadh, in the same year that they won MSC 2024. So his trophy case, his accolades is undeniably one of the greatest.
Stormy, as well as the rest of SRG OG, still hold on to the title of being the team that has brought Malaysia's name to its greatest heights on the international scene, earning us a championship in one of the most major events in MLBB, which of course was the mid-season cup. For them, MPL isn't even necessarily a stepping stone anymore. It is just part of the process, and despite all of their previous successes, they are still hungry for the top.
Yeah, and even more so, the will and the determination to stay on top, right? Not making sure that they're always the standard. Again, this match features multiple Seagate representatives. We have the YSS trio from SRG OG, and we have Momo from MV. And this is where we need you guys to scan the QR code and tell us what you think about this. SRG players and their 100% win rate heroes. Which one do you favor the most? Is it Krams Lapu Lapu with 8 picks, 38 total kills, and 54 total assists? Or is it Stormy's Kimmy with 5 picks, 26 total kills, and 38 total assists? Or is it Sakai's Lancelot with 6 times pick, 29 total kills, and 35 total assists?
Man, this is a loaded question. Every single one of these answers is probably going to be someone's favorite here, and the numbers speak for themselves. They're so skewed due to the fact that SRG is basically on a 100% win streak. Or if we discount games, right, matches-wise, no one has been able to take one yet from SRG. So once again, let us know, scan the QR code, share with us which of these picks is your favorite, and maybe we will get to see them once again in our first match of the day.
Yeah, I gotta say, our chat has been extremely on point with their answers. Yesterday we did ask them, is Vamos going to recover after losing the SRG? More than 50% of them says that yes, they will, and it ended up no. So maybe today's gonna be different. I personally have my answer. I think Krams Lapu Lapu is a pick that you have to respect. It's one hell of a performer, not just for Kram, but in the entire league.
Kram himself is just absolutely outperforming everyone else this season. You can tell that even if he doesn't admit it, subconsciously, man is trying to aim for that regular season MVP title, which has eluded him for so long, despite everything that he's done for SRG.
Yeah, to be fair, I nominated him to be MVP last season, and then, someone else had to take it away. Was it Innocent or Stormy?
I believe it was Innocent.
Yeah, it was either one, right? Stormy got it season 14, yeah, Innocent got it last season. So
yeah.
I mean,
Innocent,
it had to be Kram.
Innocent has so many trophies.
Innocent has gotten too much, right? I feel like it's time we give it to Kram, the captain, or captain, shot caller, which is also what is going on with Momo on MV's side, who is also the main shot caller of the team.
Yeah, I think we need to talk a little bit about MV. Up until now, we've known them to be a really strong team fight squad with some flaws in that they're kind of inconsistent in the late game, and then the early game could probably use a little bit more aggression. Now, in their game 1 versus AERO yesterday, they were actually losing most of the early to mid game, and then AERO kind of started making mistakes. MV actually locked in and took that, and then they snowballed game 2. Is this an indication that they may have fixed some of those issues, or is it more of a AERO issue?
If you ask my honest opinion, I think AERO played poorly yesterday. I think that the draft wasn't doing the players justice, because we know the players are really good at what they do, but you're giving them the wrong tools. And like how I described it yesterday, it's like giving a baker a hammer and a saw to bake a cake. Like, you can't bake a cake with a hammer and a saw, even with sheer willpower, and that's sort of the position that AERO was put in, especially in game 1, where it will come a point that draft was never going to win the game. So I think MV played well. but also at the same time, AERO played poorly or drafted poorly.
I see. Well, MV is not going to be able to rely on that this time around, right? They're up against SRGOG, but historically, MV is still one of the only teams in MPL Malaysia to have taken a series off the Red Giants ever since they started becoming the kings of MPL MY. So can they repeat history?
Only two teams have done it, MV and Toda. What a time we live in.
Wow.
But the Gladiators are ready to head into the Coliseum, so it's time to take up the gloves and invite everyone up onto the stage. Introducing our marshals who will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Rez, May, Nuna, Emir, thank you very much for your continuous hard work.
Selangor Giants OG Esports.
SRGOG kicked off their week with a commanding 2-0 sweep over Team Ray, setting the stone in style. Returning to the stage today, they face a fearsome monster riding high on unstoppable momentum. Pretty well known to be the momentum destroyers, can they take out this one too? Will the Red Giants rise once more to crush the rampaging monster standing in their way? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Selangor Red Giants OG Esports!
Monster Vicious.
After a flawless victory against AERO yesterday, they return to the stage today to face the mighty Conqueror. Fans are eagerly anticipating a stronger, more polished and consistent performance from them this time around. With their momentum hanging in the balance, can they rise above and challenge the Red Giants head-on? Will their unstoppable rampage continues, or will their reign be cut short sooner than expected? Ladies and gentlemen, brace yourself and make some noise for the unstoppable force and roar for Monster Vicious!
Oh, and who's that walking up on stage right now? Why, it's none other than our head of league ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staff of both teams, the masterminds behind every game. We got Coach Arcadia and Azora Becky for SRG, along with Coach Sora Payong and Kenji for Monster Vicious.
Let's keep it going. The festivities with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini gaya kita. This is MPL Malaysia. Let's rock and roll. The Giants against the Monsters.
A battle between beasts is about to take place on the MPL Malaysia stage. The Red Giants eager to lock in the first upper bracket slot with a clean victory. And the Monsters eager to repeat history and take down SRG for the second time.
And it starts with MV taking first pick for game number 1. And I saw a very interesting take. I gotta shout out Aslan Strider. Something that maybe teams can learn from yesterday's series between Todak and Vamos is to play as if you have nothing to lose. Play as if you're not in playoffs. I think when you play freely, at least that's what Todak and GMXK has shown us, that freedom and that fun might give the players an edge, right? You take that pressure off their shoulders, maybe against SRG OG. That's the way to do it. We did ask Izanami how he would rank the mid laners in MPL Malaysia, and he instantly said that Stormy is number 1. There's no doubt about it. Bondos from MV comes second, and Izanami ranks himself humbly in last place.
There's only two types of players here in MPL MY. The ones who rank themselves on top and the ones who rank themselves on the bottom. Every single time we ask them, Izanami definitely deserves a higher position, I will say, but it is understandable. That's just going to be a lot of respect for Stormy overall. But Bondals has also put up a very impressive performance ever since he's first joined MPL Malaysia.
And Izanami himself admitted that when they went up against MV, Bondos gave him a pretty hard time in the mid lane, even though we literally, coined the Mage Prodigy and the Prince of Mages to side by side. And that really says a lot about the quality of MV. We also talked to Sakai's about SRG's view on staying at the top, and he says that if we don't win our matches to secure the #1 spot in the regular season, it'll feel like our throne has been scratched, and we won't feel satisfied. So we'll try to lock it in by getting clean sweeps.
Now you could argue that this, in a way, it does put pressure on SRG OG, but they're the team that's been most trained, most forged in the flames of the furnace throughout the history of MPL, and why International has prepared them for these situations. And the fact that they still want to maintain the #1 spot, even after having held on to it for so many seasons in a row, is indicative of just how far these players have come.
And it's a good time to also bring up the fact that the quote-unquote undefeated, the unstoppable forces of the big three, 2 of them have had their momentum broken. Right? Well, at least Onyx ID yesterday, they had their win streak broken by Bigatron. So shout out to the robots and Mirko out there. And people are looking to see if MV, like you said, can repeat that and break SRG's momentum. We'll head into the drafting phase for Game 1, starting with the random map draw. See what we get this time. Because we had all 4 maps yesterday, and lucky us, it's Dangerous Grass, where MV have 100% win rate on, and SRG OG only 80.
One of the only maps that SRG doesn't have 100% win rate on. Perhaps that's an opportunity that Monster Vicious can take advantage of. Now, based on history, Monster Vicious's early game has not been quite as consistent as before, and SRG has been working particularly hard on making sure they have control of those first few minutes. Therefore, I think it's important for Coach Sora to make sure that he has the correct heroes to prevent SRG from taking over the early game.
Power bands coming out straight out the gates. The Kalea, the CC, which has been really tearing up the storm in every single region. Like Fanny Arlet also very understandable. I think Momo is one of the few players in the current league right now, alongside Siska and Dur, who plays insane Arlet games. So SRG also showing due respect to that.
Yeah, there are previous cases where Momo's Arlet was just not respected. Teams thinking, hey, it's okay to let this through because there's much more meta EXP laners that we have to worry about, like the Lapu Lapu, like the CC, like the Esme. But SRG OG has identified the issue. We cannot give Momo this signature pick, so just get rid of it off the bat.
Baksa ban out too. It does open up a couple of options for MV. First of all, it stops SRG from playing a slightly high tempo utility jungler, but also makes the Uranus or the Esmeralda, maybe even the Harry, seems a lot more juicy. Although there is still the Angela left in the pool, teams have been really experimenting with her, even though the win rate has been quite abysmal since she was reintroduced back into the meta.
Yeah, unfortunately, Angela, I think a lot of teams still need to figure out exactly how to play with new Angela, because they're still drafting Angela the way old Angela worked, where you want to have as many heroes as possible that work with her. But now that they've switched her up to just give less shield in general in exchange for being more spammable, might be worth revisiting how exactly this hero is supposed to be played.
Maybe you don't overload your comp with multiple Angela choices for the hard guard. Maybe just one person. Something that I think was reflected in the AERO game yesterday, where there were too many options to go for and Kim just couldn't keep up. We have that first pick for MV, and both the main assassins are still up. YSS, Lancelot, these two teams, they do have the tendencies to go for the double fighters, and YSS for MV.
YSS makes a lot of sense. In my opinion, I actually think that MV is one of the best double fighter side lane teams, because Rafa really loves playing aggressive. Compared to a lot of other gold laners in MPL who have had some difficulty adjusting the playing fighters in the gold lane, Rafa feels so natural on it. I still remember the games when he played Esmeralda and was roaming to the opposite side of the map. So if they want to enable that, snatching up the Yi Sun Shin while also preventing Skies from grabbing it makes a lot of sense.
And even in previous seasons, when that Ruby gets put in the gold lane, Ruff was one of the players that really went with it. I remember Nets also did it too, but I agree. I think Ruff is definitely one of the most consistent ones. SRG, they have a couple of choices. The Hilda, I hear it, and not the Kimmy, excuse me, Kimmy and the Lancelot. There's still the Lapu Lapu up on the table, which SRG, they have the tendency to go red tree, and even on blue side, I remember when they went up against CG, they were first picking Lapu Lapu. So something that I think MV needs to take note of.
Yeah, with Arlet already gone and CC also banned out, Lapu Lapu gains a lot of priority, especially if you want to set up for double fighter side lane. So might be worth considering for MV to grab it right now. They will lock in the Grok and Esme instead though.
So still keeping the double fighters a mystery, right? Not revealing that much to SRG OG. And I mean, even to a certain degree, I really like the Kimmy pick from SRG too. So you sort of eliminate that YSS Kimmy, and then it helps MV solidify the double fighters. Could be. Wonder if SRG wants to go for that roamer pick right now. I mean, the Cho is up on the table. We still have the Gatot 2.
You have a Kimmy mid, you ideally want a roamer that is already somewhat effective level 1 and can preferably hold people in place. Cho and Gatot would usually be the best combos. And
Whoa!
the Alice for red 3 pick.
She has been slowly gaining popularity. What do you feel about Alice right now? Because I think I'm having a lot of fun with her, but in the mid lane. So we've been theory crafting. We came up with a pretty interesting draft where you put Alice mid and she functions like a Terizla mid. You know, you sandbag, you win lane 1v2 at level 1, and you just be the body in front.
I can definitely see Alice mid working out, but I have heard that apparently Alice EXP has been the way to go for other MPL leagues as well, right? I've heard that it's been used in MPL PH and ID fairly frequently. So it, as you mentioned, it does kind of end up working like a Terizla, exchanging durability for a sustain, as well as setup, as well as a way to get in easily without needing to rely on that flicker. It does get enabled quite heavily with heroes like Angela, but SRG is not going for that anymore, unless they intend to flex the Kimmy into the gold lane, which I don't think is likely.
Only one team has done it this season, and that's GMXK, and they actually won that game against Todak.
That's their comfort pick.
That's a comfort pick too. Though we also saw like I remember most Alice they go for Flicker, but yesterday we saw Gojas go for the Petrify, which ended up winning them that game. So I feel like against MV you probably want that Flicker a lot more on this Alice. I think it just enables her slightly better when you press that ult, because you do get slowed down by what, 50%?
Yeah, it's a case-by-case basis. I can see how Petrify might work, but it's more of a spell you would use in a already winning position, or if your team just generally lacks CC, in which case I don't think it's a very good failsafe anyway, but Flicker is the safer option, I would think. Ruby going to be banned out now, so SRG putting some focus onto Ruff's hero pool.
Yeah. The Esmeralda is... I mean, this Esmeralda could still go gold lane, so again, we're looking at the Lapu Lapu, which SRG don't really have an option to go for anymore. Unless you're telling me they're gonna play Lapu Go.
Unless it's Alice Rogue.
Maybe that's too much.
Maybe a bit much. I've
seen
some clips, but I think that's kind of only workable in pubs.
Yeah. Shout out to Rex Vin too, XMV, and then Turn Gaming Gladiator coach. Second place finish at MWI 2025. One of the most historical runs for a team. Gato Kacha banned out last. We haven't seen much team run like a Kimmy mid Lancelot jungle into a double fighters anymore. This is not in recent games.
Yeah, it's not particularly frequent, but it definitely still works out. I think MV were very smart. They banned out both of the roam picks that we talked about being good combos with Kimmy. So Yumes is going to need to figure something else out. Technically the chip is still open. He fell off quite a lot after the roam adjustments. Let's see what it is.
Also go for the Hilda.
Ooh.
That's the answer. So they keep Innocent's pick for last, giving the best possible matchup, and it also allows them to see what MV wants to go for. Is it still a double fighter, or they are going to decide that play a normal marksman? What do we have? I mean, Granger is still up. Granger, Claude, Moskov, Irithel.
I personally think MVU does want to go double fighter here, especially now that they see the Hilda, and this is probably a roam Hilda as well. The better their side lanes look, the more easily they can cover Uni in the jungle from being invaded.
Sounds like Lapu is probably the most direct choice, right? If we play
so.
double fighters.
Come and join me in my
Let's see.
dream world.
Take the Lunox. So this is the Lunox
Oh,
Bane. Alright.
okay. I was thinking that there was a chance SRG might take the Bane themselves, but looks like MV will steal that away. And we have seen SRG respond to this before. This
With
would
the
be a
Brody.
case for the Brody.
Yep, I can confirm that. Yesterday I had to play Brody while Lunox in the Brody. It is not fun.
Yep.
You get two-shotted, literally.
And Bane as well gets
Yeah, it was
outraged
exactly.
very heavily.
It was exactly. I played into Brody and Bane. Oh my goodness.
Could be a chance for SRG to go for very early aggression. You have a Brody, you have a Hilda. If you're able to get a snowball in, then MV will have a very difficult time. Technically, Bane still kind of counts as a double fighter side lane, but not in the typical way. He is still more of a scaling situation, which means that MV has 3 scaling heroes. SRG goes for the classic Granger.
Yes. Keep it simple, keep it direct. And one of the, I think, cruxes of Granger Kimi is very aim-based, right? Every single shot you miss is going to cost you. And in this game, I'm definitely looking at Cram and Yums trying to hold the front because MV, they have a lot of tools to get to where SRG's backline's at.
Personally, I don't think we have to be worried about Innocent's aim at all. He was one of the pioneers of Granger when it was first revamped.
Oh yes.
So it's been a while since we've gotten to see him play something this classic, but you are right, there's a lot of dive potential from MV. Let's see if SRG can deal with that.
I miss the times where Innocent basically single-handedly ruined RQ's Hoshi's chance at M6 just with that Granger pick. But I'm liking both teams' draft. I think MV, they really have learned a lot throughout this regular season. Let's see if they can leave a mark on SRG's throne.
Ambushes hiding around every corner in the map of dangerous grass here as we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1 of Week 5, Day 3. We've got the Selangor Red Giants going up against Monster Vicious.
Right off the bat, Yums already making his way to the bottom side of the map just to help Cram out with this proxy. Something that we have seen yesterday, and not just with the Alice, but strong XP laners that receive help from the roamers. They're gonna proxy that away so that they can get this invade going.
Cram instantly blinks in. 2-man invade. They were prepared for Yums jumping in, but not for Cram. A very smart level 1 play from SRG.
Not only that, Stormy with the Kimi gets a mid priority, so that completely takes away and slows down the clear of YSS, and it's not done yet. They're going for the invade at the purple buff.
Stormy is here, takes a lot of damage from the snipe, but he will be able to keep himself at range. Massive rotations have already been forced out by MV just to get Uni his first buff.
Disrupting Uni's clear alone is gonna give Sakai an even better time. Again, these two are on the assassin, and Sakai is a level up, and he still has retribution.
Guys could fully accelerate by going for his own jungle, but he's still gonna contest it with Uni, and he does. He steals away the orange and dashes through everyone out of the jungle.
To make it worse, there's only one camp left for Uni to go for, and that's the Scale Lizard. Whereas for Sakai, he can full clear his top side and maintain that a potential 2-level lead, because he's level 4 now, and Yums is gonna keep on pressuring.
Oh my goodness, he's dead! Yums with the first blood! Flickers back out. Wall is not gonna do anything here. This is a massive loss for MV.
All 3 lanes are in favor of SRG OG, and this Lizard, Leone is gonna try and leash it as much as possible. But Uni, he's gonna trade some health bars, and Yums is willing to do that. He doesn't have the flicker, but there's not enough damage from MV to even take him down. So this is a free turtle for SRG.
We're probably gonna be looking at a 2 to 3 level lead on Skies the more this game goes. Turtle goes for free. Skies already rotates in to steal even more cans from the level 3 Isan Shin. Throne of Ruin comes out from Cram on Momo with Stormy. SRG is so active on the map right now.
I don't think Uni is going to be able to eat at all. Purple buff is going to come back up, and SRG, they know the timers. They're going to keep track of it.
Oh my goodness, guys. Wow, picks off Leone in the mid lane. That's the tank, by the way, and Yums is still doing Yums things.
This kind of thing is only enabled when you have lane priority. And when I say lane priority, is in a sense where the enemy roamer doesn't get to help out their lanes at all. And we see that snowball effect. 3 minutes in, SRG OG have Sakai being 3 levels up Uni, who is still halfway through 3, and he's not getting a break. Look at Cram. Cram is level 5.
This is crazy oppression from Selangor Red Giants right now. every single time. Uni cannot claim anything. Sky steals another buff away from the Yisan Shin. Bundles does get a kill on Stormy. Uses the Brilliance, but now 3 members of SRG breathing down his neck. Bundles goes down. Yume's very low on HP. Momo will be able to pick him off. Sky's now in danger. Falling Star Moon connects, but he is able to dash away. And SRG backs out of the jungle.
At least Momo was able to get a couple of punches going. Momo and Bondos both getting a kill each. And that puts Momo slightly ahead of Cram in terms of experience. But look at Uni, he just hit level 4. He's going to be constantly 3 levels down. And that's not counting the fact that SRG hasn't been clearing their own jungle.
They just haven't been needing to. Oh my goodness, Leone has to use the Tectonic Charge defensively. If not, he actually would have died again, this guys. Now Cram being punished a little bit. Falling Star Moon connects. Uni is here as well, but the Yusan Shin is so far behind that he's basically a non-factor. Cram gets out scot-free.
Funnily enough, we actually saw some of the exact same thing. Was it from Smooth, where you have the allies and you go for a quick level 1 invade? Because there's just no one that can take you down. They bring a 4-man gang.
Cram's now surrounded. 1v4 flickers away from the Falling Star Moon, but Leone is gonna smack him against the wall and he will eventually go down. Sky is going to get another free turtle off of this.
His slide for a turtle doesn't have the Crimson Gleam just now, so sadly can't get away. But this lead is going to continue extending for Sakai. They get Leone, who even used his flicker. So purple buff is now gone, and Uni finally gets to taste his buff for the first time in a long time.
He forces out another Brilliance in the mid lane on his way out. Rotates instantly over to Uni. And he steals it again, Uni! His retribution was 1 second off cooldown.
Oh, you can see like on the player cam, Momo, he has that smile on his face. He's like, we are getting bested.
This is a schooling right now. SRG, they said they were going to lock in to get 2 zeros in all their remaining. Oh my god, Yumes follows Uni across the wall!
Back to kindergarten. That's where SRG are sending MV back, and Ruff now is gonna finally feel the pinch.
Ruff now in trouble. He's been allowed to farm for a while, but not for much longer. The Shark Wave completely misses. He's gonna be forced to back off. Yumes might not let him go home for free. Yeah, Leone has to stop his recall too, just to stop the Hilda from jumping on his Bane.
And that's top tier 1 gone. And Sakai's not done just yet. I mean, what else to say? This is a masterclass from SRG, which goes back to what you pointed out. They have been polishing and fine-tuning that early game, but to this degree of polish.
Tectonic Charge comes in. They see Yumes in the bush. They're surrounded. 4 members of MV will finally pick up the Hilda again.
Just to remind everyone, SRG OG, they're not doing anything fancy. This is advanced elite level of just understanding of the basics of the game and how to play that macro with the draft that you're given. They don't need to do anything fancy. They're just sticking to the basics.
It's genius, actually. You can tell that when they drafted this lineup, this was exactly the plan. And Traction pulls in Momo, surrounded by Tree. Stormy gonna chase him down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the rest of MV forced to back off. Momo will just barely survive, but it's perfectly timed so that SRG can control the turtle again.
No sprint for Momo, too rough. He's gonna get jumped on.
Deadly Catch comes out, pushes Yumes away. Here comes the red. Oh, Ruff with the flicker play! Trades himself for Stormy.
Good stuff from Ruff. At least that's something.
Tectonic Charge completely whiffs. Great play from Skies. He saw that coming a mile away. And here comes Cram once again. MV, they're fairly tanky, but they just cannot walk up to the river at all.
A lot of times when we see XP laners move with roamers, it's not the easiest thing to do unless you are Esmer or you're someone with sort of mobility like Lapu. But with Cram, you don't have a mana bar. You have this Crimson Gleam to always travel fast, and you have a Hilda on your roam. It's so easy to affect the side lanes.
Yumes in some trouble, has to flicker back over the wall. Traction Pulse locks in Leone. And here comes Innocent with the Death Sonata. MV will disengage.
Momo should be able to get this onto Yumes. Good punish there, and Innocent will be zoned away so that Ruff can get a bottom tier 1.
At least MV are able to get some damage on the map. They managed to take 1 structure. But look at SRG, they are just flexing on them right now. Momo lands the Falling Star Moon. Sky's actually dropping quite low, but he's so good at maneuvering on his lance.
By the way, Skies is 5 levels ahead of Uni. No Tectonic Charge for Leone. Can Skies break the record of the fastest level 15? I believe it was currently held by King Kong at 9 minutes 40 seconds. Could be wrong. There's not a recent statistic on that.
We're actually gonna need to confirm that because I feel like there's a possibility of it happening if you can continue farming at this rate.
Endless battle, that's gonna help him out even more.
Now SRG now focusing a little more on macro. They've had their fun. Now that they've taken all the turtles, the Cram actually blinks back in. Momo is caught in the traction pulse. Gonna be sniped down from afar, just barely escapes the Sky Piercer range. Sky's blocked by the wall, Tectonic Charge lands on the Lancelot, but the deadly catch a bit too slow. Cram! With the Throne of Ruin on 4! Sets up the kill on Uni once again. Sky's going in on 20% HP! He's gonna get punished for that one.
Alright, the Sky Prince having a bit too much fun there. But still SRG, they get something out of that. Bottom tier 2 to boot. Barely stays up. As the Lord spawns, SRG should be able to get back to there on time. And Cram needs to hold that area for a little bit. The top tier 1 for SRG stays. The long lane has to be resetted by MV. So at the end of the day, SRG didn't really lose much.
MV, as long as they can hold on to this game, there is still a chance. Falling Stormwind comes in. I don't think MV wants to fight this necessarily. They're just clearing the wave. But all things considered, the gold lead is not actually that much.
Yeah, it's actually a lot more manageable than it looks. Right, it's 7-7 in terms of kills, 3.6k gold lead for SRG OG, which will start ballooning even more once he gets his Lord.
A Momo may have made a mistake trying to re-engage there. Falling Stormwind could have been his escape path, but he jumps back in, and Innocent picks him off.
More Sky Spears stacks for Innocent. I believe that's his second. It's been 20 stacks. An extra 2% in the execution threshold with a Lord pushing in 10 seconds. SRG, let's see if they can do some damage to the inhibitors.
SRG sieging in. We can already see the damage from Stormy and Innocent really racking up. Sky still playing on the macro. He has officially hit level 15. 3 levels ahead of the second highest EXP, which is Innocent, currently level 12. Even if the goal difference is not as big as you think, the EXP lead is massive.
It took 5 minutes for Uni to taste his first buff too. And it's very hard to hold this place. Leonie, not gonna hold us to Tectonic Charge.
Momo taking the front line. He is starting to get fairly tanky now. So SRG no longer can play quite as willy-nilly. Cram in some trouble, but wow, that healing.
That's insane. As long as he can keep his passive up, it's very hard to take him down. It's all about the cooldowns. Here he goes.
And here comes Cram once again. Throne of Ruin behind the top inhibitor. Momo comes in with the Falling Storm with Tectonic Charge. Connect from Innocent. They found the Granger in exchange for Leonie. And now MV is looking to chase. Skies with the double. One hit away from the triple. But he backs up the backline. Momo trying to buy time. But Skies not giving the chance to him. And that's going to be a 2-for-3 trade in favor of SRG.
SRG still wins that despite MV throwing everything, the whole house at them. And Uni almost goes down to just that one full combo from Stormy. Good news for MV. They held on to the inhibitor. But SRG OG, they are showing no signs of stopping. And good on Leonie and Momo for catching Innocent even through his flicker. Because if not, that game would have ended right then and there.
Yeah, that fight could have been like the end of game 1 if not for the great catch on Innocent initially and for Momo buying so much time. In a more ideal situation, they would have picked off Skies and they would have actually been able to join Momo in taking more of the fight. But for now, MV is still holding on.
Holding on barely, that gives Uni time to continue farming up. He's not going to hit level 15 by the next Lord, which is unfortunate. And MV has to contend with the fact that SRG can sit in these bushes, and on dangerous grass, that means more places, more nooks and crannies that MV has to constantly check.
Looking at the itemization right now, all things considered, Ruff actually not too behind Innocent in farm, about 800 gold there. And he already has Holy Crystal, Lightning Trunkin, Divine Glaive completed, so the Bane does actually hurt a fair bit. Pretty big gulf in farm between Skies and Uni, but that is to be somewhat expected.
Yeah, waiting for Bondo to get his Wishing Lantern. Then he can really start hitting hard and threatening the front lines of SRG OG, which does eventually scale up as game goes late, especially this Hilda who has almost has the Blade of Hep's Disease. That's how confident SRG OG are.
Well, considering what happened earlier, it makes sense. Here comes the concealed play, instantly scouted by Stormy Flicker, Tectonic Charge, but the Throne of Ruin is destroying the MB backline. Mountain Stalker does some good damage. Leone has already been picked off by the Sonata in the backline as well. Momo buying time. SRG is so low, but Momo's surrounded. He knows he cannot stay. He will have to make a hasty retreat, and now SRG has free reign of the map. They should be able to get the Lord for free.
Another brilliant attempt from Cram and a successful engage that catches Ruff. He threw out the deadliest catch, but sadly the damage is just not enough to deter SRG OG from dogpiling onto him. And that's Lord number 2 for SRG OG, a no contest for MB, and inhibitors will surely start to fall. But good news for MB, they are also starting to scale up. We're seeing the damage that they're starting to deal to Cram, to Yumes, and the amount of damage that they can threaten SRG OG with if they try to full send it into their face.
Yeah, because of all of that, this is now a very important Lord for SRG. They ideally want to end the game with this, because if they let it last any longer, MB actually does start becoming pretty scary with their scaling heroes. Top inhibitor will fall, Lord is going to crash in, SRG slowly sieging, Cram standing in front, traction pulls in Momo, look at that damage from the Granger. Sky's in a 1v1, almost gets picked off thanks to the Mountain Shocker, but MB doing a great job once again of simply holding the base. SRG not willing to give this up just yet. They're still trying to fight for the mid lane, but the minion wave has already been cleared out, and Cram now going to be caught. Traction Pulse locks him down, and Uni picks up the kill, but SRG is chasing them down. They want revenge. Leone will be the first to fall. Death Sonata just barely misses. Brilliance comes out. Momo will be dived as well. SRG, 4-man strong, rushing into the base of Monster. Vicious Ruff comes in from the flank. Stormy too low. SRG cannot end the game yet.
All things considered, SRG OG only managed to get one inhibitor, and MB holds the base, which means they get to fight a bit longer, continue to scale up. We saw the damage of Oni. He had a good chance of 1v1ing and beating Sakai. Same as Bondos, who is starting to tear through Cram's health bar. Even through that 50% damage reduction when he presses that Throne of Ruin, Sakai is getting the Queen's Wings for himself just for the extra bit of durability when his health drops low. So this goal lead that SRG OG has, it's gonna start to look inflated than its actual value.
Yeah, the goal lead no longer means quite as much as before, especially now that MV has hit that 45k goal line. That means that most of their cores are actually hitting full build, and SRG cannot afford to underestimate them.
Definitely not, and Leone has been getting some great walls too, and always threatening the tectonic charge, which SRG has to always keep an eye out on. But in these inhibitor pushes, these sieges, very hard to navigate when you're in these choke points. So SRG OG's best course of action is to wait for the next Lord, try to use that to end the game.
MV, the question to them is, do they want to play a safer game with base defense, which so far has been working for them, or do they actually want to try and push out to contest this Lord? It's a very risky play, but if they don't do so, they're dealing with a pretty powerful objective.
Certainly are. These side lanes are not easy to manage either. Top lane is always going to be pushing in, and that's the long lane too for when this next Lord comes up. MV diverts Momo to the top side to make sure that at least alleviate that pressure a little bit, but that gives SRG the green light to start working on the Lord.
Should still be fine. Momo should be able to rotate fairly quickly down here. SRG also taking the Lord a little bit more slowly. Traction Pulse unfortunately will miss. Cram jumps in on top of Ruff. Momo also going to be scouted front flank. Throne of Ruin sets up the kill, and Innocent with the snipe from afar. From the backline though, MV trying to wrap around. Tectonic Charge connects on Innocent. The fight is split completely in half. Momo is chased down Stormy. Innocent way too far forward, but look at him go! The half man! Half beast! Skies picks off Uni on the other side of the map, and Yumes finishes off Bundles. MV, they tried to split the fight, but you are dealing with the giants themselves! It is 4 members down on Monster Vicious, and SRG has a clean path straight into the base. Mid inhibitor will fall. Leone all by his lonesome. I think that's gonna be all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. Innocent is unstoppable! And a team wipe secures game 1 for SRG OG.
A spectacular masterclass from the Red Giants in game number 1 in all aspects of macro gameplay from minute 1. And then invaded MV's jungle to stall out Uni's tempo, to get them objectives, pressure on the map, and a slowly incremental goal lead that translate into an eventual win. And we even saw the effect of the Sky Piercer div, because I think MV, they had the best chance of turning that game around and wrangling back into their grasp. But sadly, Innocent just has a high execution threshold with the Sky Piercer that ended up turning things around at the very end. But I gotta say, Monster Vicious put up a very, very good fight in game 1 despite the cards they were dealt.
MV held the line a lot longer than I thought, considering how oppressed they were in the first few minutes. The jungle invade from SRGOG is one of the most difficult to handle things I have ever seen, and yet MV still held it out for 15 whole minutes. Innocent, though, continuing to prove why he has all those trophies. Imagine being run down like that and still coming out on top.
If he keeps doing that, Cram is gonna miss another Finals MVP, and I don't like it. So please take down Innocent a lot more. But MV is not. I think, you know, we posed the question whether they have fine-tuned and polish up some of the tendencies where they sort of drop the ball. I think this game they were forced into a very bad spot, but they kept on fighting, right? Leone, they were making has been able to find some good calls. The flank at the very end, if they weren't that far behind, I think MV definitely would have been able to turn that around.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed, actually. I think there's a lot of other teams here in MPL who would have lost that game like 4 minutes earlier, right? Just the fact that SRG had to be forced to make a play like that in the first place is an indication that it was not as easy as they expected it to be, even after all the setup they did.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's check out the SRG OG camp backstage and see who is our MVP for game number 1, because I think everyone did a marvelous job. And of course is the captain, Kram, Mark, Ikram, whatever name you want to call him. It's undeniable that he is one of the kings. Not only that, he's the only guy right now, or one of the guys that Gojes can't put in his pocket. I heard that Gojes' pocket has a hole because he tried to put Kram in it.
Kram, he's gonna break out no matter what. When he's playing these dive EXP laners, he is so good at identifying opportunities and splitting fights in half. And we know this is dangerous grass. We knew that Yunus was probably gonna be quite effective on the Hilda, but it was such a good call to go for that level 1 cheese on the EXP lane and then instantly start invading. Because then you have multiple people across the map that can stop Uni from farming.
Yeah, which makes it even more impactful, the fact that Uni started on the orange buff, exactly the dead point where Kram and Yunes were making their move. Again, the Yishin only got his first official buff like, what, 5 minutes in? You look at the end game statistics, 12 orange buffs and 13 purple buffs for SRG OG, as compared to 3 and 5 respectively for MV.
That's a crazy comparison, actually. Having a quarter of the orange buffs that Skies was able to get, and we can't even blame Uni for it necessarily. The whole reason why I was saying that it might be a good game for double fighter side lane is to precisely try to avoid this sort of situation, right? If they had more winning lanes, then it would have been a lot more difficult for SRG to control the map in that way. But by specifically targeting the fighter side lane first, which was the Esmeralda, and disabling Momo, then it's a lot easier to handle since Ruff does need time to scale.
Yeah, and also having a mid lane that has priority. In this case, is the Kimmy. When she has the passive stacked up, you clear the way faster, you outrange Bondos, and you force him to stay in lane. And that's why we saw even Stormy was participating in a purple buff invade, which, you know, lasted for a couple of minutes and left Uni at level 3 when Sakai's was 6.
Yep, pretty much. The communication from SRG OG proves to be among the best still. The macro control, the shot calling is so clean. You would never normally see a mid Kimmy all by herself try to invade the jungle like that. There was so much risk of death, and that could have completely undermined the initial buff steal. But by doing so, he was able to buy time for Yums to rotate over and just barely get out as well.
Overall, just a fantastic game from SRG OG. They end the game with almost 11k gold lead, and even the statistics overall, I think for MV, despite being on the losing end, they were keeping up with SRG OG in terms of damage dealt alone.
Yeah, the damage dealt numbers were actually pretty solid overall here. Bundles and even Uni himself, who was put behind for most of the game, were not really falling behind Innocent and Skies that much. A lot of that damage, unfortunately, was soaked up by Cram, tanking nearly 180,000. So that made it a bit difficult.
And not to mention the item choices for Yums too. He got that Blade of Heptases, keep on pushing the envelope, and it did pay off. In fact, it was also one of the items that made a difference in that last fight alongside the Innocent Sky Piercer. So generally, I think SRG OG, they gave MV a back to basics, the back to school offer in buy one free one package, and MV, they had to go back to the drawing board, but not in terms of the drafting, more in terms of what do they do against SRG if this were to happen. What is the contingency plan?
Personally, I do think it is kind of to do with the drafting though, because MV actually put up a very solid performance, right? And I do feel like they fixed up their late game a little bit. That's the whole reason they survived that long. They should have understood the possibility of a Hilda, and now that they've been shown the chance of having a double lane cut into jungle invade, I think they might lean more into early game side lanes in game 2.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense too. And also, they got introduced to the Cram Alice, right? A lot of XP laners have been picking up the Alice. Cram is the latest one on the list, even becoming the best wingman too in this game. So overall, I think SRG OG, when you look back at the highlights by our official modus partner Yamaha, you get to see how SRG OG were essentially controlling the tempo for that early game, because Uni did not get to play at all.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate that those things did connect, but Cram as well, getting excellent dives in, the Throne of Ruin being set up the same way like you mentioned in the draft, right? Playing a similar role to Terizla. Here, there was actually a bit of an underestimation in positioning where Innocent got caught out, and if not, SRG could have probably won out the fight entirely, but Sky is also really popped off, nearly taking a triple kill by himself. If not, MV could have actually turned it around right here.
Yeah, and this was, I believe, the final fight. At least from the side of MV, we see this fight split up, but at the end of the day, it's just, unfortunately for them, they don't have enough output. Well, not the final fight, but close to it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Leone went a bit too far to dive the backline and got himself caught out alone, and he's obviously not going to do much damage as a Grok. SRG, while they definitely overstayed their welcome at certain points, they were well aware of the limits they could push. I believe this should be the final fight, yes. The conceal play from Leone Bundles into the backline was actually very smart, but Innocent instantly dived into the front line instead. And while it looked like this would be a really sticky situation, Van just finds his way out.
And it's so unfortunate because Bundles comes up from the Brilliance, gets hit by I believe the Sky Piercer that killed off Momo first. And then Bundles got zoned away by Yums. Just again, a battle of margins, battle of inches. That's how SRG got that first win. And that puts them now at 1-0 and 1 point closer to that upper bracket. Again, regardless of the results, if they win the series, upper bracket is secured for SRG OG, just like last season. But for MV, it's not that clear cut. They are still trying to fight to stay in the spot so that they can qualify for playoffs. For now, let's take a look at what you guys think about the heroes that you favor the most.
Wow.
And a whopping 80% of you guys feel that Cram's 8-time Lapu Lapu performance is the one that you favor the most. And I agree. We're in the majority.
Well, it is more EXP lane-centric meta this time around, which is good because for a long time, EXP has been forced to play secondary support. And I think Cram, he definitely had fans before this, but more and more people are realizing the glory of the Red Giants captain. Somehow shot calling and still making all those cool plays at the same time.
You hear that, AERO? Don't give Smooth secondary picks. Just give him a good hero. That's
Let him make plays.
That's what I asked for. You guys have a game later on, so you know, take this as a point of reference.
We're going to judge you.
We're going to judge you really, really hard. But before we head into the second game, we're going to give the players some time, the coaching staff, some space to recompose. I'm going to send it over to Rose because I heard that there's a dance campaign coming up. So, Rose, take it away.
Hai guys, selamat kembali. This is Rose dan sekarang ni Rose rasa nak bagi diamonds kepada orang yang datang ke Dewan Sri Putra. And since untuk minggu ni kita tengah celebrate 9th anniversary untuk MLBB, Rose punya assistant akan cari dancer. So guys, kalau kamera pergi dekat awak menari, awak akan menang 1000 diamond. Ready, Poji? Ready? Okay, we're ready. Let's go. Alright, Poji akan cari. Okay, lagi. Siapa nak? Semangat guys. Kerjasama guys dengan PA Rose. Nice, 1000 diamond untuk akak. Sini. Semangat. Alright, bagi di diamond. Lagi. Lagi. Semangat. Alright, 1000 diamond. Sudah? Belum? Sudah ke? Sana lah Poji. Sana. Sana. Cari tu. Ada akak yang tengah semangat tu. Tu dia. Alright, 1000 diamond untuk akak. Guys, berikan tepukan. Alright, and of course, terima kasih kepada Rose punya floor manager dengan Rose punya PA. Dah, Poji. Dah. Sorry guys, dia punya headset tak connect lah. Okay, thank you Okay, terima kasih guys. Korang boleh nampak wire dia tak connect. Itu dia. Alright, so terima kasih Poji. Terima kasih juga kepada semua orang. Kalau korang nak menang hadiah yang menarik, jom join kita dekat Dewan Sri Putra. And with that, mari let's start game kedua dalam pusingan pertama. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose and Smurf Poji. We are back at it again, this time getting ready for round number 2. Ding SRG OG against Monster Vicious, with SRG OG up 1 round and prepping up that KO punch to punch that ticket into the upper bracket.
You can tell that SRG is locked in. You can tell that they definitely meant their words when they said they were going to win every remaining game, to secure their throne, to secure upper brackets, and to keep themselves at the top of the standings. They're going to be first pick this time around, 90% win rate. Now MV is going to need to respond.
Expectations have definitely shifted, I think, when you look at the rest of the teams barring SRG OG, where now it's a less clear-cut who is going to be the direct challenge to SRG when we head into the playoffs. People were making forecasts for the grand finals and putting CG and Homeboys there, but right now I think it's definitely a lot more convoluted. And we have to see how the rest of the regular season play out. SRG OG remains the constant. You did say that the draft has to, from MV side, might have to shift towards a more early-centric draft to deal with potential invades like that. And I'm merely thinking about whether the CC goes through, will MV take it straight?
It's a hard question to ask for now. I do think that having an earlier game draft will help MV avoid some of the issues that they were facing in game number 1, but at the same time, we've seen a over-leaning to early game cause them to lose out in the later stages as well. It's important to have that balance. It's important to find that confidence once again, and the first step to doing that is figuring out what map game 2 will be played on, and it is Flying Cloud.
Well, talk about just witnessing the brilliance of SRG OG in putting on the pressure. Well, this Flying Cloud is going to help MV to get back onto the map if SRG OG were to kind of pull off the same moves again. So it does help with the tempo a little bit. The bans remain the same so far, SRG OG and MV swapping sides, but still Arlet, still Fanny, Baxia, and CC banned down.
No, still fairly standard for now. SRG OG is definitely the type of team that has different strategies when it comes to both blue and red side though. CC needs to be banned out, but Kalea probably also needs to be respected. It's the hero that SRG likes to default to when they have first pick.
And SRG OG have also shown a couple of variations in the opening too, I believe. There's a Go Lapu Lapu YSS. We've seen I think Cho opening as well. It's not the easiest to predict. And they are also masters of weaving in a double fighter comp in the blue 4 and 5. Something that we might have to keep in mind. The Drusin ban was also pulled out by SRG OG in the third ban previous game. Just making sure that Bondos doesn't get to have the same impact that he showed us at the start of the regular season.
Yes, the exact same 3 bans from SRG. MB could ban the same thing as well if they get rid of the Kalea now, which they do. Which means that SRG could also switch things up. They could steal the Yi Sun-shin away to go for double fighter. They have to be prepared for MB doing a similar strategy to them.
Yep. Did see the Yi Sun-shin into a Croc Esmer first 3 pick for MB, but for SRG OG, they're gonna like, you can have the Yi Sun-shin, we'll take Lancelot.
Will MB bite on the bait here? If they go Yi Sun-shin again, it's almost necessary to go double fighter side lane just to make sure that Uni actually gets to play the game. If they want to play it a little bit safer, there are heroes like the Hayabusa. But Hilda is now a massive question mark.
They themselves could also consider the Hilda too, but they will stick with the Grok and the Kimmy instead. So keeping YSS up in the air for now. And this also does help MV alleviate the pressure of the first 3 picks on red side, because we have seen some pocket picks, right? We've seen the Lucas being picked in the league by MV. We've seen Alpha being a choice as well. I believe was it Homeboys? Or was it MV as well? Homeboys, right? With the Alpha. And there's also the Fredrin, which the only Homeboys and Ray has picked, but even then it's in the earlier stages. So definitely a couple of options that MV could lean into if they leave that jungler for the second phase. The Akai is also an option that has been really left out for a long time.
Yeah, I think in general though, we've been seeing a stark decrease in tank junglers showing up, with the exception of Baxia. He's basically the only tank jungle that most teams play now in MPL MY, and he has already been banned out. So unless MV goes back to the classics, like the Fred and Akai you mentioned, I think we are going to be seeing an assassin as usual. SRG lock in the Alice, they lock in the Gatot, MV will respond with the YSS.
Feels like it's too good of a pick to give up. Give Uni a second chance at redemption. And because they show the Gatot on SRG's side, at least MV can rest assured that there's not going to be a Hilda running into the jungle with the Alice at level 1. That's why this YSS third pick does, you know, relieve them a little bit from that thought. Although there's one more pick that we haven't seen for quite a while, or at least being prioritized, which was the 1-1. A point that LaFell brought up yesterday was that she's not your typical prio pick anymore, but now we don't even see her getting banned out.
1-1 was very strong during tank metas because she's very good at dealing with slower, bulkier front lines. Now that the entire game's meta has shifted towards higher mobility, higher burst damage, 1-1 actually ends up being a little bit slower, and while she used to be able to outpace everyone thanks to her passive, there's a lot of assassins that can actually keep up with her and one-shot her now, so teams have generally avoided going in that direction. Now that we're in the second phase, MV will ban out the Claude to start things off.
I see a 1-1 buff incoming. I feel like every single time...
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah, like every time she falls out of the meta, the Death Notes would say, yeah, 1-1 is too slow, we're increasing her speed.
1-1, Fanny, Harif, these are the heroes that you bump a little bit, suddenly they're the top pick ban every single time. You nerf them a little bit, they disappear.
Yeah, but nothing beats Fanny. She gets nerfed and she's still prio banned. I think that was just the hardest to navigate. So we're tearing into the marksman pool, so no Claude for Innocent, and no Harry for Rough. The signature picks being respected by both sides. But again, SRG OG, they still have the Granger, which they showed in the previous game, and remember that Brody pocket pick that they also have, the Natan too, which funny enough also is a hero that Ruff doesn't mind playing.
That is true. I thought that we would see a little bit more Natan, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like he is a very strong pick nowadays, and I'm surprised that no one's really going for him.
Was it Joam who picked Natan?
There was one, I can't remember who it was.
Joam, right? Like the first one to pick Natan. In my recent memory, it was Joam, but I could be wrong.
In my recent memory, it's blank. I actually cannot remember.
We'll stick with Joam. I know a lot of our fans probably has better memories than us, so yes, if it's Joam,
you guys can let us know.
Let us know. And remember to buy tickets. Our fans are flexing tickets. Grand finals are sold out within 10 minutes of ticket releases, but we still have the other matches available, so do check the ticket to you, the MPL MY page.
Okay, the Uranus ban here one of the times that it actually does make sense, since you want Alice to have a bit more priority in the EXP lane and Uranus just kind of survives everything. With the Gatot already shown, I feel like there's a high likelihood that SRG wants to play like artillery style, right? So I think that Granger is still a likely option.
See, I mean, this first pick for MV is gonna be the Esmeraldas. In the XP lane, I think we saw an Esmer into Alice matchup yesterday too. It's essentially a dead lane. You don't really get to do much, but it was sort of like the same matchup previously, in the previous game. But again, because there's not a Hilda on SRG's side, so I think Momo should feel a little bit more at ease in this game's matchup.
I feel like there's actually a fairly high chance this is Ruff's Esme.
That you're right.
I feel like MV is keeping EXP lane as last pick while opening up the flexibility, just so they can guarantee a win there and stop Cram from getting out of control.
This Kimmy is also good for MV for the lane prio. I mean, we have Barca, we have Moskov, SRG OG, Innocent back on the Moskov again.
When you gaze into
See,
the
Selena for SRG. Wow, okay.
Stormy Selena, oh boy. That's a scary one. That's a really, really scary pick.
Let's make double fighters look a bit more juicy. But how are you gonna... I mean, even in the previous game, we saw there is some decent backline dive with the Esmer and Grok. The Lapu still makes sense for MV. If you're on double fighters, I mean, Ruby is still up. Is Ruby...
Ruby's up, Lapu
Lapu
is
is up.
fairly safe. Could go into something like the X-Borg against the Alice. Wouldn't be terrible.
Actually, it's not a bad idea. You can freely eat arrows, I guess.
fight for the ultimate.
Take the Hilda
answer.
instead.
Okay.
It's the Hilda XP. That's one way to not interact with the Alice. You can both proxy waves if needed, but Momo gets to move first.
Okay. Okay, could be interesting. It definitely won't be as fast as the previous game since Hilda is not the roam. It means that SRG shouldn't be too concerned about an instant level 2 invade in the jungle. And we should see things be a little bit more standard this time around.
But it's also on the Flying Clouds map. So even if you go down, you can easily re-enter the battlefield with the help of the Nimbus, which in a sense does help both teams reset their tempo from the early game onwards. Again, SRG OG, they are up 1-0 and they're so close to securing upper brackets. And with almost the same archetype as the game 1 draft, only this time they have double marksman with the Yi Shin and Kimmy. Let's see if they can tie it up against SRG OG, who have switched it up a little bit, giving the Moskov to Innocent and giving Selena to Stormy.
And Monster Vicious, they've locked in on the early game. They're going a true double fighter side lane this time around on one of Ruff's best fighter picks. But they're going to be up against the slurry of Abyssal Arrows from Stormy. And unfortunately, it looks like we're going to be jumping into a very quick technical pause, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, it's a type 1 pause, I believe, from Innocent's side. Our glorious half-man, half-beast requesting a bit of a tech check. Yeah, even telling the Marshal that yes, indeed, it is a type 1 pause. They give signs for MV to also kind of make some plans. Good to see, I mean, the Spirits are still out for MV's side. They know that they've invested in game 1. They give another chance. Yes, Innocent, yes, it's a type 1 pause.
Thinking about it as well, MV should have the slightly faster mid lane wave clear, since it is going to be a Grok Kimmy versus a Gatot Selena. So they can maybe use that to help back up the EXP lane slightly or go for potential invade. But it is difficult for MV to do anything as aggressive as SRG before.
You gotta stop doing that, Innocent, because we're gonna extend the timer every time you do that. We'll have like a 15-minute break. And that's not good.
It's like a subathon, you know?
Like a subathon,
every time
yeah.
you donate, it gets longer. Every time
time
you put your thumb up, the timer increases.
Come on, Innocent. We need to get on with the game. But I agree with you. I think the tempo for MV definitely is a bit faster in that mid lane clear. Thank you very much to our Marshals for officiating the commencements of the game. And right off the bat, it's just a classic Grok take with the Earthen Rampart. Stall the mid wave. Even better when you have a Kimmy.
And that should help out MV even more if they want to go for any sort of aggressive rotations on the map. looks like they will actually help out Uni a little bit on that first buff, and now it's a mid lane focus. Yume's going to take a good amount of damage here, as is expected from Kimmy level 1.
With the help of Yume, Stormy doesn't have to give up any pressure. We saw Momo go on the exploration in the enemy jungle, because it did proxy the way. Bondos! Oh!
That was close. Stormy nearly dived. Actually flickered back out. For a moment, I thought he would flicker in.
Yeah, I thought he would too, because maybe Leonie's passive was stopping him, but still, that's a way better start for SRG OG.
But Bundles needs to be a bit more careful. Oh, and the setup from Yumes is beautiful. First blood to the Gatot.
A bit of lack of respect from MV walking up into the Gatot's face like that and enabling just a point-blank arrow from Stormy. So that mid lane is not going the way that MV wants. And since it's a Hilda into Alice, Cram can just do this and sandbag Momo. So he only gets to proxy the first wave, but from that point onwards, Momo is going to be stuck with his turret.
Yeah, it's for this reason that I'm not too sure how I feel about this Hilda pick. There were definitely other EXP laners that MV could have grabbed. Oh, the Abyssal Arrow again connects with Bundle. And Stormy is not going to let that go. He does end up being traded though with Uni's timely arrival.
Yep, Uni this time was definitely playing the game better. He's the same level as the guys. Gets 1 kill. We see the attempted proxy in the top lane with Vincent and Ruff. Yume's here to support.
Misses the Unbreakable. Nice sidestep, and they dodge the Abyssal Arrow as well. So Ruff and Leonie will get out unpunished here.
Momo is not 4 years, so the guys will start working on the turtle, but needs to call him back up. Uni is hiding in the bush. Cram's gonna start checking every nook and cranny.
Uni gonna eventually show himself. Sky secures the turtle. Cram will blink back out. MV trying to chase, but the flicker back in. The Throne of Ruin is perfectly dodged actually. Really nice movements from MV.
Yeah, Ruff, Bondo's able to fly away, and Ruff presses the Purify just for that immunity. So no one on MV side gets caught. And congratulations to Stormy since his debut. He
landed. Oh, here we go again. The Abyssal Arrow connects Bundles. Oh, and here comes Skies. He's not letting him get away. Skies, Phantom Execution out of the tower, but he's stuck under Uni. And so the Lancelot goes down.
Ooh.
And now Leonie actually engaging the Abyssal Arrow. Stormy, you are too good. The Maze Prodigy picks off the Sunshine.
That is crazy. Stormy gets his 2.1k assist, make it 2,102 assists. With those recent 2 kills, and he wants more!
Chasing down the Hilda with Pram. Now, Yume's in trouble. Surrounded by 3, Bundles will slowly whittle him down. Stormy can only make it back to clear the minion wave.
And Leonie easily eats up the damage. Bundles gets some extra pocket change with the plating. But I gotta say, this mid lane is working out incredibly well for SRG. And the moment Stormy gets to free himself from the lane, those side lanes from MV are going to start feeling the pinch.
But I wouldn't say that SRG is rotating super cleanly either. They have actually been trading bodies a little more than I think they would have liked ideally. Because of that, Uni is actually keeping up fairly well in farm. Just finished that Hunter Strike.
And Leonie is also doing a great job in just staggering the movements of SRG OG every time they want to go for an engage. Leonie adjusting to Stormy's tendency whenever he lands an arrow. So those knockbacks from the empowered attacks are helping MV kite away from SRG OG as the next door spawns bottom. But once again, if you look at the lane priority itself, SRG OG can just lean towards Cram to keep Momo in check.
Quite important for the EXP lane right now to maybe get some assistance. Cram has been able to join a lot more fights than Momo. Momo comes in from the flank on the second turtle. Abyssal Arrow is dodged as well. Mount Sharker will be used to get vision. Ruff comes in from Squid Wave. Tectonic Charge connects. Cram in trouble. Revitalize keeping him so topped up and the flickering with the Throne of Ruin. But Uni still takes the turtle away. Cram gonna need to fly back out, but Bundles chases him down. And in the meantime, Ruff has been doing such a great job of keeping Stormy away from the fight entirely.
Even though MV got the turtle for themselves, Stormy, an attempt on Bondo's life ends up with his death. The SOD unfortunately misses, so Innocent can't connect with it. But still, he got the full plating in the top turret, so and that's great income for Innocent nonetheless.
Innocent was able to get quite a lot of farm from that one, but MV have definitely been able to reverse the momentum slightly. I think we can quite safely say they won out that objective trade, completely zoning SRG out. And this is why Ruff is very scary on this Esmeralda. He is actually very good at being a secondary frontline.
Now gets to hold the lane too. In the meantime, Momo will go on that rotate as Leonie continues to just body block Humes. I think this game starts to go late. If Innocent gets space like this to farm up, he's gonna start becoming a big problem for MV.
Moskov is the innocent clutch hero. The innocent clutch hero, which I'm sure most of us Malaysians will know. Conceal comes out from Leone, will be cancelled, but all he's doing is zoning so that they can get a free tier 1.
That's good for MV. Free up the map a little bit, so now your double fighters can start moving around the map a lot more efficiently and take up space. So guys will proxy the bottom wave and Ruff will easily intercept and deal with that. So SRG can't really get a macro advantage regardless of whatever moves they make.
The Ruff's presence actually becoming quite annoying. Momo unfortunately is relegated to being a secondary roam now. Basically gives up his lane, but I think he's okay with that. Since as long as Ruff stays alive, MV can take very comfortable fights.
And Ruff not only gets to eat the wave and keep one lane under control, but at the same time constantly scout out where Sakai's is and gives MV priority over the third turtle.
Speaking of the third turtle, it's gonna be available right now. Yumes and Cram come in from the river bush. Yumes gonna get knocked back into tower. Vitalize comes out, but he's taken down. Throne of Ruin connects with 3 spears. Destruction! Innocent is here! He's going to get jumped on by Leone. Gets the pin in. He's surrounded 1v3. He's gonna be able to fling back out. Cram is here to provide him backup and make sure their goal laner can get out. But who's that? It's Momo. He's chasing down the Moskov. Stormy's gonna try and save him. Skies picks up the shutdown on Bundles, but Momo finishes Innocent off. Meanwhile, Cram gonna dive to tower 1v2. Not quite able to finish off Leone or Ruff. It is going to be quite the trade here for both these teams.
I say that SRG got the slightly better end of the trade and now they will convert it to a turtle. Cram most likely gonna go down here. Falling Stormer connects from Ruff. The flicker from Cram easily chased down by Uni. SRG, they trade their captain for an objective.
For them, it's not the worst. It's definitely something playable. And we can see that the net worth difference is basically 0. Traction Pulse does a good amount of damage to Stormy. Oh, that was a bit slow from Leone, but it's fine.
It's okay, Leone, it's not your fault. It's just Grog got a bit slower. He exchanged speed for raw power. But this game is dead even between both teams. MV doing fantastic job in circumventing these rotations. Stormy hitting his 900th kill. Another milestone achieved for Mage Prodigy.
And worth difference still very minuscule for now. MV, this is their hunting ground. This is the point of the game where they are the most comfortable. And we can see that even SRG is having a little bit of difficulty navigating the map against their double fighter.
Especially Ruff, which you did highlight, is Esmeralda is quite a thorn in the side for most teams to deal with, and even one of the best double fighter teams in the league.
Cram taking some abuse here in the mid lane. MV starting to look a lot more confident. SRG not quite able to extend onto their half of the map anymore, which means it's a lot easier for Uni and Bundles to continue getting farm.
If I remember correctly, Leone is also one of the few Grog players that you have to give a lot of respect to him, because he's dodging these crowd control with just a frame, just a single frame with that empower attack. SRG now gathers in the mid side.
Leone gonna be scouted out by Yumes. I don't think either team really wants to fight here yet. The Lord is gonna be up in 20 seconds.
And Ruff now sets up the bottom wave, and that forces Innocent to respond. And he's doing more than just setting up waves. He's making sure that this Moskov doesn't really get the liberty to start hard shoving the side lane and forcing MV to make the rotation. They now make the calls on where SRG should do, which wave SRG should deal with. And Ruff is making the right choice, because the Lord is spawning top side, and they have set up the long lane for themselves.
See here, Innocent still a little bit off of finishing that Trinity, but one benefit he has is that he can join the fight from the other side if he hits that Spear of Destruction. Humes now trying to scout out Vision. Abyssal Arrow going to be anti-CC to buy Leone. And Ruff still being very annoying.
Yeah, and there's a world that Ruff somehow, just stops Innocent from even participating in the fight. MV slowly working the Lord to Bundles. And he able to escape Sakai's, and Ruff is going to start rotating.
It's actually a nice window though for Skies. Poked out most of Bundles' HP. Is going to force him to recall. This is a very slow Lord dance.
It's a flying cloud, so Bundles can easily rejoin the fight. So they can reset this Lord as much as they want.
Well, they're engaging. Cram misses the Throne of Ruin. Spear of Destruction connects with Uni! But he's able to jump over the wall just in time. Innocent not quite able to finish him off, and now he's out of position. Tectonic Charge comes out, gonna be purified. Innocent burns down the Grok, pushes away to Hilda. SRG now in control. They see Ruff in the mid lane. They know where he might come from. They will be able to start working on this Lord. Momo now a bit too far forward, and Humes will secure the last hit. Flying Cloud allows Uni to rejoin the fight. He does not have Retribution available, so they are at a disadvantage on this objective. I think MV is aware of that as well. They're going to start backing things off. Ruff buying the space they need. They'll surrender the Lord to SRG.
Pretty weird. They had the Mountain Shocker, but Momo just walked into a bush without much vision. Here goes Cram. Gonna Flying Clouds bring MV back into the fight, and they are able to save that mid tier 1 for now. Cram is gonna get stuck behind the wall, but Stormy bails him out.
Ooh, a tight battle here, but SRG finally able to break out of the deadlock that they're dealing with by finally getting a pick off, getting the Lord, which is going to be pushing for them in the top lane.
MV will have to do with it. They send Bondos and Momo to really accept the task. Bottom tier 1 should go down to the empowered minions. And look at SRG's movements, right? They're instantly sending bodies to the top lane, not necessarily to protect the Lord, but more so to allow them to get the mid tier 1 for themselves.
MV going to do a great job here of just taking the Lord down. Bottles, we can see, does quite a lot of damage at this point. Wall not able to block Skies, so they're able to take the mid tier 1 as well. SRG taking this slowly.
It's going to be a slow barn burner for sure. 2.2k goalie for SRG OG, but for the way that MV is dealing with it and it's how close they're keeping it, it's gonna take a lot more effort for SRG to win this unless...
Ooh, Bundles with the flicker. Nearly got caught by Skies. Skies now under the tower. Spear of Destruction hits Uni in the backline. But Skies! He got hit with the Tectonic Charge. The Assassin is gone. Innocent actually takes the SOD! He's gonna jump behind Leone. Finishes off the Grok. Now Momo the one in trouble. Getting skewered. Drew has the flicker away, but you are not escaping Innocent. It's a double kill! With a half man, half beast.
Really MV losing focus. They thought Innocent is not going to take that SOD, and he does it anyways, and that's why this beast is unstoppable.
And they're rushing straight in. Cram taking the front line. Ruff absorbing a lot of damage. They're trying to kill the tower without minions, and Ruff nearly dies for it. But it looks like SRG will eventually have to back this off.
And we did say that when Innocent skills up, he's going to be a big problem for MV. And now he truly is. He even went for attack speed shoes. Innocent is going full damage. Full Unga Bunga output.
He knows that he is basically the team's only consistent source of damage here. Skies is going to do a lot, but it's mostly burst-based, and everyone else is highly dependent on conditions, so he knows he is the main carry. He's got to get everything that SRG needs.
And he knows that they cannot get to him. Wisdom Nature will be his last item, and that would basically make it almost impossible for MV to take him down. At least not with this Yishunshin and Hilda. Immortality out for Yumes. So we can expect that once they get the next Lord, Yumes is going to throw his body at an inhibitor so that SRG could finally crack the base. Mountain Shocker is used. And MV wants priority over the Lord Pit, just like they do in the previous contention. But with Moskov on SRG's side, they can play it sideways.
Cram blinks into the back, chases Uni down, forces on Mountain Shocker. Tectonic Charge also use SOD in the back line!
My goodness!
Innocent! Sets up the kill on Uni. They'll chase down Bundles as well. Those are the two main DPS for Monster Vicious. Taken out in an instant by the goal laner of SRG OG, and they'll chase down Ruff as well. Double kill for the Sky Prince. He does not want to be left behind. Leone and Momo, the only ones left alive. But they are the tanks of MV. They do not have damage, and SRG is still 5-man strong. Top inhibitor will fall so easily, and now the crystal is wide open. It is exposed. Leone trying to buy time. Momo melts so fast. An Abyssal Arrow! Stormy, stop it! It is too much. It's a killing spree. It is a team wipe as SRG OG not willing to give up an inch. They've got their eyes on the prize, their eyes on maintaining their throne in MPL Malaysia Season 16.
The throne remains untarnished for the Red Giants as they quell the beast of Monster Vicious 2-0 in a spectacular fashion. First, it was a masterclass and macro in Game 1, but Game 2, the half-man, half-beast awakens and goes full-on Tron Ares on Monster Vicious. And that also confirms the Seed 1 upper bracket for SRG OG Esports. They are back to where they were in season 15 and they are ready to make that 4-peat happen again, step by step, brick by brick, track by track.
You can tell SRG was not happy about being the second team to qualify the playoffs, but this more than makes up for it. They are confirmed #1 seed, moving on into the second phase of this competition. MV not even too sad about this. This was SRG at full power.
100%. Let's send it over to the stage for the winners interview with Rose, Stormy, and Coach Arcadia.
Ladies and gentlemen, secara rasminya, Selangor Red Giants OG Esports has officially secured upper bracket untuk playoffs yang akan datang. Congratulations, Coach R.
Thank you.
Now, Coach, I know it's a very happy and momentous occasion that you guys have secured upper bracket, but ever since you guys have been winning, this is one of the slowest times you guys have been able to do it. Usually around week 3, week 4, you guys are like secured playoffs, and then by week 4, it's secured upper bracket. Why so long this season?
You mean this series?
I mean, this season, it took you guys quite a long time before you guys secured upper bracket.
I think because the early few weeks we were enjoying too much in a way that we're kind of losing games that we should have been losing. So this week we had a talk, like a serious team talk. And what we want to show this week is a serious SRG and just an SRG that the one that is always consistent and not letting our guard down. So we had a heart-to-heart talk, and I'm very happy that all players did their job, and we're very happy that we got the result that we want this week.
Coach, you said first few weeks you guys were just enjoying. Is it because you guys think MPL Malaysia is too easy for you guys?
No, not really. I believe that all teams here are doing their best to catch up with us, and everyone is giving a lot of effort in getting good roster, getting good coaches, and it's just we're constantly challenged, but we just want to make sure that we are always one step ahead.
I agree. MPL Malaysia is definitely getting super competitive this season. No? A lot of the things are very crazy. And with that, I'd like to ask you, with only 4 slots left in playoffs, is there anything that as a veteran coach that you could give an advice to the other teams out there that you think they could put into in hopes to get their playoff slot?
My advice is to just, because sometimes I see in teams that they are too focused on SRG to the point that they forgot to go to prepare against other teams already. So I think my advice is to just make sure that you're all prepared against all the other teams, because I think it's very important for a team to respect every individual team, because all of them are just giving their best, and it's up to them on how they can prepare.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think respecting all is very important. Now, last question for Coach, okay? We see that Alice has been picked a lot this season, but the win rate is not so high in MPLMY, and just now Cram picked it. Maybe you can share why is it so OP now, but why is it really not winning so much games?
Well, before, I think after the patch happened, not a lot of team is playing Alice, and we tried it also, and we felt that the Alice is not that strong. But that's the thing with the meta. At first, you might thought that the hero is not that strong. Same with Obsidia. But people will find ways to evolve the meta and find ways to make it playable. And I think this week, that's the time that the Alice is already established in this meta. Yeah.
I see. So maybe we will see Innocent with the Obsidia, and next time it won't be 0-5 anymore. Thank you very much,
Thank
Coach.
you.
Now guys, 2-0 tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. Dewan Sri Putra, who is your MVP?
Arcadia.
Sama-sama kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada... Dun, 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 dun. Adik? Innocent? Cram? Habis. Uh-oh. Innocent! Alright, Innocent, come on up. The half-man, half-beast of MPL Malaysia. Guys, but clap.
So big
Very good. Dia punya entrance slow-mo sikit. Penat. Hi, Sent. Why? You didn't expect it?
throat.
So, naik stage je, sakit tekak, tak demam. Innocent, you guys have officially secured upper bracket. But obviously, just because you guys secured upper bracket doesn't mean you guys stop playing. Next week is the last week of regular season. Now, my question is, since you guys have secured upper bracket, will you guys be taking your next game seriously and go back to the experimenting phase? Or will you guys go all out to show dominance that this is SRGOG?
We will go all out because we doesn't want to give points. So
wanna
if
give
they
points.
want points, they need to go all out also.
So it's gonna be the same SRGOG that is disciplined today.
Yes.
That will be happening in week 6.
Betul.
Betul. In playoffs, all out.
Playoffs,
Experiment.
need to all out.
All out.
Need to get upper bracket.
Need to get. Huh? Very high. Very, very high. Good. Very high, very high. Now, Stormy. Thank you, Innocent. Behind the arena just now, before the match started, we saw, and beyond the arena, just now before the match started, you said that to be a pro player, you need to do a few things. You need to work hard, kena sacrifice banyak benda, dan, work hard, sacrifice banyak benda, dan konsisten. Apa sebenarnya yang Stormy sacrifice untuk menjadi pro player?
I think mostly just leaving my family behind because I cannot spend quality time with them.
Aww. So you rindu lah Mama Stormy.
Yeah.
So now that you dah jadi macam one of the most established MPL player that kita ada dekat Malaysia ni, do you think that you get to spend more time with your family ke masih lagi tak cukup masa?
So we need to focus on playoffs.
Masih lagi,
Yeah.
so focus on playoffs. Then after playoffs dapat cuti sikit.
InsyaAllah.
Okay, now Stormy, since you ni dah lama jadi pro player dan banyak achievement juga dekat MPL Malaysia dan juga internationally, what do you think is the 3 things that the audience could be if they nak jadi pro player? Like 3 things you look for in a pro player.
Discipline, humble and consistency.
Wow! You think your teammates humble ke?
Huh?
Your teammates humble ke?
Tak.
Tak? Kenapa tak? Siapa yang tak humble? Innocent tak humble? Not humble?
Humble lah.
Okay. Stormy, anything you want to say to your family and friends?
Ayun.
Dah start dah.
To everyone who went here, I know you guys went from faraway places. Thank you so much for the effort that you have given us. And next week is our last match of the regular season, so I hope that we can see you again, guys. So thank you so much for the support, and I hope that you guys can support us all throughout until the playoffs. So thank you. We love you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At sekali lagi, congratulations on securing the upper bracket. And with that, let us show it back to the casters to break down apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose, Coach Ark, Stormy, and Innocent. And congratulations once more to Selangor Red Giants OG Esports for securing the first seed and the upper bracket slot. And a part of that machine, part of the cogs of the machine, is the half-man, half-beast, Innocent, who has effectively caused majority of the pub players to commit crimes of heroism with how he played this Moscow.
Oh, you know it for sure. And I can't even necessarily blame them because just look at how clean he is while doing it. The Moskov has been not popular this season, and the few times that the hero has been picked up, it has just not worked out well. Like the scaling was not good enough, it was getting run down all over the place, but when Innocent plays it, it's like prime Moskov all over again, clutching out those late game fights, blinking himself into the backline of the enemy and dismantling them from within. It's so beautiful to watch.
He really unlocks the full potential. He not just full potential, he overclocks a hero and shows you what that hero can really do when pushed to the absolute limit. And that's why you said this his clutch hero. He saved us in M6. He saved us in MSC, and he saves his team in MPL MY as well. There's really nothing bad you can say about the Innocent Moskov, but MV this game was able to put up a more even fight from start until the late game, but these team fight maneuvers from SRG were just a lot cleaner.
In general, I actually like the rotations from MV. I like the calls that they were making. They were playing the map. They were trading bodies efficiently and choosing the right decisions to try and match SRG's movements and keep themselves even in terms of scaling. There really wasn't much of a goal lead throughout most of the game until Innocent started coming online, and that is because MV made some really smart plays about making sure not to give SRG too much advantage.
Yeah, and that leans into how Momo and Ralph have been making sure that the side lanes doesn't really get too pushed in, and Innocent has to constantly reposition himself and using that flying cloud to get themselves back onto the map. But you also pointed out that Momo unfortunately has to be relegated to a secondary roamer role, and he's probably the primary roamer with the amount of net worth that he has accumulated this game, which is pretty unfortunate considering the circumstances.
I think in regular situations, Momo as a secondary roam on the Hilda here would actually be quite good. Although he wasn't really winning out the EXP lane initially, he was still fairly even in farm and still could be quite a threat to SRG's backline if he could run them down. The issue is, Moskov denies that in the hand of a skilled player because he is in your backline instead. You have to make that decision. You cannot autopilot the Hilda into, okay, I'm just gonna run at them every single time. Instead, you have to think about where Innocent might strike, and I don't think Momo was given many opportunities to do so.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the MV frontlines weren't able to react to how Innocent is taking these SODs, right? You could clearly see that they were caught by surprise when the Moskov shows up. When in normal situations, Moskov wouldn't do that, and that's why Innocent is in the Hall of Fame as the rich guy and the carry, and Leone being the sandbag once more on his Grok, and once more we see Cram as the best wingman on Alice.
And it means it's another hero you have to watch out for from Cram, right? So many teams have been giving respect to his Lapu, afraid of his CC, and now the Alice is another threat as well. While it's not as much of a late game 1v5 solo carry the way that he plays Lapu, he can open up the map super duper well. You can tell he's quite experienced with choosing where to appear with that Crimson Gleam, and while his Thrones of Ruin are not always on point, they're good enough to split the fight the way that his team needs.
Yeah, and it's always good. I mean, when you have an item named after the hero, imagine if Tarisla had Wing. That's what Alice sometimes can feel like. Take a look at Innocent's numbers. The goal distribution for this game, of course, ended the game with 12k gold, 12k total net worth, but GPM 837.
Very solid numbers, all things considered, getting almost 6,000 gold from minions, and then a good chunk from kills and assists as well. Doing 62,000 damage is impressive considering he wasn't part of most of the early game fights. He only really started participating towards the later stages, and he still ended up with the highest damage overall.
Basically just split pushing the lanes, taking orange buff whenever possible, get turrets as well. And that's the thing, we saw the intention, the idea of MV to not let him play cross map, but they unfortunately were not able to stop him from effectively farming. So eventually when Insta came online around 9 minutes 40 seconds, that's where we see the ties turn in SRG's favor.
Yep, Innocent still so solid. Wow, it's gonna be so difficult to choose an MVP here, and I feel like we're already kind of locked in. Like our regular season MVP is probably gonna come from SRG again.
On. Okay, SRG yes, but please just give it to Cram.
I do hope it goes to Cram.
Surely he gets it, alright?
Give him more Lafu.
Honestly, I feel like if you if you are on a championship streak in MPL, you shouldn't be able to win 2 regular season MVP. So that by the time SRG wins their 5th trophy, everyone is a regular season MVP.
So here's the thing, right? As much as we would like to put a limit on MVPs, the same way we put like a time limit on presidency or something like that, in a way, it kind of discourages the players, right? We don't want to discourage the players by saying, okay, no matter how well you play, you can't get MVP this season, right? It just doesn't make a lot of sense.
You're right. I guess they have to win 6 more trophies so that everyone gets one.
That's true.
With how Innocent is playing, I think 6 more trophies is a very good number. Look at just the heat map. He is all over the map.
You would think that he wasn't really participating, but he was farming everywhere, right? Obviously, most of his presence is going to be in the gold lane at the top part of the map, but when SRG started opening things up, he would rotate over to the bot lane to get some farm instead, to match rotations on the lane, especially when Ruff went down there instead. And then once we get into late game and he participates in fights, he is decisive.
Yeah, he is. And this early game also didn't really work out the way that MV wanted. You know, 2 quick deaths onto Bondos in the early game. The first was sort of an error, but the second one was a setup. But we, like you said, we did see Uni come in and start trading bodies, and that is helping MV to stay in the game. And Leone was also able to adjust very well to make sure that SRG doesn't get to walk out for free.
Yeah, it definitely made a big difference that Uni was actually allowed to play the game this time around. But once you got into the later stages, you could tell that things were a little bit messy, and MV unfortunately is still a bit too reliant on having their entire team together to actually make things happen. This causes them to lose out on macro because Innocent got so much free space.
Look at this, SOD. This is the first time we see Innocent officially join the fight with the SOD. He did end up going down, but it took a lot from MV just to stop him.
And then after that, Innocent made sure you're not taking me down any more than that. Every single time the SOD comes in, it's at an off angle. It's at the timing that MV is not prepared for. Bundles gets sniped, instantly kills off Uni. The follow-up from the AOG is great as well. You can tell that this Gatot was picked with the intention of following up with a Moskov later.
We know that Gatot is a good dive hero, but we definitely didn't consider the possibility of diving with a Moskov of all heroes, and that's what SRG OG has once again showed us the infinite possibilities when you have mastered a calm and that. Again, SRG OG, but 2-0 win, which means that MV, they're definitely in contention for playoffs, but it's another tempo breaker where SRG is able to put a stop to a team who is looking dominant or is about to look dominant especially after yesterday's win against AERO.
Even though SRG had a pretty clean win though, I will say it looks like MV is starting to become a bit more consistent. They started the season off fairly strong, kind of faltered in the center, but now I can see them kind of solidifying on their identity a little bit more, which is good. They just need to be able to expand down on their weapons to be able to deal with all the other stuff that's happening around here.
Yeah, and they actually have a pretty wide hero pool and creative drafting too, right? So that's something that MV has over a lot of teams. And SRG officially secures the first spot in the regular season for the 4th consecutive season.
We thought that it might be a little different when CG qualified to playoffs first. But man, once SRG OG decides, alright, it's time to lock in.
Yeah, we don't want to have fun anymore. We were done with the...
they're just different.
The Woody and Buzz Lightyear meme throws away the fun, locks it for regular season. That's what SRG OG is all about, the spirit of the Giants. But that's it for us. For now, we're going to go for a short break. But when we come back, more Mobile Legends Bang Bang action will continue at the MPL MY Season 16, Week 5, Day 3. We'll see you guys in just a little bit.
You will net 4, right?
Yeah, he will not.
Let's may rotating bang ah.
Nice, you. Main gila, main gila.
Main killer. Focus lah guys.
Aku jaga dulu.
Tengok ko bang. Pause zero.
No, gerak dulu. Kami bang.
Go.
Ada lah.
Ada.
First main dulu.
Just
set. Apa dia aku?
Just main.
Dia ko main bang. Dia ko sini. Auto ba? Mati.
Dari belakang set.
Aman. Apa sini ada? Aman.
Awi this.
Nice one.
Break.
Aman. Get it. We got it out of my head.
Aku boleh datang kau pakai apa tak?
Boleh. Kau bisa ni. Saya Lena no flick guys.
Ya, dia lagi bersatu tu guys.
Dia mau lagi ni. Kali saya sini dulu. Tak boleh Elise guys. Ni, gua step out ni. Gua sana Elise. Elise. Tengok mid seorang nanti. Flick. Kosong. Nice.
Mati.
Bila dua. Mari.
Aman.
Dia nak flick.
Kamade.
Aman. Ada flick ah.
Gerak ulti.
Itu nak ulti ya.
Kimi no flick.
Tengok.
Kimi no flick.
Aman.
Boleh.
Depan extend.
Drop no flick. Drop no flick. Nice one. Kimi no flick ah guys.
Aman.
Just no passive ah.
Come mama.
Down.
Hero aja. Ada ni ah, RV, let's go. Aitang.
5 seconds. Nice one.
Ayo ni.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1. CeraVe baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon, kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL NYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Yo peeps, Staffa and Dodo here to recap and wrap up week 4 of MPL Malaysia Season 16. Now that it's been a couple of weeks, I want to talk about how teams have been adjusting to the Project Next update. Specifically, I want to highlight the importance of balancing meta and counter picks alongside team identity, player comfort, and flexibility. Starting off, Vamos would try to counter SRG's meta by stealing away Innocent's Bane gold lane. But SRG were literally pioneers of this meta, so they instantly locked in the Brody counter pick, which ended up being a perfect choice because this is a marksman hero that can very early poke out the Bane, dive for straight up trades, and also take control of the lane due to his extended range and his ability to move while auto-attacking. By using all of this information against Natko, who is less experienced on the hero, Innocent was able to get a very early kill and accelerate the game state by taking much of the tower very quickly in the game. SRG are not completely infallible though. In their Game 2 versus GMXK, they would try to play Diroth and Obsidia side lanes. And while Cram is normally used to playing Diroth, the current SRG's team identity makes this very difficult to execute. Normally, if Cram were playing a Lapu Lapu or an Esmeralda, he'd be able to survive this no issue and buy time for the rest of his team. But because he got picked off straight away, and Innocent got run down by Munster in the base, SRG's lack of completeness in their draft started showing itself and allowed GMX to actually take a game off the Red Giants. This showed Innocent was not comfortable on Obsidia, and the hero didn't really suit SRG's gameplay identity. In comparison though, a team like Homeboys and a player like MelQT is known for single target shred and pick off. We can see here in this turtle fight between them and Todak, they use their skills to split the fight in half, wait for cooldowns and resources, especially CC, to be wasted, keeping MelQT at a safe distance, after which he can pick off Fondir and even chase down Dreams with the Hunt of Bone to pick up very early Skypiercer stacks and get Obsidia farmed early. Homeboys were also able to demonstrate the importance of flexibility and hero pool when Monster Vicious tried banning 5 different roam heroes against Daniel, and he was still able to pull out the Kaja to make the game-winning play at the end of Game 1 to save MelQT from being dived by a hard-guarded Uni to get the shutdown and close out the game. There were also cases of multiple gold laners trying out Fighter gold lane and being either good or not so good with it, such as in this case of Jom waiting in the bush for 10 seconds in the turtle fight instead of being the secondary frontliner that he is meant to be for Team Ray. Put all of that together and you can see how important it is to have a balanced draft that is suited for your squad both in MPL and in pubs. That's all for this week's recap. See you guys next time.
Vokalis utama PACE, Fanny, sedia untuk memasak. Bagus! Percubaan pertama yang berjaya. Saya ni hebatlah. Fanny baru upload post baru ke? Peminat nombor 1 PACE dah teruja ni. Jomlah, lambai gloss itu tinggi-tinggi. Tunjukkan semangat kita. Wah, kamu semua memang hebat di pentas. Kalau macam tu, saya pun nak buat yang terbaik. Kalau macam ni, mesti kekal segar. Baiklah, biar saya uruskan buah-buahan ni. Oh. Hah? Wah, ada skin. Amboi, teruja betul mereka ya. Sampai saya pun jadi bersemangat juga. cara. Penny, Sisi. Masa untuk melepak. Yeay, masa untuk lepak. Wah. Terima kasih beri segala sokongan. Terima kasih beri segala galakan. Terima kasih beri semangat dan kekuatan. Tahniah atas 9 tahun yang menakjubkan MLBB. Selamat Hari Jadi.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting and down at the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well in the game. They are constantly sending out chips to just send the Bane in the fight. Sending the shark, Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting the meta quickly.
Kekalahan tadi buat kita orang sedar yang kita orang perlu work hard lebih lagi untuk dapatkan slot ke playoff lah.
Kita bawa nanti guys.
Nak cakap start serasi tu tak ada, tapi kita orang kalah dengan diri sendiri lah. Sebab apa yang saya boleh kata, apa yang perlu dibuat dalam game tu kita tak buat. So disebab tu kita kalah lah.
Orang akan nampak saya kan tengah lusuri kan kat bawah. Tapi bagi saya itu bukan satu halangan. Malah cabaran saya untuk saya juga. Dan kita orang akan buktikanlah yang kita orang masih okey lagi dalam MPL ni.
After our game today, I still didn't talk to my teammate. But in my opinion, I'm still confident that we can still do better every single day, every single week. If we cannot go to playoffs or can, I just want to give our best always.
Kita orang tak fikir banyak sih ya, cuma main je. Dengan sisa match kita orang, kita nak bagi yang terbaik sih untuk dapatkan slot playoff. Soalnya kita orang tak fikir pasal itu ya, kita orang nak bagi yang terbaik dulu dekat regular season ini sebab ya kita orang masih boleh tak lepas playoff.
So sekarang kita orang berada di top 5 dan berbaki 4 game ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik dan takkan mengecewakan fans MV lagi lah, insyaAllah.
Kita orang akan janji kepada korang yang kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk fans semua sebab kita orang takkan hampa dengan korang dan kita akan buat setiap game kita orang buat yang terbaik.
Saya nak dapatkan legasi sih, terutama untuk last season ini saya nak dapatkan ya title champion.
For me, for my opinion, I don't want to prove to anyone. I just want to prove I can still play for myself only because I love to play games. So I just want to prove that I can play just for myself, not to other people.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Hebatkan harimu dengan 100 plus zero. Cuba, try, taste 100 plus zero. Hey.
CeraVe baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
so much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL NYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Nur bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zon, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menebatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Yo peeps, Staffa and Dodo here to recap and wrap up week 4 of MPL Malaysia Season 16. Now that it's been a couple of weeks, I want to talk about how teams have been adjusting to the Project Next update. Specifically, I want to highlight the importance of balancing meta and counter picks alongside team identity, player comfort, and flexibility. Starting off, Vamos would try to counter SRG's meta by stealing away Innocent's Bane gold lane. But SRG were literally the pioneers of this meta, so they instantly locked in the Brody counter pick, which ended up being a perfect choice because this is a marksman hero that can very early poke out the Bane, dive for straight up trades, and also take control of the lane due to his extended range and his ability to move while auto-attacking. By using all of this information against Natko, who is less experienced on the hero, Innocent was able to get a very early kill and accelerate the game state by taking much of the tower very quickly in the game. SRG are not completely infallible though. In their game 2 versus GMXK, they would try to play Dirov and Obsidia side lanes. And while Cram is normally used to playing Dirov, the current SRG's team identity makes this very difficult to execute. Normally, if Cram were playing a Lapu Lapu or an Esmeralda, he'd be able to survive this no issue and buy time for the rest of his team. But because he got picked off straight away, and Innocent got run down by Munster in the base, SRG's lack of completeness in their draft started showing itself and allowed GMX to actually take a game off the Red Giants. This showed Innocent was not comfortable on Obsidia, and the hero didn't really suit SRG's gameplay identity. In comparison though, a team like Homeboys and a player like MelQT is known for single target shred and pick off. We can see here in this turtle fight between them and Todak, they use their skills to split the fight in half, wait for cooldowns and resources, especially CC, to be wasted, keeping MelQT at a safe distance, after which he can pick off Fondir and even chase down Dreams with the Hunt of Bone to pick up very early Skypiercer stacks and get Obsidia farmed early. Homeboys were also able to demonstrate the importance of flexibility and hero pool when Monster Vicious tried banning 5 different roam heroes against Daniel, and he was still able to pull out the Kaja to make the game-winning play at the end of game 1 to save MelQT from being dived by a hard-guarded Uni to get the shutdown and close out the game. There were also cases of multiple gold laners trying out Fighter gold lane and being either good or not so good with it, such as in this case of Jom waiting in the bush for 10 seconds in the turtle fight instead of being the secondary frontliner that he is meant to be for Team Ray. Put all of that together and you can see how important it is to have a balanced draft that is suited for your squad both in MPL and in pubs. That's all for this week's recap. See you guys next time.
Vokalis utama PACE, Fanny, sedia untuk memasak. Bagus! Percubaan pertama yang berjaya. Saya ni hebatlah. Fanny baru upload post baru ke? Peminat nombor 1 PACE dah teruja ni. Jomlah, lambai gloss itu tinggi-tinggi. Tunjukkan semangat kita. Wah, kamu semua memang hebat di pentas. Kalau macam tu, saya pun nak buat yang terbaik. Kalau macam ni, mesti kekal segar. Baiklah, biar saya uruskan buah-buahan ni. Oh. Hah? Wah, ada skin. Amboi, teruja betul mereka ya. Sampai saya pun jadi bersemangat juga. Acara? Fanny! Sisi! Masa untuk melepak. Yeay! Masa untuk lepak! Wah! Terima kasih beri segala sokongan. Terima kasih beri segala galakan. Terima kasih beri semangat dan kekuatan. Tahniah atas 9 tahun yang menakjubkan MLBB. Selamat Hari Jadi. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon calang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo. See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit. With just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Kau rasa siapa menang lepas ni? Team Ray lawan Wamos?
Aku rasa Vamos menang ah.
Wamos menang? Jap. Asal kau kat sini?
Sebab aku bagi Lil Nas main. Aku malas nak main. Sebab kalah dengan Todak semalam kan.
Oh, so kau nak bagi Lil Nas lawan dengan AERO lah? Confirm lah bagi dia?
Ya, sebab Lil Nas dengan AERO sama-sama je.
Oh. Jap. Ni ada AERO kat tepi ni?
Hai.
Main air ni?
Tak tahu lah. Mungkin Das main kot.
Das main? Vic, kau nak lawan dengan dia bagi tu. Lil Nas lawan Das.
Bagi Lil Nas lawan Das je lah.
Boleh gak?
So kita lepak lah tengok match.
Tengok match lah. Dah kalah semalam. Kau pun kalah semalam kan?
Aku pun kalah tu.
Tengok game bila kita.
Tak ada mood tu, Vic.
Tengok game je.
Tengok je lah, mana tahu. Malah lah nak fikir.
Betul.
Todak langgar.
Langgar Todak.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Malaysia Season 16, Week 5, Day number 3. Yeah, so what you see on screen just now is something that is going to commence pretty soon on the line of dawn, a rivalry between Chibi and AERO 404, because it's Vamos and Team Ray coming up and you have here with us is Husky and Sadafa once more to bring you guys this exciting best of 3.
There are 4 junglers among these 2 teams. And the question now pops up, who actually is going to be taking the stage in this matchup, right? Vamos versus Team Ray. We could have a chance to see AERO 404 face off against his original team. But then, after their previous performance, is it time for Dust to return? Or will Chibi actually do what he did in the video and give Lil Nush a chance to play? I don't know. There's a lot of permeations here. And I don't know which one of them I actually like.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's very straightforward. I want Dust back. I don't know. I'm not saying that AERO is not a good player, but I think Dust is doing fine. Maybe today's...
I think so too, yeah.
You know, Zacuity is fine, but Team Ray, I'm not the coach, so I don't make the calls. But for Team Vamos, it's imperative that they win this series and more importantly, win it in a 2-0 sweep because they need only 3 points to go to playoffs, and that 3 points can come from a 2-0 in the next 2 hours.
If you guys were with us earlier, you would have witnessed SRG OG claim the first confirmed upper bracket slot in the playoffs after taking down Monster Vicious. So if Vamos are able to follow in their footsteps, they will be able to confirm their attendance at playoffs as well. And if they're not able to take a victory, well, it becomes a lot more difficult for them since their final match will be against CG.
Yeah, and actually if they go to playoffs, well, the Vamos fans can come out from their caves and clown on Todak fans again for not making playoffs despite losing to Todak yesterday. But today, let's introduce the opponents first on your screen. The main 5 for Team Ray. We've got Joam, Nova Escobar, Zayla Nina, AERO 404, and Dirt. So, we've got one piece of the puzzle set in stone. It's AERO 404 that's going to be taking center stage.
So Team Ray are choosing to stick with the same lineup that they were playing previously on day 1 of week 5, which did not go very well. Now, admittedly, they were up against SRG OG, so it's a bit hard to really test from that. But considering that Team Ray are so far away from qualifying the playoffs, is this really the right choice?
Yeah, and maybe this like the same mentality of nothing to lose, and maybe they could help them get an upper hand against Team Vamos with Natko, Zon, Klokun, Chibi, and Gojes. So no changes in the main 5 for Team Vamos as well. We are getting Chibi against his little brother, AERO 404 matchup, but Vamos, they need a reset, and they need a reset very quickly, as quick as possible, and as efficient as possible after yesterday's upset.
Yeah, here is where we will see whether Vamos truly was affected once again by their loss to SRG OG after they themselves said they wouldn't allow it to mess with their heads. This is going to be a very important one, so before we jump on into the match, as per usual, we've got a little bit of a ping test mic check for you guys, so check it out.
50. Hamson lah Capik. Kita tak? Kita kalah sebab Capik datang semalam lah. Bukan kalah sebab kita? Tak, bukan. Sebab Fik. Ya.
You have to earn it, right? Upper bracket is to be earned, not to be given. Oh.
Macam. Mana dia? Ni.
Okay, kau nak aku AERO dah?
Ni.
Bus, bocil.
Ayam!
Wow.
Oi, ayam! Oi, ayam!
In case you guys didn't understand what they were saying, they were asking each other, why did a chicken cross the road? And we haven't have an answer yet. We'll find out in the Land of Dawn. Because this series setting up to be an interesting one. Goja's trying to expand his pockets after missing a couple of XP laners that he would have wanted to keep with him. But for AERO 404, last season when Vamos picked him up, he was kind of the fire that rekindled the spirits of Team Vamos when Chibi was going through a tough patch. But for Team Ray, he hasn't had that effect yet.
Yeah, I actually still remember last season that when AERO 404 showed up, there was definitely the sensation of Chibi implying that he might be replaced at one point, and feeling fearful about that fact because of how much impact AERO 404 brought in. Yet here he is, still performing well, being the main lineup for Vamos, and AERO 404 playing on loan on a different team, now up against each other. It's gonna be a true test of their mettle.
Yeah, he finally gets to go up against his senior. Here's the topic of this series. What do you think AERO 404 is lacking when compared to Chibi? Is it A, hero pool diversity? Is it B, retribution consistency? Or C, overall teamfight contributions? Scan the QR code on the screen and let us know what do you think. And if you have more options, do let us know in the chat. Maybe D, Fanny Diff, you know, or E, you know, playoffs qualification last season. I don't know. Let us know.
I can say the correct answer is age, experience, maturity.
Last season, AERO 4-4 also experienced his first major loss in the playoffs, right? When they got knocked out by MV3-0, and it was one of the, I think the only first time a lot of us were asking, how is he going to recover when he finally encounters a loss? I think that one definitely was a blow, but that also has built up a lot of our players to come back stronger the next season. And let's see if AERO 4-4 can live up to the test.
Yeah, despite how much we've talked about this kid, he still really doesn't have that much MPL experience. He didn't actually play most of the matches last season, and he's been sitting on the bench for Vamos this season as well until Team Ray picked him up. And even then, he hasn't had the chance to play all that many matches. So there's a lot still to see. There's a lot of potential that is still hidden, and whether or not AERO 4-4 will be able to show it off today is going to be on the line. One thing is for sure though, he definitely does have the confidence for it. There's a lot of newer players who don't have nearly a modicum of his bombasticness, personality-wise, straight up yelling at Gojas during the mic check. You know, there's still a bit of that Vamos in him.
Yeah, absolutely. And he was sort of he was the source of motivation for Chibi last season, and again, this is the first and only, hopefully not the last time we see them face up against each other. But I want to see if AERO 4-4 has what it takes to go up against Chibi, who I think right now is on form, right? Even in Vamos' worst condition, Chibi has always been the constant factor.
Yeah, we did talk about like previously that Chibi was starting to fall off a little bit in terms of his assassin gameplay after playing tank jungles for so long, and that's one of the reasons why AERO 4-4 was even brought in the first place, because assassins were his specialty. Chibi still lacks some of that hero pool. We know that Vamos always bans Fanny, even if they're on the blue side. But beyond that, I think that he has started filling back into the role a little bit, now that we're seeing less tank junglers again.
Yeah, it's gonna be, again, an interesting series coming up. I want to look at the hero, the drafting phase itself, because I think Vamos is one of the few teams, and actually the only team that I remember from recent memory that is willing to go triple core opening in their drafting phase. They did it yesterday, it didn't work out, but knowing Vamos, that's sort of their identity when they want to really play fast and ego challenge their opponents. Now having a first pick for the game 1 with a 56% win rate. Let's talk about how Team Vamos can secure their playoff spot. The minimum points that they need to qualify is 3 points. So, condition 1, they get a 2-0, get their 3 points, and they can rest assured that they will be in playoffs. Or if they win this but 2-1, they have to get 1 point from CG Esports. But if they lose to Team Ray, regardless whether it's an 0-2 or a 1-2, they will have to mandatory beat CG 2-0.
And although CG hasn't been as stellar as they started off the season with, they are still one of the tougher opponents to deal with in this season of MPL Malaysia. Therefore, I'm pretty sure Vamos does not want to risk that situation. An easy clean sweep here would guarantee them their chances at playoffs. And then they can basically do whatever they want against CG later down the line. So if they want to relax now, they gotta lock in.
Yeah, absolutely. And a quick shout out to Kaiser Bellio. He said hi to you.
Oh,
say hi to us. Hello.
Hold on. Let me have a look at that. Where's
right here.
Oh, hello, Kaiser.
Hello. And I do agree, the sentiment, right? Sometimes AERO is still isn't experienced like you said, and we have this Vamos for the second season in a row. Might be stopped by Todak. It's not confirmed just yet, but Todak made it hard last season by taking on Vamos with the introduction of Gebe and Magma. For this season, they have just made Vamos' life tougher also.
Someone in production has been introducing a meme phase to MPL Malaysia in the recent days. I still remember the list that came up yesterday. I'm still shocked that we actually put that up on screen.
I loved it. I told the content team, I'm like, sometimes it can be on the nose, but when done right, it is amazing. And they made MPL actually look good because Todak won.
Yeah, they did.
Well, we have a quote from Puckbat regarding yesterday's loss against Todak, and he said that in yesterday's matches against Todak, we felt a lot of pressure because we're aiming to secure the upper bracket while Todak was just having fun. Maybe earlier in the season they were under pressure, but now they're playing freely, just wanting to prove that they're a worthy team. And I can understand the sentiment because Todak essentially ruined their chances of an upper bracket slot, and now is forcing them to play almost pitch perfect if they want to qualify for playoffs.
I can definitely see that being a reasonable statement because Vamos knows how close they are. And they knew that Todak hadn't been performing, so there was definitely a little bit of pressure to get that victory because it would be the easiest way for them to make it into playoffs. But that overthinking has cost multiple teams this entire season. It is important to just relax, play the way you play and have that confidence regardless of the circumstances. Let's see if they can keep their wits about them. This might be one of their last chances to make it to playoffs. What's going to be the map they play on for Game 1?
So far, their win rate on dangerous grass have been stellar. Perfect, I'd say. 100% on dangerous grass, whereas Team Ray still yet to find their first. Of course, the good old Fanny ban on blue side by Team Vamos. You got the Angela 1-1 ban 2, and Team Ray taking out Farsa, Kimmy, and Kalea. This is interesting, right? Because we literally brought up the topic of 1-1 not being as important, and yet here we are having Vamos ban it out. But in return, they get the CC first pick, which has been monsters in this meta.
Yeah, I don't think their 1-1 is less important, but you're up against Joe. So I think I can understand a little bit why Vamos would want to get rid of that. CC opening is pretty safe. Team Ray go for Cho Uranus.
Wow. So completely ignoring the jungle matchup for now. Both YSS and Lancelot are still in the pool. The Baxia is also still there. But I mean, with the CC around, probably not too good of an idea right now since they do want some damage output. So Vamos, who have enough damage, will go for Baxia Lunox.
I think this is a great response from Vamos. CC and Lunox are both very safe picks, very strong in their respective lanes in the meta right now. And Baxia was so effective that it was actually banned both games in the previous matchup between SRG and MB. And it's something that Chibi is quite comfortable on, counters out the Uranus, isn't too worried about being kicked by Joe. I'm really questioning why Team Ray opened up their draft this way, but now they'll go for the Joy as their third pick.
And a bit of PTSD from yesterday's game where we saw something of this sort. Although instead of a Uranus Cho, we got an Angela Phobius, which arguably is still the more shocking factor. But Joy was picked once yesterday, and that was a loss, unfortunately, on AERO's side. Now, the last time we saw Zayla Lina, it was with the Niners, right? He was subbed in, I believe, for 1-2 matches.
He's only played like 1-2 matches.
Yeah, like
max.
And that's in MPL, right? In MAL, he's like one of the main lineups, but in MPL, not really. And it was in, I believe it was a low stakes games, but at that point they had really nothing to lose. So
yeah,
it's more of a, he's another unproven player on the side of Team Ray, coming in at such a crucial moment too.
It's a lot of pressure to have to deal with here, and unfortunately his performance in the previous match was not very stellar. So there's a lot of proving that needs to happen here for both AERO 404 and Zayla Nina. They ban out the chip, which is interesting because that hero has kind of fallen off the meta since the later half of the season, but against Zorn I can understand it. And Vamos are continuing to ban out clutch heroes from Joe.
Yeah, Joe, his debut back in this season against Todak. Moskov was sort of like that pick for Team Ray, and they have continuously picked Moskov for him, third, at least for the first 2 to 3 weeks, until teams started to figure out kind of a formula around that. But even then, Vamos still showing considerable amount of respect towards it. Franco banned out by Team Ray, just so that they could give AERO 404 the freedom that he needs to move around with the Joy. Last ban from Vamos would be Jusin.
Now I'm wondering if this early Cho pick from Team Ray was just specifically to take it away from Zorn. Because if you add on the Cho, they technically taken 4 roam heroes away from Vamos.
Yep, there is still the Croc left for Zorn. Kaja is still there if you want like suppression. Gatot.
Until now, I think only Daniel has played Kaja. I don't think anyone else has actually brought that out yet.
Yes.
Croc should be
I think Nova
fine.
played it. Yeah, Nova and Daniel are the only two that played like Kaja.
Gonna be a Ruby.
Double fighters it is.
Double fighters side lane. Revealing this very early as well.
But we don't have Kimmy mid. And there's not a YSS jungle. So who's gonna play? What hero goes mid then? Unless you tell me it's like a Joy mid.
No, I don't think so. It's Joy jungle, Chorom.
Yep.
Uranus EXP Ruby Gold. But they got a lot of setup. The damage is respectable. Oh, okay. It's the Hellcat roam from Zorn.
We did theorycraft this the moment we saw Dangerous Grass, and we were wondering when we would get it. Lilia picked Team Ray. Okay.
Very interesting.
We are off to a start for sure.
Lilia is actually a hero that was buffed in one of the recent patches. And I personally thought we might see her as a niche counter, but it never got picked up until now. So I presume this is a comfort pick for Zayla Nina, otherwise there'd be no reason to really bring it out. But looks like we've got an interesting game one on our hands.
Yeah, you can see the application of the Lilia, right? Great for defenses, but also insane tank buster. And you have some front lines from Vamos that Team Ray would gladly chew through. But primarily the damage profile from Team Ray is leaning heavily into the magic side. So I feel like that is something that Team Ray needs to be aware of going up against Vamos.
Magic side leaning is a pretty solid pick though, due to the lack of magic defense items in the game right now. Either way, the Dangerous Grass beckons once again. We will witness a duel in the jungle between Senior and Junior as Chibi faces off against Error 404 to demand dominance between Vamos and Team Ray.
And right off the bat, we see a bit of that proxy in the XP lane. We saw SRG OG do this. When you have an XP... They let 1 minute go. Oh, come on.
Oh, that's sloppy, you guys. Come on.
Come on. That was about...
That's sloppy.
That's not Caster Curse, by the way.
Yeah, that's a straight up mechanical miss. How do you even let that through?
Yeah, I cannot believe it. Well, I mean, they can still carry out their plan, but, you know, it doesn't look as clean.
Yeah, it's definitely not as clean. I don't know if they actually intended to go for a level 2 invade there, because it is a Baxia you're dealing with. Probably just going for a fast clear. But then, what are you really trying to achieve with it?
Probably nothing.
Oh, no. Ouch! Zorn goes in, nearly one-shot Zayla Nina. Now he himself in some trouble with the knockup from Nova. But there's gonna be no casualties.
Now, one thing that you have to always stay in mind.
Spoke too soon!
As the Petrify. I was about to say, as a Lilia, you might have a lot of damage and an escape mechanism, but you are made of paper. It's fairly easy to blow her up.
And Zorn made Nova drop his guard as well. He thought, okay, I'm just 1v1 in Clawhood now. Zorn has already left. Drops back in like the cockroach he is. Error 404 comes in with electrifying beats, forces out a Purify, nearly takes out Clawhood, nearly dies to Zorn, and he's gonna have to back it off.
Clawhood incredibly patient too. Had to press the Purify at the very end. Not really sure if that was necessarily needed, but with this Hellcat roam and with the Petrify coming back up in 30 seconds, Zorn, if he gets a bit more of a lead, he's going to be able to constantly sit in these bushes. And Zay, he's going to go down.
Ouch! Another Purify forced out from Zay. A 2-man knockup on Nova is solid. Here comes Dirt from the bot lane with the island edge.
Wow!
Slices Zorn to pieces, and Zay survives it all.
And Zay, his level 4 just in time to get that extra health back with the black shoes. And gives Error 404 the room to go for the turtle. So Team Ray salvages that with the help of Dur too.
So far, good responses from Team Ray there. Vamos being a little bit over-aggressive. Zorn has been doing a good job on this Hellcat, but once he's in, it's very difficult for him to escape as well. And Nova has been making sure that he's been punished for that.
All those stepping on the glooms too, it doesn't make it any easier. And Zorn needs to constantly keep that in mind.
Here comes the Dark Knight Falls, gets a Terrify, not really any follow-up though. Electrifying Beats used to steal the camp away. And Error 404 will dash out. They're holding the front line, has to flicker away though with the Darkning coming in. Notco now from the back, Curtain Call, lock Zay and Dur together, but they're already safely out.
And that's how we deal with the Curtain Call, you run in the same direction. Zay didn't have the Purify, so couldn't get rid of the tether, but completely fine. It gives Joe room in the top to push a little bit and get that extra goal in, and Team Ray gets a full reset.
I'm gonna say I'm personally a bit curious about how Joe will perform on this Ruby. So far, he's only played fighter gold lane once, and that was on the Esmeralda. And in my personal opinion, didn't do it very well. But now, Error 404 coming up top, looks like he did take that crab away from GB.
Did take away the vengeance from Natco too, so that is some tools expended. Zorn has the Petrify back up, and that allows Chibi to walk up and start the invade because Team Ray didn't have the resources to do with it. Still, good leash from Zay. Keep Error at least the same pace as Chibi. You don't want to fall behind against a Baxia.
In fact, I think Error 404 is outpacing Chibi slightly. He's already level 7. So the assistance from Team Ray has been working out thus far. This Uranus actually also doing a great job of keeping Gojes in lane. They're currently 1 full level up on the S-Bay.
As in part of him getting that kill in the mid too, Nova should be able to get away with this, not a big problem.
He shunpoed the Petrify.
Yeah, Zoran's gonna be able to stay in that bush, so Nova needs to be very careful, and they can't really safely walk up because he might get one-shotted.
Chibi on top of the turtle with Nako and Clockwood. Dur comes in, Dark Knight Fall is gonna drop. Kick onto Gojes, right into Zayla Nina, but he'll be able to survive all of it. Chibi secures the turtle, falling Star Moon on 2. Dur buying time, surviving all of it. Vamos gets the objective, doesn't seem to get much more.
They're gonna pull back.
Oh, hold on, they got pulled back! Dur picks up the kill on Gojes.
Vamos probably lost track of the abilities because Joan didn't use any of his. When the Dark Knight, when the lights got switched off, TR, they were very disciplined. Didn't force any engages. They just wanted to make sure that they are safe. And they get a freebie on top of that. Again, Dur, second kill of the game. Would much rather it go to Joan or Zayla Lina. But as long as Dur can keep this pressure on in the front line, it's good enough for Team Ray.
Error 404 on Natko. Up top, forces out the Vengeance. Natko very low, but still alive for now. Dark Knight Fall is also going to be used. Make Team Ray back off.
I believe that's the Thorn passive. Yep, there it is. When you're, I think it's when you're on the POV of the Hellcurt and he gets this passive back up. Screen does go dark a little bit. Zayla Lina getting a glowing one. Hitting some very decent timing. Oracle for Dur too. Team Ray making sure that Vamos doesn't run away with any lead. In fact, it's a very even game. Almost 6 minutes in and only 3 kills across both teams.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive considering how Team Ray showed a lot of their cards very early on in the draft. I think this Lilia pickup actually ended up working quite well for them. They understand that Vamos likes to run at them, so having a hero that punishes remaining in the space for too long is actually very efficient.
Even Nova has been getting some good shun pull, right? The Petrify dodge that you pointed out too. Nova, we know that he plays very aggressive and he works very well with Dur to get these set up in this game. Of course, Nova is needs to work with Joam, who is the shot caller of the team for Team Ray, and you can see that often from a goal laner. But when Nova is on point, the aggression does pay off for Team Ray.
So far, he's been doing a good job of that. He's gonna scout out Vamos around the turtle pit. Sees Zorn as well. I'm offended onto Gojes. Error of 404 comes into the turtle pit as well. Electrifying Beat's gonna be held on to for now. Dur doing some good time wasting. Electrifying Beat's used. Error 404 secures the turtle. Wave of Dragon going to be used. The kick Nako in. Dur will be sacrificed though as Nako survives with the Vengeance.
Sadly, Team Ray, they don't have enough damage. Again, their main damage comes from Zayla Nina, but even then he needs to be able to stack the Dooms up and it takes time. Everyone else is quite cooldown based, so that allows Vamos to stay in the fight long enough to end up getting a kill onto Dur. But at least Team Ray got the objective and Arrow 404 continues to keep up the pace.
Arrow 404, you can tell that he's locked in this time around. He wants to show his old team a thing or two about what he is capable of. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Joe now in trouble, surrounded by 3. I'm offended used, but now he's got a 4th person on his back, and he's not going to survive that.
Got torn right through by Clockwood with the Chaos Assault. This kick is going to keep Zorn away so that Arrow 404 can get the mid tier 1. So they trade a top for mid. Arrow wants to go for Zorn.
Electrifying Beats used, and Zorn will melt down. Nova gonna block the shield unity and flicker out as well.
That's good stuff. Team Ray, they trade a top tier 1 for a mid tier 1. I'd say that's a win for them.
That's very worth it. And we can already see Nova and Error rotating down bottom to do some damage to bot tower as well. So they're rotating well.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Vamos to siege too. As long as with the comp they have, sieging is incredibly tough. It's tough by default, but into a Ruby, a Lilia, seems like winning a team fight is what Vamos is looking for. But even then, not the easiest thing to do with some decent backline dives and frontline peel from Team Ray's comp.
Now we have to note, both of these teams are playing double fighters side lane, which means they have a similar grasp over the earlier stages, and whoever is able to win out in terms of side lane pressure is going to have the advantage going into the mid game. So far, I do think that Team Ray has been able to do that. Dur especially has been a big winner.
Nova continues to get these blocks. Vamos sends a full squad to the bottom lane when Team Ray might be able to intercept this.
Nova gonna jump on top of Natko. Not really the target he's looking for now. Error 404 dashing through Gojes. I don't think either team really wants to force this. They're looking for better positioning.
Dewan was thinking about a pull but calls it off. Again, there's no point forcing the issue.
That was an I'm offended that actually missed on Gojes, so that's one ultimate gone.
Be back up pretty quickly, thankfully. One thing about Zorn on this Hellcurt, the same situation as the Fanny, where he can create a lot of side lane pressure, and he's eventually going to become a carry also with the items that he builds.
So Vamos will be the first ones on the Lord. It's already down to 40%. They're doing a lot of damage. Jome comes in, gets the I'm offended. Chibi secures the Lord. But here comes Nova from the back line. Gets the kick onto Zorn and looks around feet, melting down the back. Zorn already gone. Chibi gonna be chased down, but Team Ray not gonna have the damage to continue the pursuit.
AERO very, very late to the party, so the Lord goes to Vamos for free, but they do get a punish on the Zorn, I suppose. But that means that Vamos can now take advantage of this Lord to not only set up the side lane push, but give more space to Zorn to continue putting on the pressure, like how he did with the Roam Fanny. Play the side lanes, play with dangerous grass, and keep Team Ray on their toes.
Gojes now surrounded by 4. Team Ray doesn't want to initiate on that. They're a bit too far from safety, and the Lord is pushing down bot lane. We're 10 minutes in. Gold lead still only about 1k for Vamos. I'm offended! Finds Nako, pulls him over the wall, but Team Ray just doesn't have enough burst.
Yeah. It's going to constantly be an issue. They want the fight to be drawn out, for Zayla Lina to really use those Gloom stacks to start cutting through the health bars of Vamos. Easier said than done though, because Vamos is also to keep scaling up. Another brilliant force down mid.
Electrifying beats also used. They're gonna be successful in defending the mid tower, but Vamos is playing the map right now. They will take the bot tier 2 with the Lord, and Zorn even sets up a wave on the top tier 2. They are taking towers left and right.
That puts Vamos in the driver's seat. The first substantial goal lead this game, 2,000. I think what Team Ray needs to do now, of course, step 1, keep the mid alive, but you need to find Zorn.
Nova with the flicker kick! Picks up Gojes, throws him into the tower, and AERO 404 gets the kills.
They have to be careful though. Zorn might have a flank angle. He can still turn off the lights.
Now Chibi wants to keep the fight going. I'm offended, finds Nako, pops out the vengeance. Nova stopping the backline from escaping, forces out a brilliance. Curtain call also used. Nova going to need to recall here. Zorn looking for a chance to jump in. Jome will scout him out, and that's going to be the end of the engagement.
The Holy Shield did pop top side, and the wave is gonna still build up in Vamos' favor. Zorn back to split pushing duty, and that will be something the Team Ray have to constantly contend with. And there's no definitive solution to it, not against a Hellcurt in this situation. So Team Ray, they need to somehow find those big pickups again, and it can't just be one kill. They need more than just one, so that Zorn is forced to join his team instead of freely roaming the map.
Yeah, so far Vamos is aware that they have a little bit more control when it comes to pushing out the map, since Team Ray is quite reliant on having most of their members together to actually win out fights. Because of this, they're having Zorn split push while they play defensive 4-mans, and it's working quite well.
AERO has just reached 15, 2 levels ahead of Chibi, and it's going to be ahead in levels when the Lord spawns too. So Team Ray, I think, if possible, you want to set up for the Lord. Bottom side, Nova.
Then trouble curtain call, locked him down. Way of the Dragon used defensively, but Vamos full dives on the Cho, and his team is too late to save it.
Falcon is really starting to hurt on this Lunox. Whoa,
ouch!
Had to use the Petrify, and Falcon gets picked off.
I don't really know how that happened. Vamos is playing good with their positioning. Zorn in 1v1, but here comes Chibi. 1 hit away, and Zorn survives while Chibi picks up the opposing jungler. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Natko gets a free inhibitor.
And Team Ray is definitely, they're not losing much in fights, but they're losing in the macro. And with a fallen inhibitor in the bottom lane, it just makes things even worse. Now Vamos have one lane that's constantly in their favor, and that is just a wet dream for Zorn. Another free Lord because AERO 4-4 went down. And Team Ray will now have to play from behind, and I don't think they can keep the mid-tier 1 alive for any longer.
Yeah, things are looking rough now. Vamos officially with a near 4k goal lead. Kill score still very even, but the macro difference is making a huge impact. Team Ray, again, with this draft, is too reliant on having the entire team together to actually get any kills, and that's letting Vamos run circles around them.
I think the wave for Team Ray is to get pick off. But again, the damage will be a concern. No vengeance for Nako for the next 70 seconds.
They pulled him into the tower and they still weren't able to do anything. Unfortunately, Joe might need to hold on to his I'm offended. They need Zay to actually get the Gloom stack set up before they go for a burst. Otherwise, Vamos just runs away.
Endure is also starting to lose that effectiveness a little bit. The front line, dealing into Nako and Clawkun and Chibi. This Uranus is not going to have enough time to heal back up for as long as for the duration that he wants.
I'm offended. Once again, going to be used on Gorgeous this time around. Look at the damage Dome is taking from the curtain call. Lord collides with the crystal, but now Team Ray is looking to dive. Electrifying Beach forces out the brilliance. Two-man knockup from Novak Kumar, but Vamos is escaping everything. And they take out the toe. Even with all of Team Ray's efforts, it is just not enough. And Zorn still hiding out on the top part of the map. He wasn't even part of that exchange.
They just don't have enough damage. Current call again. Dur has to flicker and use his ult too.
The damage from Team Ray is too circumstantial. It is not enough. They need it to be on demand, and it's just not built for that. Vamos is aware of this. They are getting out scot-free in way too many situations.
This draft is for Team Ray. Even with the biggest snowball, we are starting to see that problem. AERO 4-4 could sit on top of a target, but Clawkun has brilliance, Gojes has a thick shield, and Chibi is just unkillable. I don't know how they're going to tear through the members of Vamos, especially the front lines. Because even with AERO 4-4 with like what decked out items, we already saw it is not enough. And Jones struggles to contribute because they're also cooldown based. And even for Zay La Nina, those Gloom stacks, they need time and they need it to be accurate.
I think the only thing Team Ray can count on is just to hold out the game for as long as possible. If they turtle in the base, then at least Zay La Nina will have time and space to set up those stacks. But Vamos, with a 6k lead now, with the Lord coming up in 25 seconds, could be a chance for them to just end things before it gets to that point.
One's about to get the BOD, so again, that makes it 4 carries on the side of Vamos.
Things are tough. Things are tough. Again, Team Ray, too cooldown based, too much setup required, and too many people that Vamos can just straight up ignore in team fights.
Yeah, this Uranus pick is starting to be kind of a bad one.
Flicker hook onto Gojes, and he basically survives 5 people. And now Natko dives in instead with the curtain call. Vamos is running them down. You want to fight? We'll give you a fight. Zorn comes in from behind, gets the Petrify, forces out the Black Shoes. Job trying to buy time. He's healing quite a lot, but he is all by his lonesome. And they'll get the mega kill for Natko. Zorn slays Zay La Nina. And Vamos have found the opening they've been waiting for. Dur is all alone. Winter Crown comes out to delay the inevitable as Crystal is wide open. And Vamos will be up to their usual antics as they secure game number 1.
If MPL has taught us anything, is number 1, CC is incredibly strong, and number 2, damage is important. Team Ray just did not have the recipe with how they drafted. Jones scratching his head after that game, and I would be too with how they decided to navigate that drafting phase, giving not just power picks to Vamos, but also sabotaging themselves in that output department. But Team Ray is not over just yet. They still have a chance to bring it back. We saw some very good ideas and macro play throughout the early to mid game. It's just that they ran out of steam earlier than they would have wanted.
Yeah, the concepts were sound and the execution in the initial stages was actually very solid. But there was a lack of completeness in its planning. Certain factors that may have not been considered fully, and those factors were what cost Team Ray the ability to actually close this out. Vamos, super tanky, high damage potential, so easy for them to just run down Team Ray in the later stages.
And it's pretty apparent that at the moment, if that Joy can one-shot anyone, we have a big problem, and that was sort of the case when Go just soaked up the damage of 5 people and has 90% health left. So Team Ray is back to the drawing board. I like the idea, but there are definitely some fine-tunings that needed to be made. Whereas for Vamos, one more win, and they are off the playoffs.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like Team Ray jumped the gun a little bit too much in some of those initiations. Like I mentioned, play the Lord dances slowly. Let Zay set up Gloom, then look for a kick or a hook. If you let Joan be the primary initiator, then Nova's job should be to keep an eye on Zorn, ideally. But no, every single time Team Ray wanted to fight, they were just all in, use our cooldowns right now when we don't have the burst to actually kill the person. And then Vamos just takes over once you don't have any abilities left.
Yeah, so second fighter, double fighter comp didn't work out for Team Ray. I honestly thought that they would just go for traditional marksman, seeing the draft that they've already given themselves. So it's a bit shocking, but again, if they can get this reverse sweep, they will effectively make Vamos' life 10 times harder than it already is. But for now, let's check out the team Vamos camp to see who our MVP for game 1 is. To be Natko on that CC, and that's a great family portrait.
Wow. Very, very tiny Error 404 over there with all the big guys on the opposite side. And unfortunately, I think the drawing was kind of accurate to what happened in game number 1, with just big bulky boys running down Team Array. As you mentioned, Husky, CC still a very, very powerful pick. And even though it was a fighter v fighter gold lane, CC thrives in those environments.
Yeah, loves the 1v1 skills insanely well into the late game as a fighter. And not to mention having quote-unquote a crowd control in the arsenal, can comfortably run the vengeance, has consistent damage like a marksman with the yo-yos. It's a full package in a fighter. So, I don't know, I think if you want to let the CC through, you try to have a super good plan. But most of the times when CC goes through, you've already like lost one side of the map.
And then you picked Uranus early and Ruby afterwards, which doesn't give you a lot of side lane priority, whichever side of the map she decides to go into. I can see the concept. Ruby and Cho together offer a lot of CC, and Uranus lets you buy time. And if you're able to buy time and zone control, then Lilia should be able to do a lot of damage. But Vamos doesn't have to follow that rubric.
I like how Chad is reacting. At first someone was like, Vamos choke. And then the rest is just, why is it a 4v5 game? Why isn't Team Ray playing for Lord after killing the Lunox? Well, there's one that is asking, is Helkert dumb? But no, Helkert is smart. Zorn is a smart guy. And Team Ray just handed the playoff slot to Vamos. Maybe if Vamos wins this, yeah, this game is a weird one. It's a weird one. It reminded me of AERO yesterday, where good concept until you start seeing the flaws and you realize that okay, it's a terrible idea.
Yeah, stuff works on paper, but you can't really know for sure what certain weaknesses are until you actually limit test it. And Vamos really pushed this one to the limit. Their composition's kind of similar to the style they played when Zorn was on the Roam Fanny as well, where Chibi is basically the team's only true support, and everyone else is scaling or doing damage, and Zorn is actually out macroing the other team as an assassin roam, right? Because this Helkert was pushing lanes, making life difficult with the Dark Knight Falls as well, that made Team Ray second guess themselves a lot of the time. He's so effective on these types of heroes.
Yeah, it's hard for you to check bushes. Your cores don't want to walk up. He can switch off the lights, and the rest is history. Let's look at the key players of this game. The Hall of Famers, of course, Rich Guy and Carry goes over the Natko, with Dirt being the sandbag once more, and Chibi best wingman on this box. Yeah, that's the. I think that's sort of like what Vamos can thrive in, whether Chibi plays the assassin or the utility. They have truly adapted to, I think, the meta pretty well, especially on Dangerous Grass, which I think all of us on paper agree that Dangerous Grass is probably one of the most beneficial maps for Vamos.
Yeah, and especially since they pioneered this individual playstyle for themselves, right? With the Assassin Roam and the Tank Jungler, Chibi, well, as we mentioned, became very used to playing utility Tank Jungler throughout the multiple seasons, where Tank Jungler was basically the only thing you were allowed to play. And this allows him to use those skills while transferring the responsibility of being a macro player and a damage carry to Zorn, who we know is actually quite good on these assassins as well.
Yeah, if he might be better than some of your assassin players that you meet regularly in game. But I think for Team Ray, first things first, we have to fix the draft a little bit. But is it fair to say that, you know, in the macro sense, they are not doing that bad?
No, I think they were doing kind of bad. But I don't necessarily blame them completely because this draft is not very good at opening up the map at all, right? Ruby's not going to be able to split push, and Uranus is a little bit slow on that regard. By the way, I still feel like teams should probably stop picking Uranus. Yes, you might be able to win lane early, but then what happens the next, right? Everyone just ignores you, leaves you to last in the team fight. And what can you do about it?
Yep. Winning lane doesn't necessarily win you games, right? In this case, it's a win lane, lose game situation. A couple of teams have played the Uranus pick, first pick. I think AERO was one of the teams as well. They love the Uranus first pick, but like, come on, it doesn't do enough. And they even sort of like blundered the proxy at level 1, which made it look even uglier. But this was the last fight, and clearly Gojes didn't take much damage.
He got picked off first, had the entire team wailing on him, and he just survives all of it. And Team Ray is so cooldown based that they basically are left with nothing afterwards. The rest of Vamos have free reign to steamroll over them. And you cannot let that happen again. Too many prio picks given over to Vamos, too much map control surrendered, even if the early game was played somewhat well. Team Ray needs to figure out what is the win condition here.
Yeah, and I think just keep the draft simple, right? Ease of execution, don't overcomplicate things, don't overthink it. You have a hero that you feel like is gonna work in a direct matchup, just go for it. I don't know. Lapu Lapu was up, right?
Yeah.
There was Lapu Lapu, there was
Lapu was up.
There's Granger, there's Moscow, plenty of stuff. But we asked you guys a question earlier on. It's time to review the answers. Majority of you guys, more than half of you guys, feel like AERO 404 still lacks the overall teamfight contribution. 27% of you feel like he needs retribution consistency, and 20% of you thinks that he needs a more diverse hero pool.
Interesting, very interesting. I do certainly agree that teamfight contribution could use a little bit of work, but that's also because the styles of gameplay between these two junglers are different, right? Where Chibi is used to being a utility support, he will do what is needed for the team, while AERO 404 is usually meant to be one of the main carries. So he's naturally going to be a bit more selfish.
Yeah, and last season, Coach Zaya also talked about how the difference that AERO 404 has compared to Chibi, where because he's the young blood, you know, he's full of energy, sometimes he just goes in. And tries to make it work. We're still seeing glimpses of that, you know, and these things take time to really manage. The attempt onto Zorn that ended up in his death, and the Lord conversion for Vamos. These moments can make or break a team. It's a double-edged sword, and for AERO 404, unfortunately against Vamos, who knows him well enough, it didn't work out.
I do feel kind of bad for Jome, because he is also clearly a hyper carry player. He's very good in those clutch situations, and you can tell that he's not really comfortable as a fighter. As someone who's supposed to stand in front and initiate fights for his team, it's not really something he's suited for. And it worked well when Dusk was around because he was a utility jungle main. But now that they're trying to play for AERO 404 instead, you know, someone gets sacrificed.
Yeah, that too. And not to mention that I think it's the same concept of don't give playmaking mid laners an Angela. Don't give Izanami Angela, don't give Kim Angela, give us some proper mid laners, and give Jomis Marksman. That's how he's been winning games. Well, I say winning games, but they haven't really won much games. But when they do, it's Jome on that hyper carry, it's Dur on the setup, Lapu Lapu, Arla. Those are big power picks that Team Ray has shown success on, and yet they're not repeating that success because they're straying away from what works.
Yeah, they're just trying to change up their style entirely.
It's so weird that I'm not sure if this happens in other regions, but in MPL MY, we just don't like it when things work. We like to switch up.
I guess so.
We're like, this dish, you know, this beef Wellington we served up. This is perfect. 10 out of 10, Master Chef level. Let's add more salt.
I've heard it's kind of a similar situation to what happened with AERO as well earlier in the season, where they were trying to diversify the draft to be a little bit more flexible and complete. But that threw away their entire initial identity, right? They looked very confused, and now our own Lee is starting to look a little cleaner now that they're going back to basics.
Until yesterday, though. Yesterday was an anomaly. I heard that this is the first time that I've encountered a situation where a team has a diverse hero pool, but it ended up causing overthinking in the back end. That's kind of like what messed up the draft. At least that's what I was told for AERO. We have time to deliberate when they play against GMXK next. Now we go to our game number 2, and thankfully the CC is banned out, but by Vamos.
It's gonna be broken walls now as well, which means a higher priority for getting rid of heroes like the Baxia, like the Kalea, that can navigate those open maps a bit more effectively. Team Ray also going to ban out the 1-1 on their side. I assume they are leaning towards a Yisan Shin.
I'm thinking the same. And if the Yisan Shin comes out, we could look at heroes like Grok, Hilda, Cho, who can all utilize the broken walls very, very well to navigate around the map. First pick Kimmy for Team Ray.
Oh, keeping it safe then. Some teams have been going in this direction, where they basically surrender the initial pick of the meta heroes to the opponent, and then keep it safe and flexible by going heroes like Kimmy, like CC, that can kind of fill in multiple niches and can scale regardless of circumstance.
Another pick that can be picked early is also the Arlet, which I do hope that Team Ray considers it to give their playmaking hero, because again, that's how he's been able to work well with Nova, which was literally, I think, the core of Team Ray when they do these setup plays, is how Dirt and Nova works very well together. They have the option to go for heroes like Grok, and I wouldn't mind Kaja again, and because Nova was the first one to show it at the start of the season. Vamos, plenty of choices. Lancelot, Yishun Shin, plus the Roma. Pick Chip and Barca, a complete switch up.
Okay, interesting. This is a hero that I think only Zorn prioritizes anymore ever since the reversion of the Roamer changes slightly. So Team Ray are gonna need to be worried about potential invades. I think that Yisan Shin is a lot more unsafe now, but they still go for it regardless.
Need someone to deal with the chip, so I'm thinking the Gatot is one. Big AoEs, right? Gatot
should be Grok, I think.
Grok, yeah, Grok, best choice for sure.
Especially with a Barca too.
If no one wants to go back to literally the X Factor, the Tigro pick, but that was so long ago. Badang is also a hero that has fallen off, but they will keep it open. They go for the Esmer first.
Are we sure about this?
I personally am not.
I don't like this. Grok made a lot of sense, and I feel like Vamos is going to start banning those heroes in the second phase, which is going to leave you with less EXP laners to deal with in general. I feel like they should have just ignored the Yisan Jin actually. You could have gone Grok Lapu Lapu here, and it would have been excellent.
Yeah, I think you can go Grok Lapu Lapu, and even if they ban the junglers, you are going to have options left. So, Hayabusa out for Vamos. And this is scary, because they can come from multitude of angles. Not just with the shortcut, but you have the shadows, the wings by wings. Vamos, I think you ban the Grok here, and you solve a big part of the problem. But for Team Ray, what do you ban? You need to ban Natko's hero, but you also have Go just to worry about. The Lapu Lapu actually looks very good for Vamos because they have the chip.
Yeah, they have first pick as well. I think Team Ray might be forced to ban the Lapu.
I don't think they have a choice actually.
Grok, because it would have been great for them to counter out the Barca. Gatot is also a very good ban. Another Barca counter.
Magic is my life.
Harif ban, okay. I think the Lapu has to go if you're Team Ray.
Harif ban.
Not sure if it really matters much.
Sure. I don't know, if Vamos picked Harif, then Team Ray could actually flex the Esbay into gold lane.
I was thinking the same. I feel like they've already set themselves up for double fighters, so they need not to worry too much about the marksmen unless you're telling me that Team Ray is gonna go like triple marksman.
I hope not. Not against this comp. It's way too vulnerable. I feel like they should have kept the Harif open, ban the Lapu Lapu, flex Esme into gold if necessary, and then lock in like the Arlet for dirt.
I agree.
Fight for the ultimate
I agree with that. That's the Hilda ban that we talked about.
My kiss.
And it is the Alice ban.
Alice ban, okay.
Oh.
Alright, fair enough.
That's very fair. There's already enough engages from Vamos side, just with the chip alone, so if the Alice comes through with Throne of Ruins, it would literally ruin the game for Team Ray.
Vamos can either go Lapu or Arlet here if they want to contest it away from Dur specifically. Otherwise, you keep the EXP lane open and just go for gold.
I think you could go Lapu here. Like, even if Team Ray gets the Arlet, it's like, so what, right? Lapu would still do great into the Arlet. And then you ensure that Nako gets a good matchup.
Yeah, that does make more sense to me.
Your team is
See,
it's the Arlet, okay. Feeling confident for Gojas here.
Which is completely fine.
Actually, it does make sense. I think Arlet would be a little more annoying to play against when you have a chip on your side.
Not to mention the backline die potential. And this strongly discourages any more traditional marksman.
I think Team Ray has to go Lap. Otherwise, they could maybe go Terizla.
But then they... Oh, if they go Terizla, there is the setup through.
Rises when I give the
word. Oh boy.
Khalid Ruby. So Khalid Rome, Ruby Gold, Esme EXP.
This is a Granger. This is all 5 power picks for Vamos.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Khalid is not a bad choice to deal with chip. But in general, I feel like Team Ray is going to be lacking map independence again.
Yeah, and I wonder what the thought process was, because it could be just them looking at the chip and they were drafting the center around dealing with the chip portal. And it might cause them to start ignoring a lot about the factors that this Vamos draft would bring to the table, but there's only one way to find out as we head into Broken Walls, because I do like Team Vamos' draft a whole lot more. And someone said that if Vamos wins this, we have to shout out to the ordinary streamer Fix for staying at home. Because he was here yesterday and they lost to Toda. And I agree. Shout out to you, Fix. Let's end the game too.
Let's see whether or not the stay-at-home buff will work out for Vamos' favor here. One more game. One more victory is all they need to secure their position in the playoffs. Let's see if they can sweep Team Ray, or if Ray's unusual draft will bring something new to the table. But that'll come in just a moment, because we've got a small technical pause.
This draft, we need a pause for this draft, because we need to start peeling the onion, get into the heads of Team Ray, and how are they going to navigate this? It's not necessarily a poor draft. They definitely have way better scaling compared to Game 1, but it's the execution that worries me. Right? The margins of errors are very small for Team Ray.
Team Ray is 100% the stronger early game draft. So if they can use that to their advantage and get a lead while stopping the scaling on the Granger, for example, then they have a little bit more space to play with. They've got they've got a lot of fighters, they have good initiation, they're a little bulkier initially. But it does come down to execution. Are they going to be able to use those resources to stop Vamos early on?
This should be an issue by AERO 404. Making sure that everything is working well, because he has a lot on his shoulders on the Yishun Shin this game. If there's one person to carry the game, well, there's only one person to carry the game, and that's him.
Pretty much. And the Kimi, I suppose.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of pressure on Error and Zay, who are the two new additions.
Yep, the two new subs in, I guess. I mean, having the mic on the desk is so cool. So they don't have to take off their headphones to hear the marshals.
Yeah, you could have a karaoke session over there.
They could. I assume we had... Is it a headphone problem?
Not too sure. All good. We'll leave it to the marshals. They'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Once again, thank you very much to our marshals on stage for always making sure everything is in tip-top condition.
If you see that marshal just now was dealing with the headphones, do wish him a happy belated birthday. It was his birthday a few days ago. And, he told me it was pretty sad that we got rid of the yellow card.
Oh yes, I remember that.
The yellow card anymore.
That was very interesting. That was like an experiment for one season, I believe.
I told him that we should just introduce the whistle. Hold on. Is it a redraft? What? I saw it go just the screen. Yeah. So
okay.
We've got a confirmation. We're remaking the lobby, but we will keep you guys updated on what exactly is the problem. I don't think it's an issue with the draft. And so thank you very much for staying with us. And that gives us a bit more time to talk about what is happening.
Okay, so what needs to happen here is, especially on Nova's side, he's got to be very active on the map. He needs to keep an eye on where Zorn is going to be. At the same time, decide which of the two side lanes they want to focus on accelerating. They need at least one of the lanes winning out so that they can unlock themselves and participate in invades and ganks.
Yeah. And now the main question is, which lane does he want to go to? Do you want to go Ruby inside into Granger, or do you want to go into the Esmeralda side against the Arlet?
I think probably the Esmeralda side. Because if you're probably not getting a kill on the Granger as long as Nako positions correctly. But if you're able to stop the Arlet initially, then Esme, we all know how strong Esme gets when she wins the lane.
Well, we have a trivia for you guys on screen while we get the problem sorted out. The first thing is, name real people who have skins in MLBB. Oh, I can think of one right now.
Pacquiao?
Yeah, Manny Pacquiao.
There was also, was it Neymar?
Neymar Jr., yeah?
Yeah, Neymar Jr. has one.
I want to say Kyo Kusanagi, but he's fictional.
He's real if you believe.
Terry Bogard. That's fictional too.
Are those the only two actually? Are there any other real people in the game?
Let me think. So we have Neymar, we have Manny Pacquiao. I don't think with others.
It should be those two.
Should be those two, right?
If you guys can think of anyone else, let us know in the comments right now.
Alright, we're gonna have the answer on screen right now. It's gonna be Neymar and Manny Pacquiao. So it's only two of them.
Huh, we need more real people.
We need more real.
Who else do you think should have a skin?
Oh, I can't remember his name. It's an NBA player. What's? Oh man, I can't think of his name right now. Oh, never mind. I'll figure something out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out eventually.
It slipped my mind. But okay, who is Layla's father?
I think we all know
if
the
you have
answer to this.
If you had an irresponsible dad in your life, you should know this answer.
Yeah, we should know this answer.
If not that,
but we won't say it yet. Tell us in the comment. Give us your answer. We'll see if it's correct.
Yep. If your dad left and never came back, you should know the answer. Okay,
that's a bit real, isn't it?
That's getting real. If your dad leaves you, you will know the answer. It's Nolan. Bad dad. Don't be like Nolan. He's such a horrible dad. He's not even in the meta anymore.
Yeah.
We don't promote bad dad behaviors.
What are we talking about? I feel like the relatability is there, but at the same time, do we want this to be the?
I don't know. I don't write the backstory.
All right, fair enough.
How many collab skins does Yin have? This is one of my biggest problems. Why is Yin getting so many collab skins? Because he's ruining my games. Okay, so he has Attack on Titans.
Yep.
He has Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yes.
He has Hunter x Hunter. Hey, wait, no, that's...
He does? No?
No, he does. Sorry, that's Dyrov. My bad.
Yeah.
Is it two? Yeah, okay.
Alright. Actually, that's less than I thought.
For some reason,
we had like one more.
For some reason, I thought Gon was also like Yin, but it's Dyrov.
Yeah, it's Dyrov. Huh. Two collab skins is not that bad, actually, when you think about it.
I think two is like one too much. I feel like every hero should only have one collab skin.
But it could also be worse. So I was always under the impression that Yin actually had more.
Okay, who is this?
Whoa.
On the scale of 1 to 10, how much does he look like Zorn? Oh, wow. We don't really get to see it much. We are back into the game. Thank you very much to our marshals. There we go. No changes in the draft at all. We have sorted out everything. It's game 2, Team Reyes, vamos.
Alright, looks like Nova has decided to assist in the gold lane first instead of the EXP side. So John will be able to hit a very early level 2. We'll see if they use this as Nova instantly ganks the mid lane. Does a good amount of poke damage.
Someone said that there's a redraft because Team Ray forgot that Lapo existed. That's funny.
Yeah, it would have been really nice to have that, wouldn't it?
It would be.
I get the feeling that Dome's gold EXP pool is kind of small. He has played Esme before, but he really did not look very good on it, so maybe it wasn't something they were comfortable flexing.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you have to know at least like the main three, which are CC, Ruby, and Esme. Lapu is like the fourth, if you're really confident.
Well, for now, mid lane Cryo will be one out for Team Ray, but they're not really doing much with it. I do need Nova to be a little more active on the map.
He's able to force Claw Kun away, but that's not good enough. Finding Zorn is one thing, but need to get a setup.
Zorn's gonna walk into the bush here with 2, gets stun out. Team Ray doesn't have the damage yet.
And Nova making sure that if the Hayabusa shows up, he has a way to deal with it. Chibi gonna get aggressive.
Oh, he's going in with the Yogi Shadow kill on AERO 404. One hit away, a beautiful timing with that Mountain Shocker! And Chibi blinks back into Dur. That was well played.
Dur uses a flicker to get the kill too. AERO 404 showing Chibi how that's done with the insanely precise timing right as the turtle spawns.
Flicker hook onto the mid laner, and Claw Kun goes down as well. Team Ray upping the momentum, and that's exactly what we want to see.
Thumbs up from Zorn because that was a good play. But Gojes now has Final Slash at level 4. Nova is going to try and reach level 4 as fast as possible. He needs to see at least one more Vamos members to get there. But Team Ray unfortunately can't really work on the turtle because Vamos are back in action.
Yeah, Vamos, they can still try to contest this if they really want to. Chip does enable them in terms of straight up 5v5s. Team Ray are definitely the ones in control. They will scout things out. Hook onto Gojes, pulls him into the Mountain Shocker. He dashes backwards. The Raging Sandstorm going to land and backline shortcut also going to be used. Gojes and Nova Octobar both fall, but they're also going to be traded away. Lord very low. Who got it? It's Chibi! And now Joe will be chased down as well. It's a double kill for the Hayabusa. And Zorn continues chasing and zoning Team Ray away from their own jungle.
Straight up bursted. Dur just straight up disappeared. Now they are going to lose their purple buff. They have to be very careful to not just walk up like that. Nova will secure the purple buff. AERO doesn't get it sadly. And Falling Star ends up missing. Vamos, despite that early game kills for Team Ray, still ends up coming out on top.
And even though Nova was able to steal the purple buff back, still not really worth it. If it had went to Dur, maybe it might have been okay. But we can already see Vamos making use of their win over that turtle fight. It was a little bit too messy overall. I like Nova trying to dive the back, but without him, the rest of Team Ray can't really take care of themselves.
Nova has to be very cautious too. Chibi is constantly hiding in these angles. War Axe for Joem is out. He needs a bit more time. I think despite them having more damage than previous game, the setup also is very cooldown reliant. Nova, Joem, and they're having the flicker instead of the sprint or the purify. Even then, they can easily be bursted down with the amount of damage Vamos has.
Bush shortcut is going to be dropped down. Raging Sandstorm timed beautifully with the Mountain Shocker, and Gojes is getting bursted down. Benedet's like a bit too late. Vamos teleports themselves into a trap.
And Joe almost killed off Zorn too. Just very good crowd control. Traction pulse into the I'm Offended, into the turtle boat. Team Ray, they definitely have the formula, and that pickoff does alleviate some of the pressure, but Chibi can continue to camp this mid bush. That's why Nova is constantly making sure that they stay safe.
Nova Escobar so far doing a really good job. The Raging Sandstorm timings have actually been quite clean on the shortcut. And we can see that as long as Team Ray is allowed to fight together, they're actually pretty effective. Raging Sandstorm will miss on Claw Kun this time though.
Very ambitious. Without Raging Sandstorm, Vamos can set up even easier on this turtle pit. So Team Ray needs to keep that in mind. Nova doesn't have the tools to stop Claw Kun.
Thorn doesn't quite have shortcut back up yet though. They're going to scout out Chibi. Traction pulse misses. Gojes in the backline gets the final slash, but AERO 4-4 secures the turtle anyway. And both teams will disengage.
Zorn slightly late, but it's fine. Team Ray only equalized the net worth for both teams, so it doesn't make too much of a difference, but Nova gets to now start moving into the jungle, giving Vamos a taste of their own medicine, and putting that pressure onto Chibi. But the difference is that Team Ray doesn't get to apply pressure as easily as what Vamos can if they are in Team Ray's jungle.
Yeah, that is always going to be the issue. With a chip around, you never know if you might be walking into an ambush. And Team Ray have so far been doing a good job of responding to them. But that is when they are together unless they can mount a coordinated invade, it's very risky for them to try and do.
Yeah, Clockon achieving his 300th assist now league, and has been one of the stellar performers. Here comes the conceal for Nova. They're going bot.
Yep, they're trying to respond to the shortcut being dropped down. Zorn taking a lot of tower hits. I'm offended, pulls him in. OE Shadow Kill gonna be used as well. Job gonna be picked off with the killing spree by Chibi. Better Desiree comes out as well. Gojas going to buy time, regens it up against Lomax Kobar, but Zay finds him, and Clockon going to be cancelled by Error 404 as well.
Good stuff from Nova with a quick sun guard to stay alive and stall out Vamos for longer than they would have liked, and now Zay gets to start pressuring a little bit and allow Team Ray to work on this mid-tier 1.
Falling Star Moon misses on Chibi. Ogi Shadow Kill used once again, but Error 404 will survive it this time. They will take that tower as well. The map's starting to open up for Team Ray.
First minor gold lead for Team Ray, just 1,000, but the way that they're handling the shortcut is starting to be apparent. And Vamos' workaround has to be blowing up the target, but the later the game goes, the harder that gets. Team Ray just needs to land one ability, and the rest will be easily chained.
Communication about use of the shortcut needs to be a little bit cleaner here. Against this comp, someone cannot just drop it down willy-nilly. There's a lot of abilities that Team Ray can stagger to punish with.
Not only that, you gotta make sure the Team Ray can't come through the portal themselves, so the positioning of the teammates is important too.
A nice Falling Star Moon to slow down Zorn's approach. Turtle is low. Error 404 secures it. Shortcut comes out a little bit too late. And Nova and Dur are already behind them. I'm offended. Pulls Zorn into the clutches of Team Ray, forces out a defensive flicker. Vamos officially on the back foot now.
What a good traceless too from Error 404. He was ready to dodge the final slash. No flicker for Gojes. And Team Ray gets continue putting on the pressure. They found Nako too in the bottom side of the map. Nova Escobar relaying that information, and Vamos is now trying to play a bit of catch up.
Well, for now, Team Ray is exactly in the position they would like to be in. And if they can continue putting on the pressure like that, Error 404 picking up Zorn, not go, so close to death, and here comes Nova Kobar picking up the kill. Raging Sandstorm and Clockhood. Traction Pulse just barely misses. Zay wants this kill.
Dur.
Here comes Dur, Falling Star Moon. Flicker comes out, nice timing. The Vamos have already lost 2.
Another good stuff, Error 404. Starting to get his joints warm up, going for solo kills as well. Then the bot lane completely collapses. A 3k goalie for Team Ray, and they are in control.
Now we can really see why Chip has unfortunately been dropping off in popularity recently. There are ways to counterplay it, and without the extra EXP injection you get from his passive in the first minute, you can see that it's a bit more difficult to pull off.
They know where exactly Shibi is with the Mountain Shotgun now, and Zorn gets zoned away by Nova.
Wow! Falling Star Moon on 3 into the Traction Pulse. Fender is right, comes out. Chibi already at 10%. He has to back it off. Gojes, unfortunately, gonna be sacrificed as Team Ray is taking more and more of the jungle.
And Chibi can't even do anything because he lost 90% of his health in a blink of an eye. And then the pull!
Oh, I'm offended! Oh! Finds Natko. It's a killing spree. Clockhood now in danger. He's gonna be able to walk away. The same can't be said for Zorn. Ogi Shadow Kill eaten entirely by the Quicksand Guard. And Error 404 picks up the double kill. This game is getting out of hand.
We wanted Zay and Error to be the carry for the team, and they have definitely delivered on that. And they've gone above and beyond to put Team Ray in a position of power this game. Lord should go to Team Ray without any obstruction from Vamos as they continue to struggle playing from behind. And this time, it's not like Vamos lacks the setup, they just cannot deal with the damage from Team Ray.
It's working out pretty well. Husky, I feel like every single time we say something about a team's draft, it just turns out the opposite way. The caster curse still lives on.
There's expectations versus reality. You know, we based it off of the previous game. We wanted more, and we got more than we bargained for.
Let's look at the itemization. Natko still slightly ahead in farm, but besides that, everyone pretty far behind. Gojes especially having a very difficult time 0-4-0 on the Arlet right now. Not a good look.
Yeah, definitely not. And when you're behind on the Arlet, it puts a lot of pressure on you to get that good setup. But even then, we saw how fast Gojes evaporates in these fights. Not to mention that your backline is getting dove by the Khalid and the Esmer.
Well, here comes the Lord. Traction Pulse will be dodged with the flicker. I'm offended. Finds Gojes once again, and he just melts away. Oki Shadow Kill comes in, does some good damage. Stays so low, but they all collapse. GB just barely gets out, but they are able to deal with the Lord at least.
Yeah. With the help of the Holy Shield, they do it. Good Winds of Nature from Zayla Lina to survive that. They're still 5 men strong.
And they're still eager to get this mid inhibitor more if they can. Currently a 4v5 defense by Vamos. No more ultimates on Team Ray, so they'll settle for the tower.
Something that Vamos needs to keep in mind. Team Ray, unlike game number 1, have a lot more damage, consistent damage, but also their cooldowns are actually very low. They can fight at the drop of the dime.
Now Falling Star Moon used. Zorn has to flicker out, and he was the one who actually initiated on Dur. That's the scariness of an Esme right there.
So we were saying whether Vamos should take Lapu or Arlet. Would it have made a difference this game?
It probably would have made a little difference, actually. It would have been a lot easier to survive, that's for sure, because Gojis is just exploding every single fight. But they were just worried about Dur taking it. In which case, they really should have banned it.
Team Ray, happy that he didn't ban it somehow, and still got away with it. And this time Joam's setup has a lot more effectiveness. Way better. I think the follow-up is there too, right? We're not only relying on Joam. And that was what's lacking in game 1.
Vamos is going to have quite the tall order ahead of them. 12 minutes, 7,000 gold lead for Team Ray. It's not impossible to come back from this, and I'm sure that Vamos wants to, because remember, a clean sweep here automatically qualifies them to playoffs. Natko, you are really far out here, sir. Zorn gonna get spotted out, and Error 4-4 dives on Clockwood in the backline. The torque gonna be taken. Raging Sands from Flicker catches Natko. He purifies out, but he is 1v3. He is in no man's land, and he's gonna be sacrificed away. The rest of Vamos will be able to pick off Error 404. And in 3v2, Natko is in the Team Ray base. That is how far he tried to run. At the very least, he bought time for them to trade for Error 404.
And Error 404 doing a fantastic job. He picked off Clockhoon from a flank, and he survived a 1v3 for pretty long. Even though he would have been nice if he got Zorn or Gojis in process, but the work that he did laid the foundations for Team Ray to take out Natco. But good news for Vamos, they got to shut down the Arrow 4-4. That's a 2k gold swing in their favor. And Team Ray, they can't really work on the Lord right now because Chibi is still around and the waves are actually resetted.
Yeah, Team Ray honestly should have sent more people to help Error 404. There was no reason that 3 of them needed to chase Natco when he was already on their half of the map. That would have made a big difference.
Joam was helping him out, but Joam almost died.
One more guy, you know, you don't need 3 people chasing a Granger. Oh, I'm offended! Joam found Clockwood! Zay with the killing spree! I'm sorry, Joam, I was not familiar with your game.
That is going to set Team Ray up for the Lord for sure. Second Lord. And damage is about to be permanent on Vamos' side.
Gojis literally does negative damage to Dur.
That's what...
it's the worst feeling for an EXP laner.
That's what Team Ray felt last game.
Yep.
We're just getting a taste of that.
Poor guy. Feels like he's in this position a lot more than he'd care to admit.
Whoa. That one ability from Joan took away 20% of Chibi's health bar. That's insane.
Chibi is the only person on Vamos with a positive KDA right now, actually. 14 minutes in, Lord already pushing, collides with the crystal, top inhibitor will fall instantly. Better airstrike used defensively, they will clear up the Lord at least, but Dur already taking down the final tower as well. The Vamos base is now officially naked, and even with 5 people, they can do nothing to Dur.
And go just get the setup of his career. And even then, I'm not sure if they have the damage to withstand Team Ray, or the durability to withstand Team Ray. The base is completely barren. On broken walls, Team Ray essentially have sealed 90% of the game. One last push is all it needs. Or even just a team fight win would do the job.
Yeah, but it's gonna be very difficult to do that when you're in this position. The Esmeralda is a huge issue. They actually cannot do anything to him. And if they can't break through the first line of defense, how can they even consider touching anyone else?
Yeah, the Esmeralda is straight up running down Natco, who has 0 Sky Piercer stacks.
Big
Not a problem.
At the farm right now, Nako is still well ahead of Jome, but Jome doesn't really need to be keeping up with the Granger anymore. And Error 404 is very rich.
And even Chibi can't really just shadow into a fight because he gets blown up instantly.
The approach needs to be perfect. Unfortunately, I think Clockun is also having a lot of difficulty because there's just so many heroes that can dive and cancel his Veteran Airstrikes.
Oh
no!
We literally just said that!
Jome! He's got a bone to pick here. TV jumps in thinking, oh, I can get out of this, right? The answer is no.
Sometimes I hate being right, but hey, that's what I told you so.
Oh my goodness, look at that falling Star Moon damage. Clockwood nearly dead in an instant with the Mount Shocker as well, but Team Ray are pushing in. They're 9k ahead. They want to end the game right now. Final Slash comes out, gets the push, but what does it matter? It does no damage. The rest of Vamos trying to buy time, trying to find space, but there's just nothing, and another falling Star Moon! It's a two-man CC from Joe, double kill for Zayla Nina as Team Ray denies Vamos the direct ticket to the playoffs. They are gonna make them work for it because we are going to a game number 3.
And we got a game and a series on our hands. And the journey just got tougher for Team Vamos. Yesterday they had a chance. They were not able to grab it. They lost the chance to go upper bracket. But today, the chance to even qualify for playoffs lies in the hands of Team Ray taking this game number 2. And that means there's no more direct entry. Vamos will have to win this and then take a game over CG, or worse yet, take a 2-0 against CG Esports in the upcoming series, depending on the result of whether Team Ray wins game 3. But we demanded step up from Team Ray in terms of the draft and the gameplay, and they delivered it on the silver platter. This was a pleasure to watch.
It was an impressive performance right there. Team Ray definitely turned things around. And all the things that we were worried about, all the flaws that we pointed out in the draft, in the approach, were completely reversed. And Error 404, look at him right there. He is proud, he is confident. That is the performance he has been waiting for.
Oh boy, I love this kid. And that is going to restore some faith to Team Ray, quell some of the doubts. Now the hardest part, we've come to the hardest part of the series, which is for Team Ray to close it out against Vamos. But they did give us a hell of a performance. The rotations that we say from game 1, they were as good as it can be considering the draft that they were given. They did the same in game 2. We wanted Nova to be a lot more proactive. He was able to do that. They circumvented dealing with the chip very, very well. And Zay and Error 404, they were stellar this game.
As long as they have the space, they can actually get that farm as necessary. We initially thought that, hey, maybe Nova can help out the EXP lane, and that would accelerate there quite a bit. But I think it was smarter that he went to help Jome instead, and that allowed the Ruby to participate in fights, because Zer is going to naturally win the lane against Gojes anyway.
And we saw Gojes, he was trying at least, right? The first 2 turtles, and then he realized that there's just no way for him to get any space. He's getting, the turtle boat was colliding with him. He's eating falling star moons. He's getting 3-shotted by the Yishun Shin. And Chibi, I think after the first 2 fights, he really couldn't be involved as involved as he wants to be.
Yeah, the front line for Team Vamos basically faltered, right? They couldn't defend anyone at that point, so it was just over very early on. Let's see who our MVP is going to be this time, and it is Error. I cannot hold it together with that one. Error 404, the Kid Wonder himself.
Yeah, he at least we know that he played with Chibi before.
He played with him, alright.
Learned from the big brother from another team, Error 404, 719, on this YSS. The only time he died for a good cause too.
And we were worried about this YSS. I straight up said maybe it's a bit dangerous to go YSS when you already see a chip. They picked it anyway, but the Khalid was actually a really good response to help deal with that as well. And Error 404, we all know this kid is a star. As long as he can get the farm, as long as his team is able to play around him, he will make things happen.
Not only that, his fearless playstyle was what enabled Vamos to barely scrape by into the playoffs last season, and we are seeing that fearless playstyle again. Very independent too. You wouldn't expect a Yishun Shin to go on a flank maneuver all alone when there's a chip on the enemy team, and yet Arrow 4-4 pulls out miracles. A 10 1.5k goal lead at the end of the game. 19-5, a complete slaughter fest for Team Ray.
I think Vamos got a little bit too comfortable, a little bit too confident with their draft, putting Chip and Farsa out to broadcast to the world right at the beginning of the draft. And Farsa has been eating it in MPL Malaysia recently. Every time you see this hero, it's just multiple dives come out, and Clockwood could not play the game just as usual.
And we even said that Vamos got 5 power picks, and indeed they got 5 power picks, but Team Ray's solution to it were just great. They solved every single problem, they plucked every single hole, and that early game that Vamos wanted to accelerate didn't really work out the way they wanted. They were porting themselves into I'm Offended, into Falling Star Moon. Their backline was getting dove by Nova Escobar, which is everything coming together for Team Ray.
I really gotta give props to Nova Escobar though. The timings on his Raging Sandstorms were really good. He knew exactly roughly when Vamos was going to come out of that portal, and he already set up for it, which allowed them to stack the Falling Star Moon into the Traction Pulse multiple times. And Jome as well. We were literally commenting about how he looked uncomfortable in the fighter gold lanes, but he was the one making these catches on the Ruby every single time.
And maybe all he needed was just a little bit more help from the team, and that's exactly what we got. We even said that Chibi can just, casually shadow into a bush, 5 seconds later, gets caught by Jome, dies, game ends.
Ruby has on-demand CC. It's one of the fastest CCs in the game. You just press that skill 2, you get locked down, and with the amount of damage Team Ray has, Chibi didn't even know what hit him before he already had one foot in the grave.
That must be that PTSD being outplayed by AERO 4-4's Turtle Boat in one of the earlier fights.
Yep.
And this is where we get to the scary part. Scary for Team Ray because they need to close out the series, but scary for Team Vamos because the pressure just got amplified. No direct ticket to playoff. They have to somehow get points off of CG depending on the result of the series. But also morale. We know that Vamos is a very morale-based team.
Yep.
And once they deflate, they truly flatline.
A 2-0 here would have been the ideal, the dream for this squad, because they would already be qualified to playoffs right now. But not only do they now need a point from CG, they also need to win the next game to not be put in a position where a 2-0 is their only opportunity of moving forward. That is a lot of pressure.
Yeah, we put 3 scenarios. The easiest one is out of the picture. Now their best bet is to win this series against these Hall of Famers. Rich Guy in the carry for AERO 404. They're once more the sandbag, and Joem, the captain, the shot caller, as the best wingman.
Not often you see Joem on the best wingman. It usually only happens when he's on a hero like Claude. But here we start to see that he is capable of making these initiations. A little bit of help goes a long way. Being able to win out that lane and having a team that is controlling the map gives you so much more freedom of finding those angles in the first place. I also think that after we witness these first 2 games, it's actually looking clear to me that Team Ray might be the better early game team.
Yeah, I agree. I think that was also something that Team Ray did show previously with ZachQT and Dusk in their first 2 weeks, where the early game was actually pretty good. Even in the previous iteration of the roster, where with AJ, with Trap, with Eevee, we see signs of that early game aggression. Although previously it only lasts for the first 5 minutes, they were able to refine it with this current version of the roster. Took them long enough to get to this point. They might not make it to playoffs, but they sure as heck are putting up a show. This is one of my favorite moments this game.
Yeah, that was such a well-timed mountain shocker. Enduro was already in position, and then we got to see multiple flicker hooks from Jome, which were very clean, very solid. And the fights were so messy from Vamos as well. Here, Gotis is already dead before the fight really truly begins. The shortcut was already denied for most of it by the Raging Sandstorm. Vamos tried to fight back, but they just couldn't get enough space throughout the game.
I think that was the only fight that Vamos sort of convincingly won, and afterwards they were just eating all of this. Zorn, well, Joel needed help, he got the help, but I think Vamos also helped him by straight up sending their players into him.
Yep, they were not respecting the space here. And it feels rough for them, because you can tell they were trying. And you can tell that there were moments where it looked like they might be able to turn something around, but because they had already fallen behind initially, they just didn't have enough damage. And Team Ray were really feeling themselves.
They really were, and AERO 4-4, just playing that perfectly too. Just everything coming together for Team Ray. I think from this point onwards, when Team Ray finally got their first substantial goal lead, Vamos never recovered.
Look at these late game fights. They're split in half. Gojes once again goes down first. The shortcut basically amounts to nothing. And then multiple key targets are being picked off from every single angle. This is one of the benefits of having that double fighter. You don't really know where your opponents are going to come from, and you need to have some way of diving the back. That response from Jome as well. Oh, feels bad for Chibi.
Yeah, and even Nako with the Purify wasn't really doing enough, because a lot of times he pressed Purify, he's already pulled in by the I'm Offended. We got a series on our hands. We were floating the idea of what if Vamos didn't recover and what if Team Ray wins? How would the standings look like? Well, I think a lot of us are might have gotten our wish.
I think there's a lot of teams who would very much like that playoff slot that are quite happy about Vamos not performing here. And now Vamos is going to need to figure out a way to make them eat their words, because that was not a stellar showing. No. And even in game 1, where they won, they weren't doing the best in their first few minutes either.
Yeah, it was more of Team Ray blundering than Vamos playing a perfect game. But if you want to further see your favorite teams, especially those who qualify for playoffs, in this case only SRG, OG, and CG, and perhaps Homeboys also confirmed, scan the QR code and buy the tickets. Some of our matches have already sold out. For example, the Grand Finals, which was sold out in 10 minutes upon release, but other series are still available and selling like hotcakes. So do remember, scan the QR code, buy the tickets. It's very, very cheap. This week is the last week for discount. I wouldn't say this week. This last few hours will be the discount that is applicable. So if you talk about not being able to come to MPL and you still don't buy the tickets on the discount, what are you doing?
Yeah, 20% off, right? For the 9th anniversary week. This week, which is ending quite soon, by the way, so make sure you guys grab those. Not to mention playoffs is going to be at a different venue. I haven't seen it yet, but from what I have heard, it might be larger, which is going to make the atmosphere even more exciting.
Yeah, I was at the playoffs venue or the vicinity of it recently for charity run, and I can say I definitely think it's going to look great.
Ooh, I'm excited.
Playoffs is exciting.
Well, I'm also excited for what's going to happen in game number 3. We started seeing signs of progress for Team Ray. Vamos, as you mentioned earlier, very momentum-based, very morale-based. That had to be a big hit to morale, considering the stakes involved. Can they recover?
Hopefully they can. We've seen Vamos make some of the most miraculous comebacks, even in previous seasons. But the one thing that they struggle to come back from is from a loss that they... how do I put it? It's from a loss in a game where they felt like they should have won. They shouldn't have lost. I think that's the best way to put it. Vamos, I believe, back on the first pick side with a decent win rate. And for Team Ray, I think the pressure has definitely been lifted a little bit. Now to bring that momentum into game 3 with just the double fighter draft that they have found different iterations of and is refined.
And they've figured out what is comfortable for them. But hero pool comes into question as well. How much flexibility can Team Ray show in terms of approaching this style? Because so far, AERO 404 is still locked into Sun Shin. Jome only seems to be the most effective on heroes like Ruby. And then you also gotta make sure that Dur is winning out his lane. Can you achieve all of these conditions now that Vamos has experienced that loss against you? And will we see a return to Zorn's Assassin Roamers?
Only one way to find out. Let's start with the random map draw. If we go back to Dangerous Grass, then the Assassin Roamers is a big possibility. But we are not getting that. We're going to Flying Clouds. And Team Ray have not won a single game on this map just yet. We start with the Fanny, the Angela, the Kimmy banned by Vamos, Team Ray, and CC, and Apaxia.
Keeping things fairly standard here. I did wonder whether Vamos might let the Fanny through to let Zorn play it once again, but I think it's a bit too risky to pick it early in the draft. Baxi and CC banned out by Team Ray, as well as the Wan. So sticking pretty standard in terms of bans.
Alright, do you YSS this? Or do you Lancelot this? Or do you do neither and you go for Kalea? There it is.
Okay, Kalea first pick. This hero has been banned every single game today, actually thinking about it.
It has been.
So this is going to be the first time we actually get to see Kalea today. In the hands of Zorn should allow him to make some good pickoffs. Now Team Ray will decide. Do they want to once again go double fighter side lane with the YSS opening?
Go for YSS plus Roamer, YSS Rock, or anyone with a Purifier, right?
Could be Kimmy as well.
Kimmy's banned out.
Oh yeah.
We've seen some teams deal with the Kalea first pick. I think the most apparent one was in Untitled's game when they were prioritizing Kalea a lot. Teams pick heroes that naturally take Purify, have crowd control immunity, and are just generally hard to catch. So Grok is one of the choices that that was picked up into a Kalea at that time. But Vamos, they're gonna get the Lunox just to tear through the health bars of Team Ray.
If you want to go for a tankier pick to counter out the Kalea, like the Grok, like the Gatot, then we already have a mid laner that will be able to deal with it. And without Kimmy, this is one of the best mid laners in the meta right now. The Vamos really want to get that prio first up. Kalea Lunox, very powerful sustain combo.
And the Alice too, trying to give Gorgeous a good time in the XP lane. But this could still be a double fighter comp. So for Team Ray, they're not too pressed about the Alice pick for now, which they actually did ban in the previous game. You go for a Roma, I feel like, maybe, I would say Grok, but I see the Lunox and it's pretty scary.
I think you do still need to go for a roam that can counterplay the Kalea somewhat. Gatot is probably the safest, but then you also have heroes like Cho that could work fairly well.
I think surviving the burst is going to be quite an issue. But they go for the Zusin. Alright, playing it safe.
Zusin going to get picked up here.
Another Purify carrier.
Been a while, I think, since we've seen a Zusin.
Yeah.
Gets banned very frequently.
But it does allow them to go for early invades if they get priority. The early game pressure that Team Ray has.
In which case, Vamos probably want to ban heroes like Cho in the second phase, just to make sure they can maintain that mid lane prio, since right now they have very good level 1 trade already. They also banned the Ruby themselves.
A lot of respect given to Joe 2 considering how the game 2 went. Do you ban a Hayabusa here, or do you ban like Fredrin?
I think you have ways of dealing with Fredrin with the Zusin already. And if they do decide to go for the Cho, it would be perfectly fine. Yeah, ban out the Haya.
Okay. What's the other? Well, I mean, Team Ray in this case, since they don't have a Kimmy mid, they could pick a traditional marksman just to add on to what the Yi Shen already provides. Natan? It is a Joan pick.
It would be a solid Purify holder. There is also the Hare.
Yeah, you're right.
They already have the Esme themselves, so they don't have to worry about that counter.
The Lunox does eat through the Harry too, no?
True, but at least you wouldn't be laning against her.
That is true.
Unless Vamos decides it's time.
For Natco Lunox, we saw Lunox go yesterday by Homeboys. They did it once. Got Todd banned. So we're left with Grok, Cho, Kaja. I want to say Chip, but I don't think you go Chip here anyways.
Yeah, I don't think so. Not against an Alice and Lunox. Not a good combo to work with. Looking at the state of the situation, I think they probably go roam here. Oh, they go Harif straight away. I thought they would try to keep their gold lane a little more on the down low, but I guess they're concerned about Vamos potentially stealing it away.
So we see that Joy out for Vamos, which is the last and only assassin available in the jungle. We know that Gorgeous yesterday goes for the Petrify on the Alice. So something that Team Ray can keep note of. If he goes Petrify again, Granger or Natco, there is standard lane, Granger into Harif. Now Nova has the biggest decision to make. Who do you go for?
Cho is still solid. I actually kind of like Rock personally. Oh, Badang! Alright. Do I like Badang here? I feel like you... Okay, basically Vamos have confirmed won the level 1 mid trade. I don't know, I'm not too sure if Badang is the best pick here, but Nova does make some pretty solid plays on the Badang at times. It's just that Vamos has a very skirmishy lineup.
But if Nova can connect with Dur, like as well as he did in game 2, then we could see those snappy engages again, and that might be what catches Vamos off guard. At least that's what Team Ray is known for. So one last game to decide Vamos' fate more than Team Ray's. Be prepped for game number 3, this time on Flying Clouds. So for a team that likes to skirmish like Vamos, Flying Clouds is perfect.
It is time to take flight, ladies and gentlemen. 3 purifies, by the way, on Team Ray, which of course makes a lot of sense. Much respect over to Zorn on that Kalea. Will this be the victory that gets Vamos one step closer to the playoffs? Can they recover from a loss of momentum? Or will Team Ray show that they have found the secret sauce at last? Only time shall tell in the land of Dawn.
We see Zayla Nina showing off the new 9th anniversary skin for Tusin. I gotta say, I love the sound effect when you pull out the lantern flare.
They're tempting me so bad.
It's a different tone, it's a different note every time you pull it out.
I don't even play Zusin and I'm being tempted so bad.
The skin line is pretty good. CC,
it's so
Tusin,
good, actually. Oh, my diamonds.
Or you could save it for the aspirants.
Oh, aspirants. Why is ML releasing so many good skins? I don't have enough diamonds.
They get the little? They did.
They did, actually. Alright, well played there. Team Ray, small exchange.
AERO continue to keep up the pace. Bottom side of the jungle will be guarded by Vamos, so no invade attempt, and Team Ray will be okay with that. Both junglers would end up on the gold side of the map.
Looking at the emblem as well, it's great smite for Nova Escobar, so he's expecting to be part of longer exchanges overall, which does make sense since you have an Alice on the opposite. Otherwise, most of the DPSs are sporting Impure Rage.
Even Vamos, even Gojes committing to a hard dive with the Flicker Alice. Chibi is going to hit level 4 first, and AERO 4 follows soon after.
So, pretty passive game so far. Both teams have already gotten a chance to really suss each other out after games 1 and 2. You can tell that they're not taking any risks this time.
Nia's going to put himself out there. He does have the Purify, so he should be fine.
Oh, that's going to be the knockup from Zorn. Zorn going to get picked up as well. That's a nice bit of poke trade, actually, right before Turtle comes up.
Yeah, but Zay just heals back up with the Brace Smite and the Regenerate. Vamos on the Turtle first.
Chibi already dropping it down to 40%. Mount Stalker comes out. AERO sees it. Chibi secures it with the Retry Throne of Ruin from Gojes. Catches AERO and Nova. And that's going to be first blood to Gojes. Nova Escobar nearly dies. Zorn flickers in, gets the Tsunami Slam, ensures he does die. And that is a worthy trade.
Yeah, we did say that Vamos' grab likes to skirmish, and that's exactly the power that they have with this comp.
And they're still trying to exchange. Chibi steals away the purple as well. Now officially trying to harbor AERO as much as possible. He gets picked back up, but he is able to dash away.
No Mountain Shotgun, no Turtle Boat. Gojes is going to be quite a pain this early game before Team Ray builds up the resources to effectively handle him. So Team Ray, if they can win the early game fights, at least they don't let Vamos get too far out. Zorn just spotted Joe and crossed by 2.
Team Ray definitely needs anti-heal this game. There's a lot of heroes with sustain on the Vamos side to keep fights going. So there's going to need to be some shifts in terms of item build. Dome is here. They actually get the Litho again.
Vamos is just out-muscling Team Ray. It's through the raw sustain and the burst that they have with Chibi and Claw Kun. And frees up space for Natco too. Nothing substantial yet. I mean, Team Ray would have liked to win that turtle fight, but it is a tough ask with this current draft and needs time to get the items and set up.
Yeah, compared to before, Team Ray doesn't really have lane prio anywhere. I feel like they should be trying to help out Job a little bit more because that is a lane that they could affect. Because Harif trades very well against Granger with a little bit of assistance to make up for that range difference. But since they didn't, Vamos just has their run of the map.
So the Purify becomes even also more important. If Zorn can force out the Purify for the next 90 seconds, Joan will have to play scared.
He's not playing scared now. Going in with the Zaman Force. He knows he has Purify, so he can force the issue. Not quite enough to finish off Zorn, though.
You should see Natco pass by, but can you get Zorn here?
Nova and Zay waiting in the bush. Zay gonna reveal first. Doesn't quite get the pickup though.
Zorn is brought down to less than 50%, so Team Ray having the courage to walk back up. Here comes the Flying Cloud. Joan will join his team.
Okay, just gonna get caught in fist break. Here comes the Tsunami Slam onto Error 404! Chibi secures the turtle and the Yi-Sun Shin at the same time! And now Team Ray is gonna need to back this off. Goja's not gonna allow Nova to escape for free.
Perfect from Zorn, buffering the tidal strike, coming in at the last possible moment and catching Error 404 off guard. So unlike game number 2, Error 404 doesn't get the freedom to work and farm up. Pace being slowed down means that Chibi feels a lot more relieved, and that means the top lane, the gold lane, where Joan wants to ideally keep, is going to be under threat.
And here we can also see the difference when Gojas is actually allowed to play the game. Now that he's on the Alice, he can actually stand in front, buy time, threaten Team Ray. And because of that, they have to play in very defensive positions, which puts Error 404 in a vulnerable state. Literally the only person without Purify there. Oh, Fist Crack gonna be used once again. Tsunami Slam used as well. Zorn gonna be locked down. They want to kill. Error 404 will get it.
Very good setup and follow-up. The chain abilities was executed perfectly. Error 404 will be behind in level and also net worth, and that's gonna be a fact. Good lift out from Zaylanina in case Gojas has some funny ideas on moving forward. Still, Team Ray, they need every single pickup that they can get.
They're already 2k behind. Vamos playing the map very well. Chibi especially being given a lot of space. You can see he's already level 10. That's a 3-level difference on Error 404.
The Thunderbelt for Nova out at 6 minutes 10 seconds. Joan, even though he received some pressure, but in the grand scheme of things are still looking out well. More of, right now for Team Ray, I feel like you shouldn't contest the turtle at all. And just try to focus on farming up, because the jungler is down in levels, and you lose another turtle fight, Vamos can snowball even harder.
Vamos being very smart right now, putting a little bit more attention towards the gold lane, see if they can get that pushed up before the turtle spawns on the opposite side. Zay also gonna be poked quite hard. Electrifying Beats is used fairly early though. Zay not quite able to chase. Gojas is the first one on the turtle. Tsunami Slam comes out, picks up Novak Kobar once again, drags it into the team. He's gonna flicker forward, gets a fist crack onto an important target. Clock could force to use the Brilliance. Chibi also very low on HP. Vamos cannot approach the turtle right now. And look at Dur. He's buying so much time, eating so much damage. This turtle should go to Error 404.
Wow, can't believe Team Ray made that work. Good stuff from Nova to almost kill off Qualcomm. Again, the turtle connection for Error 404 was sublime. Vamos counting the lucky stars and no one went down despite forcing out resources from Zaylanina, and it's Team Ray that gets the first turret of the game.
A much needed objective and a much needed teamfight victory that instantly swings the goal difference. Only a 500 goal lead for Vamos now. And that means that Team Ray can start scaling.
Yeah, I think Gojas also messed up the Throne of Ruin and Flicker, because it flickered in and nothing really happened. I'm not really sure what was the case.
Tsunami Slam once again on Novak Kobar. He's in trouble. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Sky Pierce's stack for Nako. Falling Star Moon comes in as well as the Crimson Beacon. Team Ray not gonna pursue.
Yeah, can't really do much about that. Purple buff will be stolen by Chibi again. Keep his level lead despite everything that's happened. There's not much of a goal lead for Vamos. Throne of Ruin, good lift back.
Gojas in trouble. Falling Star Moon connects and they set it up perfectly for Dome. Chibi now looking for some revenge with the Electrifying Beast, but Mount Shocker scouts him out and he will be chased away.
Good understanding of the Throne of Ruin mechanic. Gives you CC immunity, so Zaylanina held on his lift until it procced, and that's what killed Gojas.
Ooh, that Mount Shocker actually hit 2. Good amount of damage there. Nova with the conceal. I'm pretty sure Chibi saw him though, so not gonna be able to make much with that.
And Vamos' 2k goalie shrunk to less than 1,000, and I think majority of that money is on Chibi. But once they shut him down once, Team Ray will basically neutralize whatever effort that Vamos has put in.
It's gonna be very important now for Vamos to make sure Chibi and Natko are protected as much as possible in the next couple of fights. Whether or not they survive will be the difference between victory and defeat.
No Falling Star Moon.
Crimson Beacon forward. Gojas flickers in with the Throne of Ruin. Finds Tree. Tsunami Slam comes out. Gets purified away. And not a fist crack from Nova! But Vamos still surviving. Their sustain so high. Team Ray losing more of their HP. We're going to trade 1 for 1. Dur and Zorn.
going to be exchanged, and Team Ray backs it off.
So it's a Roma for an XP laner. Worth it for Vamos for sure. Team Ray needed a bit more damage and items to make it work. But they're holding on as well as possible. That could have gone a lot worse, but Vamos cracks the mid-tier 1, and now they're going to turn on to the Lord.
The sustain from Vamo is a little bit too much to burst through, even with some excellent setup. Now 4 members are on the Lord. Nova sees it, but AERO is just not nearby. Clawkun will secure it for Vamos.
All things considered, at least Joam is doing decent. 2-0-1, Zelanina too. He doesn't have the most damage, but he does provide some insane crowd control. The main problem right now is Gorgeous and Thorn, who are causing a lot of disruption in the backline of Team Ray, and they have a lot of things to worry about. But once the items come out from Joam and AERO 404, they can easily chew through Vamos' front line. But that would take some time, and now they have a Lord to deal with, which makes it even more complicated.
Yeah, Team Ray, unfortunately, is very dependent on having Purify in order to counteract Vamos' initiation. Because Nova is not going to be able to counter-initiate. He needs to be the one finding opportunities.
See, the Depth Sonatas from Natco is also starting to hurt as well. The base defense is not the best from Team Ray with this comp. But there's another thing that they need to know. Nova Escobar sitting in the bottom jungle, but I don't think Vamos is going to go there.
He's looking for a huge flank, actually. And Natco is starting to hurt a fair bit. Lord going to be pushing up bot lane. Gorgeous is there to clear the wave, and that's going to be the holy defense gone from this tower. Lord should fall quite soon, though.
So all tier 2s will go down. No inhibitors for Vamos, but first big goal lead for them. Close to 4,000. It's also compounding interest from the early game that Vamos was able to put up, putting AERO 404 behind. Nova continuing to be patient, but Vamos are not heading to that side of the map for now.
At this point, Vamos is probably aware they have not seen the Badang in a while. So they have to be... Oh, hold on. Chibi comes in, steals the purple buff as well.
Nova is inching forward. There's a... might have an opening. Nova decides against it. This team is not really in the right position. They still have to deal with the waves.
That feels bad. He's been waiting there for so long, hoping to make the hero catch. But Team Ray just not able to hold on well enough as a 4-man.
Again, the wave play is not the best from Team Ray. Short range, not really not enough AoE burst to deal with waves. And that problem only becomes worse the later the game goes on.
Itemization here. Natco actually going quite greedy into a Blade of Despair. Kunai Slam used. That's a very late Purify from Dur. And he gets picked off.
Oh, that's a costly mistake. I don't know why you held onto the Purify for so long.
Greeted.
Really greeted. And that gives Vamos more liberties to move on forward.
Summon Force going to be used. Here comes Gorgeous with the 3-man Throne of Ruin! And that is the start of the ruination of Team Ray. It's a killing spree for Natco as to take out the bottom inhibitor. Crystal is wide open. Only Dome and AERO 404 still alive against 5 members of Vamos. The only consolation, there's not enough minions yet for Vamos to end the game. They're going to rotate over and go for the Lord instead.
That is the first killing blow. Oh, Dur. His death chain into 2 more because Gorgeous, this Flicker Alice is a big problem if the front line can't hold on. And Vamos gets to dive like that, which we did point out. Team Ray is going to really struggle, and with the second Lord, Vamos has a good chance to take the entire base of Team Ray.
Especially with only 1 tower left up top. Lord gonna be pushing around bottom. 7,000 gold lead. This could be it. This could be the point that Vamos is looking for.
At least they don't have to go down the route of mandatory 2-0 against CG. That's the best that they could ask for right now. They sure as hell don't want to be in that spot.
Well, here we go. Tsunami Slam purified this time by Zelanina. So just not gonna take that Crimson Gleam. Lord will collide in bot lane, but Team Ray have already cleared up the minion waves mid. That means that Vamos actually can't do anything with this Lord.
And they might be able to siege one more time. There's one more empowered wave, but that's all they get.
Just goes in, he's setting up. Oh, he's not gonna go for it. Throne of Ruin kind of wasted there, and Electrifying Beast comes out. JB gonna be caught over. Team Ray with the counterplay. Fistcrack finds Gorgeous. Crimson Beacon used as well. Gorgeous goes back in. Team Ray going to play it safe. They'll back it off. They gotta pick off.
Great pull from AERO 404. Not sure if Gojes baited his team, but at least they only lost Chibi. And they got a mid inhibitor. Minor goal swing in the favor of Team Ray. They managed to hold on for a little bit, but the fact that they kept the top inhibitor alive and the Lord is spawning in the top side of the map in the next minute and a half is the most that Team Ray can ask for. One more good engage. They should be able to swing this game back in their favor because Nova has been pivotal with this flicker fist cracks.
Yeah, Vamos cannot afford to make that same mistake again. A single kill on GB was a 2k gold lead swing. And a little bit more gold, Team Ray will be able to hit their item power spikes here on all their cores.
Yeah. In AERO 4-4 just got the Malefic Roar too. So don't underestimate the one-shot potential of Team Ray. Both teams overloaded with damage and it really comes down to who gets the better setup this time.
Vamos does, of course, still have a lot of security lines. They've only lost a single tower the entire game thus far. So even if they do lose a fight, they do have a little bit of leeway to work with, but it would mean sacrificing their entire goal lead, and that is not worth it.
No, not at all. For Team Ray, it's also very hard for them to walk out of the base just because it's being held by Vamos' players. They don't really want to get caught by a Tsunami Slam. They want to walk into the Atlas or Lunox either they can, especially Lunox who can just two-shot them. So that's something that Team Ray will always have to contend with. And now see Zorn.
Big movement, big rotation down to the bot lane, hoping to find an ambush. Fortunately, Zorn did scout them out. Lord coming up in 10 seconds. This could be the game decider.
It's going to be the most important one. They see Zorn again. Bottom side, careful.
Oh, Tsunami Slam onto AERO 404. That's a mistake. Mega kill for Natko.
Why?
Why?
Why is the team going top side? And why is the Yishin Shin face checking the bush? Why isn't Nova doing that?
Literally the one person they couldn't afford to lose when the Lord was spawning.
Oh no. Your Roma you should never be in front of your Roma. Oh, Zorn!
Nice flicker from Zorn. He's gonna get the Tsunami Slam anyway. Throne of Ruin unfortunately does miss out, and Zaman Force. Dome is looking for Nako. He forces him backwards. Dome still doing a good amount of damage. No more ultimates on Zorn. He's not gonna be able to jump back in. Team Ray will hold on for now. But the Lord is coming out.
Okay, good hold from Team Ray. At least the initial hold. They forced the cooldowns out from Vamos. Shibi now has the Winter Crown. That is going to be a big difference maker. Brilliant should be back up in a little bit. Divine Glaive for Joam. This could be the final push.
Up here comes the Lord. Throne of Ruin still on cooldown for Gojes, so he can't really use it to initiate. And AERO 404 has respawned, so he will be able to melt this down. Looks like Vamos wants to go for this top inhibitor instead, and they will be able to get it thanks to the empowered minions. Look at Novi comes in with the fist crack from behind! Not go! They got him! Throne of Ruin on 3, but they've lost their main DPS. GB gonna be looking for Zayla Nina. He melts him down, but Jome is still alive. The main threat, the Harif, still going, and Gojes will be picked up as well. Team Ray looking for a chance to re-engage. Keep the fight going. Falling Star Moon wins. Vamos forced back, but the tides are turning for Team Ray.
Once more, Nova with heroics keeps Team Ray in the game, but Vamos still have permanently damaged the base of Team Ray, and that is something that they could always lean on. Lord not spawning in another 90 seconds, but Team Ray should be able to start cracking some structures and take more control of the map.
Oh boy, we might be looking at a reversal right now. We're 18 minutes in. It's only a 2k lead for Vamos, which is basically negligible, as basically everyone will have their full item build by now. Vamos needs to show some proper respect.
Knowing Vamos, they could consider going for a concealed play and end the game right now, and that's what they are thinking. Moving as a 4-man, Team Ray.
Here's the conceal. Zorn wants AERO 404. He flickers forward, gets the Tsunami Slam, but Fistcrack comes out as well. Clockun gonna be traded over. Nako sniping from behind. Jome in some trouble. Zaman Force comes out. He's already very low on HP. And Vamos is looking to end this right now. A nice 2-man fist win is not enough. It only buys time. Vamos, they've broken through. They are 4v3 currently with waves pushing in. Dirk gonna try and clear the bottom one. Zorn doesn't have Tsunami Slam. He's just gonna slowly pick up their... Oh, Joe! That's risky! He's going for Natko! He's trying to make the hero play! He purifies the Tsunami Slam, but he's 1v4! And Dome is down! A double kill for Chibi! They're the only one left standing! They were so close! It looked like they could do it! But Team Vamos has denied the comeback, and they will take the series!
The comeback was denied indeed. Vamos scraped by with a scrappy 2-1 win. But again, Vamos fans, they can rejoice temporarily, but the fight continues. Vamos still needs a point to qualify for playoffs, and that point has to come from CG Esports, which will be the final hurdle next weekend. We'll see if Team Vamos can overcome that. AERO 4-4 is changing some friendly words with Vamos. They put up a damn good fight, but it is a shame that the last two fights, his death was what costed Team Ray.
They just had to be a little bit more careful. They were doing such a good job. I was preparing myself emotionally for such a good story, but props to Vamos. With this victory, they will be able to breathe a little bit easier. And they're one step closer to the playoff.
We literally said that knowing Vamos, they are going to re-engage, they're going to re-aggress even when you feel like they're behind. And that was exactly what happened. Congratulations to Vamos. Good fight from Team Ray. Let's throw it onto the stage with Rose and the rest.
Duo berbalas satu untuk pasukan Vamos. Tetapi Rose ada special guest sebab Rose pagi tadi tengah scroll TikTok, nampak satu interview Bocil ni buat. Dia cakap, Rose, Ahad standby mic. So Bocil, sebelum Rose lepaskan awak, apa Bocil nak cakap kenapa nak mic hari ni?
Tadi dah kalah dah.
Apa perasaan lawan abang-abang?
Rasa dah.
Rasa jadi Kumar kecil.
Kumar doh.
Tapi enjoy tak?
Enjoy. Best.
You know what? You played really well today. Thank you very much, Bocil. Guys, berikan tepukan untuk AERO 4-4.
Bye.
Alright, thank you very much. Bye-bye. See you later, okay? Now, Natko. Walaupun menang hari ini sebab korang menang 2-1, Vamos masih lagi tak dapat secure playoffs. 2 hari straight korang actually terlepas peluang untuk mendapatkan slot ke playoff minggu kelima. Apa perasaan Natko?
Sedikit kecewa lah. Tapi lepas dari itu kita masih try hard juga. Walaupun dah tak secure upper bracket, kita bakal tetap kejar buat playoff lah.
Yes, kejar buat playoff, which kita boleh nampak keputusan dia minggu ke depan. Tapi Natko, mungkin kita boleh throwback sikit kepada semalam. Apa sebenarnya terjadi?
Malam ada inilah miscommunication lah. Dengan draft juga ada problem. So ya kita berlima dengan coaching staff kena perbaikin ininya lah, draft.
Di game pertama tadi kita boleh nampak it was actually quite close untuk kedua-dua pasukan, tetapi Vamos dapat kemenangan. Di game kedua agak beza. Apa yang jadi? Is it overconfident?
Game 2 kita ada gameplay mungkin ya.
Just a misunderstanding, misdiscipline, all that in the game lah.
Yeah.
Natko, macam mana you dapat kembali your momentum dengan mentality selepas kekalahan semalam? Sebab kalau kita boleh tengok, I rasa kekalahan semalam actually boleh lah affect bila kita kalah kan?
Yeah.
So, macam mana, apa yang korang buat untuk dapatkan mental untuk perlawanan hari ini?
Kita fast reset dia, terus kita evaluate draft kita.
Fast reset is very important. Thank you very much, Natko. Now, Dewan Sri Putra, kita tadi tengok 3 game tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. Korang rasa siapa? Okay, ada beberapa nama. So, mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game jatuh kepada... ke Chibi! Chibi.
Kenapa?
Kenapa gelak?
Tak ada apa.
Apa perasaan lawan Bocil tadi?
Biasa je.
Biasa.
Kita orang, saya sedih lah.
Sedih? Sebab kalahkan dia?
Sebab kalah 1 game.
Sebab tak layak playoff lagi.
Betul.
Tapi you rasa rindu tak kepada Bocil?
Tak. Tak.
Kenapa?
Sebab dia budak sekolah. Suruh dia sekolah dululah.
Now, Chibi, sebagai seorang senior figure dalam hidup Bocil, kita boleh tahu you guys used to play in the same team, you pun jungler, and I'm pretty sure he looks up to you in some way lah. Apa yang you rasa AERO 404 perlu improve lagi untuk menjadi a better pro player?
Experience sih. Experience dengan makro kot. Sebab pengalaman more dewasa kan.
Decision making semua tu, it's all about experience kan?
Betul.
It's all from experience. I agree. Now, untuk minggu depan, kalau korang nak secure your playoff slot, you guys are facing CG, betul?
Betul.
Sekarang dah tak ada chance untuk upper bracket, tetapi korang punya playoff slot pun masih lagi shaky. You rasa boleh tak menang lawan CG?
Boleh.
Boleh, 2-0 ke 2-1? Sebab korang dapat satu mata pun dah layak.
Tak kisah, 2-1 ke 2-0, yang penting kita orang nak menang.
Nak menang.
Betul.
Now, another question. So, recently, banyak team ke bawah leaderboard kita tengah kacau orang nak masuk playoff, orang nak masuk ni, orang nak masuk tu, and I'm pretty sure you pun based on experience malam dah tahu kan? So, my question is, bila jumpa CG, you akan jadi macam roadblock tak untuk dia mendapatkan upper bracket tu?
Tengoklah macam mana. Kalau boleh kita nak jadi roadblock juga, macam todak roadblock kat kita orang.
Kan best kan? Nak kacau-kacau CG ke macam tu?
Betul.
Anything yang you nak cakap kepada CG sebelum jumpa minggu depan?
Untuk CG, buat yang terbaik. Kalau korang tak buat yang terbaik, korang tak dapat upper bracket.
Betul tu. Kalau tak buat yang terbaik, korang tak dapat upper bracket. Anything you nak cakap kepada fans?
Untuk fans, thank you yang datang support dekat venue. Thank you fans Vamos ataupun fans Team Ray. Thank you sebab datang support. Dan teruskan support, teruskan meriahkan MPMY. Dan jumpa korang di next week atau di playoff. Thank you semua.
Thank you very much to Chibi dan juga Natko. And of course, congratulations atas kemenangan hari ini. Mari let's throw it back to the casters to analyse apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose, Chibi, Natko, and of course, AERO 404. MVP of this game goes to Chibi on that joy. Put up a hell of a performance, slowing down AERO 404 in the early to mid game and eventually securing all the major objectives for the team.
Chibi is just a solid presence, man. Every single game, no matter what hero you put him on, his experience and composure speaks for himself. He's not flawless, of course. There are definitely times when he makes mistakes, but he's always a reliable fallback for the side of Team Vamos, who they can depend on whenever the circumstances call for it. He's got a good fire for opportunity. Retreat timings are still on point. It's just everything you want from a jungler.
Absolutely. This game really could have gone a completely separate direction with how Team Ray was setting up for one of the potential greatest comebacks in the regular season. But unfortunately, they made some crucial errors. We saw Team Ray getting a bit greedy, a bit sloppy with their moves, and it started cascading into irreparable mistakes. Although they did try to pull it back, but the final nail in the coffin, unfortunately, was AERO 404 just not respecting the re-aggression from Team Vamos enough, and that ended costing them the game. Still, valiant effort from Team Ray, and for Vamos, the playoffs hope still is alive. But comes down to CG.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit more difficult than they would have wanted, and you can definitely feel the players' disappointment slightly on the stage. But hey, at least they made sure the comeback did not happen. Otherwise, their chances would be very, very slim. And it was close. If not for some of the blunders that AERO 404 made, if Joe maybe didn't try to go too hard on that final play with the cloud onto Natko, there was a chance they could have still held it out. There's a chance that they could have turned it around. But that is where the draft really starts showing itself.
Yeah, it really does. We said that both teams have a lot of damage, and it comes down to who gets to engage first. And we saw how Team Ray was able to pull it back despite being so far behind. Alas, Vamos just had the better conditions to win. You look at the damage dealt for both gold laners. In fact, Joe dealt a lot more damage than Natko.
That's actually kind of surprising, but also understandable considering how aggressive Jom was attempting to be. He knew he was going to be the main hyper carry for Team Ray and wanted to try and clutch it out, whereas Natko could actually leave a lot of things over to Clockun and Chibi instead. I also gotta give props to Zorn. There were 3 Purifies on Team Ray, and he managed to find the 2 people without Purify in almost every single fight.
Yeah, just again, good eye for opportunity from Team Vamos. The key players, the Hall of Famers for this game. We got Natko as the rich guy, and this time Joam, understandably the carry, Sandbag over the Gorgeous, and Thorn ends up as the best wingman.
I think we can see from this series how important it is for Gorgeous to have the correct matchup, because it really is night and day that you can feel his impact depending on how well the lane went. When he was on the Arlet, he was basically a non-factor. He was suffering. I felt pain for him. But on the Alice, didn't really even need all that much help, and he was already setting up Throne of Ruins, diving into the backline, absorbing damage quite easily. And that's why EXP lane is important this meta, guys.
Yeah, never shaft your EXP lane. If you sabotage the XP lane, then you have already set yourself up to lose the game.
Yep. Gorgeous, though, I do think needs to work on that consistency a little bit. And being too dependent on this is not necessarily a good thing. There's already players that have proven that you can overcome the lane matchup difference. Jom as well finally gets the chance to go back on a proper gold lane pick, but not quite able to close it out. Feels bad.
Yeah, he attempted the net sky, and it almost paid off.
It did actually.
It was so close to making it work out. So with that being said, this highlight reel is something else. It's a game of inches. Plenty of back and forth. The early game definitely went in favor of Team Vamos. Gorgeous, like you said, being able to not only have a correct matchup, but constantly set up for his team to get these wins and allowing Vamos to play the aggressive game.
Vamos knew that they had the right heroes this time around to be particularly active on the map, and they tried to make use of that as much as possible to get that snowball. Team Ray actually responded quite well. There wasn't much of a goal lead for most of the game until the midsection, when Vamos really started turning around fights with just ridiculous amounts of sustain.
Not only that, I think Nova Escobar also deserves his flowers too for constantly finding opportunities to bring his team back into the game. This moment was where it all started going downhill for Team Ray, where they had to play from behind, all because there was late on the Purify, and yet you have heroics from Nova, which allowed them back into the game.
Now this pickoff on Natko made a massive difference. It not only got rid of the gold laner, it also split the fight completely in half and allowed Team Ray to actually swing the goal difference around, making it a bit more even. But here, when Error 404 got caught again, that's where it was all over.
Yeah, and you have to feel for Joam too, because he was trying his best to really bring the game back, but they just don't have the resources to make it happen.
You tried so hard.
Look at this.
It got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Team Ray, they pushed this to the limit, I will say. It was a 19-minute game. I didn't even know it was that long. I don't even remember what happened in the initial phases anymore, but it was a good series. It was an impressive performance on both sides, and you can really tell that teams are locking in as we approach the end of the season.
And this also kind of poses the question, where does Vamos stand, right? Because there are matchups that we expect Vamos to clean sweep or to struggle less. They dropped against Todak. They dropped one game against Team Ray. And I think Team Ray also demonstrated some very good decision makings, and they're exploiting some of the tendencies of Vamos. This could give the blueprint to CG to prep for that series. And maybe CG is what truly stops Vamos. And it'll be kind of poetic to have it start with Todak and end with CG.
I do think that CG is one of those teams that will be able to figure out Vamos fairly well. But I will also say that a lot of teams here have been very inconsistent lately. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they just perform not so good for no particular reason. So as much as I'd like to say CG should be able to take Vamos quite easily, I really can't say for sure.
Yeah, and well, the one thing that we can say for sure is that Vamos is not in playoffs just yet. They need 1 point against CG. Just one game. As long as they can get 1 point, doesn't matter they win 2-0 or lose 1-2 or win 2-1, just 1 point, they are in the playoff. But that's a story for week number 6. So both teams have time to think about it and prep for the most important match of the regular season. We're going to go on a short break. When we come back, AERO Esports takes on GMXK Kelantan. We'll leave you with the mic check of the series between Team Ray and Vamos. See you later.
Mati semua ke ni, Bang. Aman. Iya. Raten. Lilian belakang. Apa namanya depan dulu aja. Lihat gua main Iron. Saya boleh. Aku ya. Tapi. Aku tabrak. Ini kamu gua nih.
Nice, mati.
Sorry, guys.
Dekat. Woi, ayam!
Guys, mid lane, guys. Don't clear, guys.
I'm ready, Jom. I have
5 seconds. 3, 2, ready, guys?
Ready, jom.
Ranger, guys.
Nice one, jom. Puri, John.
Help me, guys. Help me.
Jom.
Guys, upload.
No ulti ayah.
Upload. Guys, ready, guys. I will use AERO.
Yeah.
Ready, guys. Ready. Try. Barca, guys.
Pasa. GG. Nice one, jom.
Arlot first.
Kanan, guys.
Arlot first, guys. Wait, guys. Don't tower lock, guys. Just zero.
Okay. Ready, guys. Let's go. I'm ready.
I stand to, guys. Clear wave, guys. Clear wave.
And the bad. Nice one, guys.
Ini mau.
Mati.
High pet tu bapak ah.
Okay. Let's try.
Okay, bang.
Ni, pick up.
Pick up je. Let's go je.
Rata ni.
Depan Nick.
Nah.
Ini tunggu bawahnya jelek lagi aja nih. Kasih dia buang ke bawah, guys. Baru gue berselur.
Tuh,
Bang.
Agak. Ay, Kumar bocil.
Gas.
Mana?
Masih aja.
Tak apa. Tak dong. Sini.
Ayo, guys. Door, guys.
Nama je.
Oh, sorry, Cok. No high mark, Cok.
Oke aja.
Ini kalau nggak bisa tower, fokusnya nih. Orang aja.
Hari datang. Hari. Boy mau. Ganti dah. Abang kan ya?
Bisa. Aman, Den. Udah.
Bunuh, recovery. Tak bisa, Den.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1. CeraVe baharu Blemish Control membersih 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
7 tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL NYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rebound, Noon bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Yo peeps, Staffa and Dodo here to recap and wrap up week 4 of MPL Malaysia Season 16. Now that it's been a couple of weeks, I want to talk about how teams have been adjusting to the Project Next update. Specifically, I want to highlight the importance of balancing meta and counter picks alongside team identity, player comfort, and flexibility. Starting off, Vamos would try to counter SRG's meta by stealing away Innocent's Bane gold lane. But SRG were literally the pioneers of this meta, so they instantly locked in the Brody counter pick, which ended up being a perfect choice because this is a marksman hero that can very early poke out the Bane, dive for straight up trades, and also take control of the lane due to his extended range and his ability to move while auto-attacking. By using all of this information against Natko, who is less experienced on the hero, Innocent was able to get a very early kill and accelerate the game state by taking much of the tower very quickly in the game. SRG are not completely infallible though. In their Game 2 versus GMXK, they would try to play Dirov and Obsidia side lanes. And while Cram is normally used to playing Dirov, the current SRG's team identity makes this very difficult to execute. Normally, if Cram were playing a Lapu Lapu or an Esmeralda, he'd be able to survive this no issue and buy time for the rest of his team. But because he got picked off straight away, and Innocent got run down by Munster in the base, SRG's lack of completeness in their draft started showing itself and allowed GMX to actually take a game off the Red Giants. This showed Innocent was not comfortable on Obsidia, and the hero didn't really suit SRG's gameplay identity. In comparison though, a team like Homeboys and a player like MelQT is known for single target shred and pick off. We can see here in this turtle fight between them and Todak, they use their skills to split the fight in half, wait for cooldowns and resources, especially CC, to be wasted, keeping MelQT at a safe distance, after which he can pick off Fondir and even chase down Dreams with the Hunt of Bone to pick up very early Skypiercer stacks and get Obsidia farmed early. Homeboys were also able to demonstrate the importance of flexibility and hero pool when Monster Vicious tried banning 5 different roam heroes against Daniel, and he was still able to pull out the Kaja to make the game-winning play at the end of Game 1 to save MelQT from being dived by a hard-guarded Uni to get the shutdown and close out the game. There were also cases of multiple gold laners trying out Fighter gold lane and being either good or not so good with it, such as in this case of Jom waiting in the bush for 10 seconds in the turtle fight instead of being the secondary frontliner that he is meant to be for Team Ray. Put all of that together and you can see how important it is to have a balanced draft that is suited for your squad both in MPL and in pubs. That's all for this week's recap. See you guys next time.
da 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 dia untuk memasak. Bagus! Percubaan pertama yang berjaya. Saya ni hebatlah. Penny baru upload post baru ke? Peminat nombor 1 Face dah teruja ni. Jomlah, lambai gloss itu tinggi-tinggi. Tunjukkan semangat kita. Wah, kamu semua memang hebat di pentas. Kalau macam tu, saya pun nak buat yang terbaik. Kalau macam ni, mesti kekal segar. Baiklah, biar saya uruskan buah-buahan ni. Oh. Hah? Wah, ada skin. Amboi, teruja betul mereka ya. Sampai saya pun jadi bersemangat juga. Acara. Penny! Sisi! Masa untuk melepak. Yeay! Masa untuk lepak! Wah! Terima kasih beri segala sokongan. Terima kasih beri segala galakan. Terima kasih beri semangat dan kekuatan. Tahniah atas 9 tahun yang menakjubkan MLBB. Selamat Hari Jadi.
Alright guys, so we are back to watch some more gameplays from the Future Pros tournament. As you can see right now, right, the meta right now is very interesting and down in the gold lane, because gold lane now consists of like the mage and the fighter, right? So we can see that nowadays people in the tournament is also using other than MM, right, non-MM gold lane. So let's see how they adapt the patch. It seems like they are adapting really well in the game. They are constantly sending out chips to just send the Bane in the fight. Sending the shark, Oh, nice. Now you can see that Mage Bane is really kind of strong in this meta. Thank you, Innocent, for creating this monster. My boy! My boy is Sky Piercing. Yeah, you can see that he's really using the Mage Bane really well. So it's good to see that people are adapting the meta quickly.
Kekalahan tadi buat kita orang sedar yang kita orang perlu work hard lebih lagi untuk dapatkan slot ke playoff lah.
Kita bawa nanti guys.
Nak cakap serasi tu tak ada, tapi kita orang kalah dengan diri sendiri lah. Sebab apa yang saya boleh kata, apa yang perlu dibuat dalam game tu kita tak buat. So disebab tu kita kalah lah.
Orang akan nampak saya kan tengah lusuri kan tak bawah. Tapi bagi saya itu bukan satu halangan. Malah cabaran saya untuk saya juga. Dan kita orang akan buktikanlah yang kita orang masih okey lagi dalam MPL ni.
After our game today, I still didn't talk to my teammate. But in my opinion, I'm still confident that we can still do better every single day, every single week. If we cannot go to playoffs or I just want to give our best always.
Kita orang tak fikir banyak sih ya, cuma main je. Dengan sisa match kita orang, kita nak bagi yang terbaik sih untuk dapatkan slot playoff. Soalnya kita orang tak fikir pasal itu ya, kita orang nak bagi yang terbaik dulu dekat regular season ini sebab ya kita orang masih boleh tak lepas playoff.
So sekarang kita orang berada di top 5 dan berbaki 4 game ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik dan takkan mengecewakan fans MV lagi lah, insyaAllah.
Kita orang akan janjikan kepada korang yang kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk fans semua sebab kita orang takkan hampa dengan korang dan kita akan buat setiap game kita buat yang terbaik.
Saya nak dapatkan legasi sih, terutama untuk last season ini saya nak dapatkan ya title champion.
For me, for my opinion, I don't want to prove to anyone. I just want to prove I can still play for myself only because I love to play games. So I just want to prove that I can play just for myself, not to other people.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1. Baharu, Blemish Control, membersih. 2% salisilik acid untuk membersihkan.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Langkahlah sama-sama langkah. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit with just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Another important best of 3 coming up as playoff chances hang in the balance at the MPL Malaysia Season 16 Week 5 Day number 3. GMXK Kelantan will take on AERO Esports for a chance to keep the slim chance of GMXK alive, but the chances of AERO Esports also were greatly affected after yesterday's loss against Monster Vicious. You're here on the desk with us, it's Husky and Sadafa.
And because of that previous failure, it means that this series is even more important for AERO Esports, as it will probably be for their best chance to get much needed points so that they can actually qualify to the playoffs. After all, the remaining matches after that are not going to be easy.
And not only that, we also, this match has huge implications. And you can see on the screen right now, if they lose even one game, Homeboys qualifies for the playoffs. But if they lose 0-2, they get clean swept by GMXK. Vamos takes the playoff spot.
Oh.
And that is very crucial, which means that Vamos' playoff condition doesn't just lie in the fact that they need to take a game off of CG. They could just hope for AERO to lose 0-2 to GMXK. Another team that is wishing for AERO's downfall is Untitled.
Interesting. So GMXK has the opportunity to do the funniest thing here.
To stop 3 teams from locking playoffs, pushing Untitled up the leaderboard, and making Vamos fans panic.
GMXK hasn't had the best run this season, but they are now poised in a position where they could ruin or make the hopes and dreams of many fan bases at the same time. Let's start by talking about AERO.
At AERO, we got Kusei, ZKF, Kim, Hazel, and Smooth decorated players, Legenda long listers, but unfortunately yesterday has shown us nothing of that sort of caliber. It was pretty messy from the draft to the gameplay, but I would put it more on the draft than the gameplay itself, because these chefs were not given the right utensils to cook. But for GMXK, they've been kind of cooking, you know. They are the one of the only teams that's taken games off of SRG OG. They took down Todak, and this Skyzar, this Maima, Jaja, and Munster. And fun fact, MQT can make it because school is important. Stay in school. So Skyzar takes over.
And for those of you who may not know who Skyzar is, he is actually GMXK's original main goal laner during MAL, which is very, very interesting. Makes you wonder, why hasn't he been part of the main lineup all along? And will this chemistry be able to show itself again on the MPL stage after not playing together all this time.
Maybe they're saving him for this exact moment to ruin everyone's hopes and dreams. But maybe we can get a little bit more insight. The ping test mic check for both teams coming up right now.
Ini siapa casternya Sunfrost bukan?
Hah?
Caster siapa Sunfrost bukan?
Bukan.
Oke, mantap.
Asal kalau Suncast kau kalah.
Kata kau yang cakap.
Apa kau? Aku kalau kata Suncast aku menang.
Kalau apa?
Kalau Sun
tak
menang.
Kau cakap kalau Sunfrost cast kita kalah.
Ya doh.
Iya doh.
Iba.
3 kali juara MPL MY kau tak nak ke Kip? Tengok
Iya doh.
pasukan-pasukan yang meraih 3 kali juara MPL MY.
CG pun ada champion doh. CG ada champion ML doh.
ML doh, not my level lah.
And unfortunately, we didn't get any intel of how GMXK is going to tackle this, but we do know that AERO has identified their problems from yesterday's losses, and it's Sunfrost's fault. The Sunfrost curse.
As long as Sunfrost isn't here today, right? Yeah, he's not, so AERO should be fine.
Should be fine. On theoretically, it's like Fix and Vamos. If Fix is not at the venue, Vamos wins, which was proven.
It did actually work, yeah.
Vamos 1-2-1. So Sunfrost is not casting today, and maybe AERO can win. And again, if AERO wins this series 2-0, then the playoff spot for Homeboys and Vamos still hangs in the balance.
If it's proven AERO is gonna wanna negotiate with MPLs and maybe not have Sunfrost casting on the days that they're playing, who knows if that'll work. But yeah, we've got a promo video, I think, for next week prepared for you guys, last week of the season. So before we start off our next match, have a look at this.
Dah 2 season tak main playoff MPL. Bila dapat main balik ni agak rindu lah dengan suasana. Lagi-lagi macam season 10 dulu, ada Viking Clan, Atras. MPL Boy ni makin season makin kompetitif lah. Season sebelum ni kita boleh tengok macam Homeboys dengan SRG win streak. Tapi season ni tengok, even nak tahu slot playoff dengan apa bracket pun dah minggu 5 kan. Tak tahu lagi. So bagi saya season ni lagi kompetitif.
Kick semula. Dapat
kita orang rasa macam dah tak fikir apa lah. Dah tak ada pressure macam-macam match yang sebelum ni. Do or die situation ni kita orang dah rasa last season kan. So kita orang just tawakal je apa yang akan jadi pada match yang akan datang. Kita orang akan buat yang terbaik ya, insyaAllah.
Who do I think will take the last 2 slots for this upcoming playoffs? Monster, Vicious, and AERO. If you compare it to Untitled have 2 games us and another team because we will not give them chance. So I think it's going to be hard for them than AERO. Sorry to say to Untitled because if you don't win against us next week, we will not see you at the playoffs.
Most dangerous planet to hunt an apex predator. We might not be alone in this hunt.
Predator Badlands, only in cinemas.
Something big and exciting is coming onto your screens as you have seen it. Just a slight trailer of Predator's Badland. But also, the last week of the regular season coming up is important because it's the final sprint for some of these teams. You've heard the statements from the players as well. For Untitled, it's do or die. The weights are off. But for Innocent, he feels like Untitled ain't gonna make it because they're not gonna let Untitled win any single game against them. So that means that AERO's chances seems good, but they have to take out GMXK.
Yeah, it does still depend on their performance here today. And let us talk about coaches a little bit here, especially the concept of players becoming coaches. Because of course, we have Azoroveki up there. He's already proven himself to be super capable as the coaching staff of SRG, bringing them to a global stage. We also have Hozan in the back. But for this particular match, Coach Panda taking center stage.
Yeah, Coach Panda has been integral in our MLBB ecosystem. We last saw him as a player in Bounty Esports just a few seasons ago, got relegated, and then he did go to the MAL to become a coach, and now he's back on the main stage during the transfer window, entering AERO just last week, and has a big task to play this time, because AERO, despite their chances being better, their odds being better compared to some of the teams that want to go playoffs, it doesn't mean that they can rest on their laurels.
Definitely not, especially after their previous defeat to Monster Vicious. There are still things that need to be worked on, and especially draft as an identifying factor. I believe Coach Panda is gonna be taking a more interesting center position this time around, but before we get to that, let us ask you guys watching, do you think GMXK can turn their fate around with the return of Skyzer? We've got answers yes, no, and maybe, but that's just the safe answer. We want to know yes or no. Scan the QR code to let us know.
And if you have a fourth opinion, do let us know in the comments, because some of you guys have been incredibly creative and calling out some things pretty accurately. So if you guys have been watching the MAL and seeing Skyzer's performance with GMXK, I'm pretty sure you can give us some very good insights on how he's going to turn the face of GMXK.
Yeah, but personally, I am a little bit sad that MQT is not around, because he does have some interesting pocket picks, right? Still the only goal laner to consistently pick and perform with Kimmy in the gold lane. They even took a game off of SRG with that particular pickup. So what surprises might Skyzer have in store?
Maybe that's the spark that GMXK needs, and for AERO Esports this time, bit of a different scene on the screen. They will take first pick for game 1 with a 20% win rate, but instead of Coach Tazi on the stage, we have Panda and Jifter.
Coach Panda has a very different profile from the side, but we have a quote from Coach Bam actually. He said, "I really want AERO to make it to the playoffs, and I know they can redeem themselves. To my former players, do your best. I know your capabilities well. Just focus on the game and play without pressure." Thank you very much, Pixely, to Coach Bam.
Yep, Coach Bam, we will not forget you. And congratulations on your playoffs success. Well, they've made it to playoffs with Bigatron too, alongside good old Coach Erfang in MPL ID. But Coach Bam did lay the foundations for AERO Esports last season, being the only team with a singular coaching staff. No assistants at all. Coach Bam did it all on his own and brought AERO to a 4th place finish, falling short because of DX. So either way, I think for AERO this season, the journey definitely is tougher. And Jifter said yesterday, actually, when I got to chat with him, they hope to use this series as a mental reset. That means that they want to crush GMXK.
It does also mean it's that much more important for them to actually get the victory in the first place, because imagine if you lose the match that you were intending to use as a reset. You lose the match that would get you one step closer to the playoffs. It would not be a good sign at all. I'm rooting for them, but at the same time, GMXK has proven to us that they are not a team to be underestimated.
Yeah, and one of that player is from the Monster, the XP laner, and he said that for the last 3 matches, we still have to work hard. Even though our chances of making the playoffs are small, we still want to show good gameplay. Whatever the outcome, we accept it with an open heart, and if we fail to reach the playoffs, at least we've learned something from MPL to improve our individual gameplay. And again, it's very hard to meet the standards set by DxO last season on their debut, but it's good that GMXK are continuing to put on a show and challenge and continue to be sort of the fundamentals checks for our experienced team in the MPL.
I like the spirit that is shown by GMXK. The fact that they recognize they may not have played the best, but there's a lot that they have been able to learn here, and they're still eager to improve. Speaks volumes about their character, about their motivations, and I want to see them grow even more. Though it's going to be difficult to say how MPL is going to look like once we enter into the new era next season.
Yeah, franchise league, and not only that, double round robin format. A format that, if implemented this season, we might see Todak in the playoffs. But of course, that's a story for season 17. For now, GMXK, they have proven their mettle. Even in games that they lost, they have displayed qualities, consistent qualities of certain decisions that they make to prolong the game, to give themselves a fighting chance. And a lot of it is centered around Jaja, being able to find space on the map and his teammates making space for him to farm up.
That really pops off, and I think when they're given the correct heroes and the correct setup, GMXK is a team that works quite well together. The only thing that's really holding them back is a lack of experience on this stage, and well, there's not really much you can do about that outside of continuing to do your best every single matchup. As for AERO Esport, as you mentioned, this is a reset. This is a very important matchup, as well as a proving ground for Coach Panda, now coming into, I believe, the head coach position, right?
At least for today, yes. And even like this season when they brought in Smooth, I think there was a lot of praises given to AERO, right? Because they worked with Aaron and Reza, and them swapping around the XP laners last season was a good strategy depending on the team that they're up against. But Smooth fills in the void. He's like a 2-in-1 package. When you buy toothpaste, you get, you buy one box and there's two toothpaste inside. That's Smooth. But the journey definitely was harder compared to last season, where Hazel comes in, they had this spark of brilliance, and they were dominating every single team. They made SRG bleed. This season, they sort of had to rediscover their identity.
Yeah, they've had to rediscover the identity. They've had to figure out what makes them tick. A lot of the cases where we saw AERO falter in the beginning of the season were caused by issues in the draft, trying to cover too many bases. And going back to basics seems to have given them a slightly better odds. But let's see what approach they decide to go for now that we are entering Expanding Rivers for game number 1.
This is the first Expanding Rivers of the day, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah, it is.
It is, yeah. So AERO gets first pick, Coach Panda with the Angela Gatot ban, which, funnily enough, we don't see this combination on the ban list often, but against GMXK, it's what they found success with. Angela, Gatot, and the CC. Coach Panda makes sure that 2 out of the 3 components are taken out, although I still feel like CC is a ban that you have to look at.
Yeah, unless AERO wants to grab it for themselves as the first pick, they will go ahead and ban the Zeusin instead. So it's either GMXK gets rid of the CC entirely, or we will get to see whether or not AERO has shifted their priorities in terms of drafting. Something that you guys brought up quite often on the cast yesterday was that Smooth was getting shafted quite a bit in terms of his matchup, and hopefully that doesn't happen today.
Yeah. I feel like getting shafted sounds like an understatement. He was getting sabotaged in a meta where XP lane is everything. Hopefully they get to put that in the past. While CC is out of the question, we still have the YSS, and we know Hazel likes it, but he also has the Pocket Take Hayabusa, one of the few assassins that is willing to go to the Hayabusa when all else fails.
Swing!
And they will go for the Fanny opener. We completely forgot about that.
Not bad.
Wow, first pick Fanny. That is already a big shift right here.
Let's go.
It has been a while since we've seen the hero. The last time we saw it was in the hands of Zorn as a roamer. I don't really think Zkip is going to be the one playing it. So Hazel Fanny makes its appearance.
Yeah, the last time we saw it in game, it's a Dangerous Grass. Was it Dangerous Grass? I don't remember. It was Zorn Fanny. And the last time we saw it was on the ban list of almost every single game. Last time we saw it on blue side was when Vamos plays, just almost every time. But I think the general consensus is GMXK, it's from yesterday itself, is GMXK just play like Toadar, right? Nothing to lose. Play freely, have fun, enjoy the game, do your best, and try to learn from it. GMXK with the Lancelot and the Badang as a response.
Huh, did Badang really have to be picked up this early on? I suppose it's fair because it is a good answer to Fanny. And it is also one of Zkip's original signature heroes.
It is. Now another question that was raised about AERO is also, what hero is Kim gonna get? Except for the Farsa. We know that he loves the Farsa so much. Some teams are banning Farsa in first phase against him. But his hero pool goes way deeper beyond the Farsa. We've seen him play Yve, Loyi, Novaria, Selena, and even Valentina if needed. I think for AERO, if they can tap into that versatility again, they're gonna make life very easy for the mid lane. Esmeralda is gonna get picked up first, and they follow up with the Farsa again for Kim.
Okay, keeping it simple here, Esme has already proven to be a very safe opening. Pick up not a lot of counter picks in the EXP lane, especially with CC already taken off the board. But Farsa, has already been a controversial pick today, where if you show it too early in the draft, then all the counters start appearing, right? Gatot is banned, so that's one less thing to worry about, but there's still heroes like the Lapu that can make him's life very difficult.
They took away the Esmeralda. Lapu in the Esmer matchup, we know that Esmer sort of beats Lapu, but once Lapu gets the War Axe and really gets going, he could actually eat through Esmer's shield. GMXK will go for the Alice instead.
Oh, that is also a good solution to the Farsa. And one of the easier heroes to jump on top of her as well, especially with that AoE on the Throne of Ruin. One thing I am a little concerned about with Alice is that her CC is a little less reliable overall onto a hero like Fanny. So most likely Monster's job is going to end up being just to disable Kim. And we'll see what else they grab. Try and stop Hazel.
And you need someone to be able to pew for Kim in the roam role. So no Gatot, no Badang. I suppose there's still like Franco, Kaja, Cho, Grok, which has been a very powerful pick since the rework. We started with a Cho ban by GMXK.
Yeah, it's a smart choice. You see a Farsa, you know that pick-off roamers will probably be the ideal for AERO since they work so well with this mid laner. Though I do actually quite like the Grok in this position. It's the type of hero that ZKIP excels in with those big team fight setups. What else would AERO consider though?
There's one more, the jaw hit.
I don't think so, but it would be fun.
It was something, was it Sunfrost? I think Sunfrost floated the idea. It's like, why haven't we seen any jaw hit? It's been a long time. I think the last time we saw it was probably last season. And that was like a TLPA special, like JP will, they will first pick jaw hit for JP, and then they will win games with it.
I think jaw hit unfortunately falls off a little bit too quickly nowadays, and because there's so much mobility in the game, it's kind of difficult for him to actually get on top of targets a lot of the time.
There's one more pick for ZKIF, which is the chip, but maybe not in this game.
Yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, no, not this one. We saw how chip can backfire if you pick it wrongly.
There's also more aggressive options like Hilda Khalid. Could work against Lance, but doesn't offer the best setup for something like Farsa.
And I feel like the Hilda also gets quote-unquote shafted into Badang Alice too.
Okay, Harif going to get banned out now. Makes a lot of sense since AERO already have the Esme on their side. It would be a pretty safe option. And also one of Kusei's signatures. Kusei likes to fall back to the Harif or Granger in most circumstances. So getting rid of one of those should help the situation.
I feel like GMXK probably have the incentive to pick up the Granger too, not just knife from Kusei, but also to take the double artillery away from AERO. They already have the Farsa up. Or they could go for the Moskov. I mean, Moskov is always going to be good. Not the worst against Fanny, I guess. They ain't banned by AERO.
Ooh, okay. Heavy focus onto the gold lane. AERO even banned out the Ruby previously, so that indicated they were looking at a potential double fighter side lane, even with a Lancelot in the jungle. There's a lot of flexibility in the way you can approach that now. The GMXK going to have first pick here. If they do want to go double fighter, there's still things like the Lapu Lapu.
Yep. More importantly, what does Maima get? Kimmy?
Eve is also not bad.
Yeah, I like the Eve.
Or Kadita, actually.
Ooh, or Kagura.
Kagura's fairly safe. I personally like Kadita a bit more.
Less flexible, right, compared to Kagura?
Yeah, less flexible, but man, that one shot.
Oh,
wow.
Busting out the Bruno.
4.7% ban pick rate. Definitely not a goal laner you see often.
You can't four-shot the Fanny with enough items. And it's very lane dominant too.
That puts the pressure on AERO. Do they want to play a safe gold lane that scales and doesn't interact with the Bruno? Or do they want to grab something that can actually fight early on?
Yeah, what do you give Kusei? Granger, Claude, Moskov, Natan. I don't think you want to go double fighters here. And you still need a setup roamer too for ZKIF. Because I feel like the dive from GMXK is stronger than what AERO has.
Grok is still really solid.
And the Grok, yeah.
Ranger is the safe pick for the gold lane. Go for the scaling, and the Grok comes out. All right, very classic draft from AERO.
Yep, this was very AERO. Okay, now it's the last pick, the mid lane for Maima. What do you get?
Unless they suddenly surprise with Alice mid.
Wait, Lunox is still up, right?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Lunox is still up, yeah. Great against the Grok.
Great against the Esme.
Actually great against everyone. As long as you don't get blasted by a feather airstrike before the fight starts, then you're good.
Yeah, I like the Lunox here actually.
Come on, Maima. We know you can play the game. Vivi, give it the Lunox. Please. Please, Vivi. Maima hasn't won a single game with Kimmy.
Yeah, I like Lunox. Kadita's also okay. Kagura is a safe fallback. There's a good number of mid lane options for him. Could even go Valentina. There are some good ultimates in the steal.
I harnessed
It is the Valentina, okay.
Okay, given a jack of all trades. Some good spells to steal. Tectonic Charge and Feather Airstrike.
Yeah, those are going to be the main two options. All depends on what GMXK is going to be looking for. I think they have enough setup with the Badang Alice already. So more likely it's going to be the Feathered Airstrike.
If you steal the Death Sonata, how many shots do you get to fire?
Ooh, that's a good question actually.
I feel like I've seen it being done in MPL PH, but I don't remember how many shots you get. Because I know like Energy Eruption, you get to use your Shadow Strike to dash, and then you get the taunt when you steal the Fredrin ult. You get Energy Eruption, but I don't know about Death Sonata.
Yeah, Death Sonata costs a certain energy that Valentina will not have. I'm not sure if she actually gains that if she transforms, but either way, I don't really think it's the ultimate that she would steal anyway. If she does, we'll see. But for now, AERO Esports shall face off against GMXK Kelantan in the land of Dawn. A battle to determine who stands atop the mountain, and a battle to earn much needed points to move on to the playoffs.
Important game for AERO, more than it is for GMXK, just because that GMXK have nothing to lose, but AERO have playoff chances. They're battling for the slot against Untitled, which is the main contender right now. Because mid priority, Maima should be very fine, and you can expect Maima to have incremental experience lead thanks to the passive of Valentina.
Maima going to be pulling out the Brave Smite as well, so not going down the path of maybe impure or lethal for damage, is intending on having that survivability instead.
Good stuff for Monster to get the extra crap. Also, block. Temporarily just stall Maima out, but I'm more interested in how Skyzar is going to fare into this Granger. We know that the Bruno is dominant in lane, should be fine against Granger in a direct matchup. Skyzar is a player against Kusei, it's a different story.
Here comes Hazel, going to try and steal away the Lizard alongside Kusei. Martin scouts this out. That's a little busy with clearing up that purple though, so they will unfortunately have to give that away.
Yeah, DK is not making it easy too. That's going to slow down Jaja just by a bit. The lane priority was given over to AERO in the gold lane, so that's why Kusei can help with the invade.
Jaja going to do some poke damage, just as a small bit of vengeance for their earlier pressure.
I think overall, I was speaking to one of our back-end teams earlier on. We say that on paper that GMXK has absolutely no chance to qualify, and that's just saying based off of their power level. But I think if the stars align, they do. It's just very low.
Yeah, it's actually not impossible for them to make it to playoffs just yet, but it needs a lot to happen. And speaking of a lot happening, Smooth in some trouble. Nice flicker to avoid the Phantom Execution. Here comes Zkif now. Not quite level 4 yet, so no risk of counter-engage. Yeah.
The only team that is confirmed to not qualify are Todak and Team Raid. GMXK fans, you can still hope.
Here comes the wall from Zkif. He is already level 4. Martins, unfortunately, still level 3. So this is a really good timing for AERO to make something happen. Maima has the wild charge. Not the wild charge. It's already been changed. Tectonic Charge stolen. Hazel gets cancelled out by Martins. Falling Star Moon also kind of misses.
They should know Hazel is in the bush,
Good damage from Hazel. Not quite enough energy, but gets the final cut. First blood to the Fanny.
What? Did GMXK not pay attention? I could have sworn they see Hazel go into the bush. Either way, first blood for Hazel. That's good news for him. And that is going to start affecting Jaja because they have not been able to push Zkif away.
Completely separated from the turtle pit though, so one of the later first turtles in the league thus far.
Now we can see ZK once again scouting out the purple buff, trying to be as disruptive to Jaja as possible.
I guess if you are AERO, you don't really care too much about the turtle, but if you can stop Jaja from getting it, it's already a win. Hazel just wants to farm up and get these backline dives.
See Jaja on top of the turtle now. Look at AERO's rotation. Instantly, the entire team coming over. Turtle down to 30%. Fizz crack comes out. Better are going to be used. Tectonic charge on 3! Jaja steals the turtle away. Hazel going to be traded off. Both junglers are now dead. Smooth chasing Maima down. But he gets caught with Martins. And that's going to be a 2-for-1 trade.
Great stuff. Maima with the tectonic charge. In fact, both tectonic charge collided at the same time. But it was Maima's ones who found more value. Completely blindsiding Hazel, who was in the pit, and allowing Jaja to get the objective. They kill off Hazel and Smooth. GMXK essentially stopped whatever effort AERO put in to try and get an initial goal lead. So AERO turns their attention to the bottom side to push Skyzar away, but wasn't really successful in doing that. Kuze gets some extra goal, but Skyzar is hanging on well.
Doing a good job there, especially after being ganked. The ZK now continuing to be annoying to Jaja, and Hazel is once again stealing camps away. They lost out the turtle fight earlier. The goal difference still pretty negligible.
AERO has to also be very careful when they go for these backline dives because of the Terrify from Maima, which was what caused Smooth to go down earlier on. And I personally thought that, you know, Hazel would have an XP advantage over Jaja, but apparently not. Made even worse with the earlier death.
Yeah, Jaja just, once again, a really promising new talent here in MPL MY. He's able to keep up in farm, his mechanics are on point. ZK, though, is still a thorn in his side. He will be able to secure his purple, do some damage in return, but here's Kim. Jaja has to be careful.
And here comes Hazel. Again, more pressure onto the bottom lane, trying to free Kusei away. The worldie makes it hard. Skyzar forced back.
Ooh, flicker! Tectonic charge from ZK and the wall! Blocks off Martin, but Hazel went for the wrong target! He could have gone for Skyzar! He's gonna get chased down by the tower shot. Smooth will buy time. Maima very low. Smooth burns him down. So they do get one kill off of it.
Oh man, if that tower shot killed Hazel, that would have been the worst case scenario. But I think Hazel pressed regenerate at the end and survived. And Smooth able to take out Maima to ease that burden a little bit and really get Kusei that slight lead that he's been looking for. Martins now with Thunderbell, second turtle spawn.
I really feel like Hazel could have went for Skyzar there instead of Martins, though. That would have been a free kill on the Bruno. Oh, Predator comes out. Jaja gets cancelled. Phantom Execution goes in. He dashes back out with Kusei! With the pinpoint snipe right to the heart. Jaja goes down.
Good stuff from Kusei, because Jaja was about to make the greatest outplay this game. And that will be turtle for AERO. It's a bonus for AERO, especially when you have a Fanny on your end. Skyzar gets some space in the bottom lane to farm up the minions a little bit and push the wave. GMXK though will have to start dealing with some problems that is posed by AERO. Fanny, the bottom lane pressure, and the fact that Smooth is just straight up proxying wave and sitting in their jungle with ZK.
I can see Smooth. This, oh, Maima gets executed in the mid lane. A flyby from Hazel. Really showing us why Fanny continues to be banned out. And ZK full resetting the purple buff around the mid wave. Predator comes out. Skyzar in trouble. He's not able to dodge it. Kim executes the Bruno.
Yeah, Martins would really love to block it, but you can't really block an aerial strike. And Jaja, again, continues to struggle to get this purple buff. Gets it with the pick. Wow. Good stuff. And a dodge too. Jaja is still showing off his chops.
Yeah, Jaja is still so good. I can't believe he still got that purple buff and got out as well. Even wasted the Tectonic. But now he's all by his lonesome and he still dashes away. This man is something else.
This Jaja is good. Kinda good. Kinda good. 3.3k goalie for AERO Esports. Now the snowball is really starting to build up. And GMXK, they don't really have the best wave, best base defense. Unless they can steal a Feather Airstrike, which Maima not really is gonna have access to it most of the time too.
Yeah, the grip is closing. GMXK did a good job of holding up until now, but AERO is starting to accelerate the pace. Oracle now complete on Smooth as well. He actually has an orange buff. I'm not sure if that was their own or if they stole it away.
I think he stole it away just now.
Seems possible. He is higher level than Jaja already. Munster in some trouble. He's surrounded. The counter charge used. Better strike as well. He survives all of it. Throne of Ruin! Munster with the counter play. Kusei and Kim forced backwards. Munster will eventually go down, but he has settings up. Maima being chased away by Smooth. He will trade himself. Pick up the kill on Zkif in return. And AERO still coming out on top.
That is unfortunate. Because that engage, the counter engage from Munster was good, but it didn't have damage to kill Kusei off. And Kusei got away with the flicker and converted that into a bottom tier 2. So AERO still ends up getting a goal lead off of that trade despite GMXK's best effort. Now AERO can turn to the Lord.
It looked like it could have been such a good turnaround, but AERO Esports still sitting on a very comfortable lead at this point. Kusei already aggroing the Lord all by his lonesome, and Hazel comes in. Should be a free objective for AERO Esports.
Nothing much that GMXK can do. Again, their base defense isn't the best, so defending against even just the first Lord is going to be a monumental task. Guys aren't these items, especially the Malefic Gun, to get that extra range. Because before that, GMXK will find it very tough to go up against AERO, especially when you can't even get through Zkif.
Yeah, right now, Zkif, his presence on the map has been particularly effective. Looking at the itemization as well. A very interesting build from Munster, actually. Feather Death Strike now going to be used in mid lane. GMX is able to avoid the brunt of the damage. They're trying to engage on Zkif in return. He's actually very low. One more hit, but he survives it.
Can't believe Zkif is getting away with doing all of this. AERO will eventually get the mid tier 1. All the waves are synced up for them. See how much GMXK can protect. They should keep the inhibitors up. That's a given.
The bottom one might be a risk. Mid tier 1 also going to be broken wide open since GMXK has to do a lot of housekeeping right now. Lord will now collide. Hazel keeping Jaja away from the base. Munster gonna eat a lot of damage from Edward. And the wall blocks him in. He gets sniped by Kusei. And now Flicker Tectonic Charge from Zkif inside the base of GMXK prevents them from continuing the defense. Lord crashes in on top of the crystal, and 4 members of AERO are breathing down their necks. Maima gets sniped down. Killing spree for Kusei. Fist crack is good, but there is no more follow-up. The rest of GMXK is already dead. And it is a clean game 1 for AERO.
Ice in their veins. AERO Esports with the fastest game today to take down GMXK in game 1. They left no quarter. Hazel finds a stylish solo kill on the Jaja off screen as they run it down bottom with the first Lord of the game. And that playoffs hope looking to reignite just game by game. GMXK left wondering how did it all go wrong, because this Valentina pick, the idea was good, but they forgot that they are just not effective in these skirmishes and base defense.
GMXK tried. They held on fairly okay initially, but then when AERO really started stepping on the accelerator, that game got out of hand so quickly. And you can tell they were not pulling any punches as well. They know what's at stake. They know they need that 2-0. So the moment they got an opportunity to close things out, they took it.
Yeah, they completely just flattened GMXK. AERO Esports, AERO fans can be rest assured. Again, we said at GMXK they have a big opportunity to really mess with the standings a little bit. They still have that opportunity, because if you're a Homeboys fan and you want Homeboys to go playoffs, just hope that GMXK takes one game. We don't ask for much, just one game. But if you want more, if you want Vamos to also go playoffs, you ask them to reverse sweep the series.
It's gonna be difficult though. You can tell that AERO looked like a very different team this time around when they were actually given the right drafts and the right lane priorities to work with. Not to mention, Hazel on the fanny. Such a rare sight to see. But who's going to be our MVP?
We've been blessed by AERO in game 1, and Smooth. Oh, I missed this smile because we didn't see it yesterday. Smooth was having a rough day, but this game 1, easiest game of his life.
And that's all it takes, you know. His face is very interesting. You know, you can see there's a lot of emotions happening behind those eyes. But yes, a very impressive performance here, and all it takes is giving Smooth the right matchup. That safe Esmeralda pick early on, and banning out the CC allows him to create so much pressure on the man.
Who knows it would be this easy? Just give your XP lane a good pick. Make sure you don't sabotage his lane, and let him play the game. Actually, I don't even remember his matchup. Who was he up against again? Esmeralda against
And Alice. Yeah, I think it's a... Actually, is it a good matchup for Esmeralda normally?
I feel like it's a deadly.
I don't have enough experience for this particular matchup.
I haven't played enough. I mean, my Alice games, I play her mid, but I feel like it's a dead lane either way.
I am kind of curious about why Monster went for the cursed helmet, though. That's kind of a curious choice. I'm gonna be honest, I have not been paying attention to the Alice build so far. I don't know if this is a regular item, but I don't think it is.
It actually is.
It is?
Some people, they just complete Molten Core and then they go into like Oracle, and then your usual tank items like Radiant Athena, Twilight, and all that. Or you could rush a Curse Helmet, because you are technically sticking on the target.
I see.
And that Curse Helmet does help your stats and the burn and the damage too. Good for early to mid game compared to late. But aside from that, I think the thing about Alice is that you want to keep proccing your Doom Walls and then keep your passive up, and you want to hit as much targets as possible.
Yes.
But I think the cooldown is like what? 3-4 seconds? So within that 4-second window, that people can actually melt through you if you're not like proccing it onto enough people. So that's the thing about Alice.
So it was not a bad pick at all here. It definitely works well against heroes like the Farsa, like the Granger. But AERO already set themselves up for pretty early success. While they weren't quite as oppressive as SRG, for example, when it came to invading the jungle, they were pressuring just enough. ZK was standing there all the time, forcing out resources, forcing out rotations from GMXK, just to make sure that Jaja's buffs were not stolen away. And then you have Smooth on the opposite side of the map, cutting things open, Hazel getting the farm for free, Kim also basically not threatening the entire game, a deathless performance on a hero that is very vulnerable in the current meta.
And it's all thanks to Zkif and Smooth, but more so Zkif. This AERO, GMXK can't even get past the Grok. They can't even get past the front line of AERO Esports, and that's allowing the artilleries of AERO to rain through. We did float the idea that maybe GMXK can consider taking the Granger away just so you don't have the Farsa Granger. They went with the Bruno instead, and we saw how Granger Farsa combined together. It's just a deadly artillery squad.
Yeah, I think Bruno was okay. Maybe it is a comfort pick for Skyzer. That's maybe the reason why they went for it so quickly on when Granger was still open. But I do think that if they gave a little bit more health to that side of the map, then maybe they would have had a win condition to play around. But they were also being pressured so hard that it was difficult to expend the extra resources. They were busy taking care of themselves.
They were. Hall of Famers this game. We got Kusei, Rich Guy, Smooth being the carry, Zkif Sandbag, and Kim as the best wingman. It's a full house for AERO.
Complete AERO domination and 4 different faces up there as well. Kusei getting the free farm, Smooth actually getting to play the game. Again, just give this man a good matchup. Doesn't even need to be a necessarily winning matchup. Just have a hero that can create space, that allows Smooth to be annoying on the map, and he will do the rest. And a ZK on Kim on a classic duo combo in the mid lane to open things up for them.
Basically, AERO getting a lot of the power picks too. Comfort picks for Kim. We know that if the Farsa is up, 9 out of 10 times AERO will go for the Farsa, and indeed they did. The Grok as well. It was like riding on the walls. So this whole highlight reel, we saw some good initiatives from GMXK. This one was sort of weird because I swore they knew that Hazel was in the bush, but this fight was the only one that I think GMXK was able to come out decent with the tectonic charge from Maima, but everything else after that was AERO.
GMXK, at first, it looked like, okay, team is doing pretty solid overall, but then the aggression comes in. Beautiful flicker tectonic charge here. And if Hazel went for Skyzer, I think he could have gotten something, but he was still able to escape with his life intact, and they still got a kill with Smooth chasing Maima down. Again, give Smooth a good hero, he'll make things happen. Jaja had a really strong performance again, micro-wise, but the rest of his team just couldn't create those opportunities for him.
Yeah, I feel like this was one of the best chances GMXK could bring themselves back into the game. Both Kim and Kusei were brought down very low into critical range, but GMXK didn't have the finisher, and I think Jaja didn't have enough targets to jump through with the puncture, so that was very unfortunate too. And not to mention, this defense They needed Jaja, but Jaja got solo killed by Hazel off screen. And with that, with no Jaja, AERO just pushed in for the win.
It was already a 7,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. GMXK had no damage. There was no way for them to chase AERO out of the base. So they just had to sit there and accept it, basically. Right? Especially with AERO just deciding, we're ending this game right now. We are not taking any chances. It's already week 5.
Yeah, and that is exactly what AERO needed. They say they wanted to use this as a mental reset. Well, after the game 1, I'm pretty sure that AERO is back on track. The onus now goes on the GMXK to adjust for game number 2. Because I don't think they faltered in the draft, but AERO just played a cleaner game through experience and the mechanics. Now we have your answers, and it's pretty evenly spread out. The question was, do you think GMXK can turn their fate around with Skyzer's return? 30% of you guys say yes, 33% says maybe, and 37% was like, nah.
30-30-30 split once again, but a higher number of people saying no here. So a lot of you guys don't have a lot of faith, in GMXK, in Skyzer. And unfortunately, you may have been correct, because game 1 did not go smoothly for them.
Yeah, the Bruno pick, they were playing very safe, right? Their picks were incredibly safe, and they're not able to push the envelope. I think it's very clear-cut in game 1 that GMXK had a very linear idea, but that's sort of also the weakness of the draft.
Yeah, I also don't really like how they opened up with the Badang. Lance is fine, of course. You can pick Lance in almost any situation, but the Badang revealed so early on felt kind of reactive. It felt more like they were taking it away from CQ rather than having a specific plan for it themselves, even if it was supposed to counter the Fanny.
Yeah, you say you have to draft for yourself. I think that's the important part. And maybe the magic to AERO Esports is truly not having Sunfrost on the PM desk.
Maybe.
And having Coach Panda in the head coach position take over Tazi's role for today. AERO in extremely high spirits, especially Kim, who's always in high spirits. Very expressive player. But GMXK will take first pick in game number 2.
That does mean they'll be able to contest some of the important meta pickups here. We already know that CC is a hero they like prioritizing, and even better so if they're able to combo it with the Angela. But I get the feeling AERO is not gonna give those options away so easily.
I feel like CC has to be banned. More so, they're on blue side. Do you ban the Fanny if you're GMXK? That's another question, right? Or is AERO willing to let Jaja play the Fanny?
I think it's a bit risky to let Jaja play the Fanny. I have no doubt that he might be able to perform on it. But you need your team to properly set that hero up for success.
So you let Jaja play the Fanny and you beat the Fanny?
And you what the Fanny?
You beat the Fanny.
You let Jaja
let Jaja play Fanny as AERO?
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, you let Fanny through.
No, definitely. If you're AERO, you 100% let Fanny through. Every single time.
I want to see Jaja play Fanny. Have I
do actually, but I don't know if GMXK will do that.
I haven't watched enough like MPL games to know. But I would assume that, I remember Coach Ark said, if you want to trial as a jungler, I think that the bare minimum is playing Fanny.
Yeah.
Unless you're Chibi, that's a different story. But
Vamos just has their own style entirely.
Vamos has their own style. He plays smartest, so it's good.
Okay, looks like they do ban the Fanny on the blue side. Always an unfortunate thing to have to do, but well, you just gotta deal with what is dealt. Kalea and Baxia are going to be the other 2 bans for GMXK, while AERO gets rid of the Angela and the Gatot, probably the CC as well.
That's so unfortunate. It's on broken walls and you don't play the Fanny. Or you don't get to play the Fanny.
I wonder if these players have actually like practiced Fanny on broken wall by now. Are they confident with it at this point? Because you would basically have to revisit every single angle.
That's true. There's the holes in the walls. Your chance you miss some of the wires because you're used to that area having walls back then. Baxia ban. I mean, YSS is still up. How many junglers has Jaja played? I'm trying to remember. I think he played only like the 3-minute assassin. Has he played Joy? This forces a YSS for GMXK, if not the higher or Joy.
they should probably first pick CC, right?
Wait, yeah. CC's up.
They decided to ban Lance over CC. They're testing Jaja's hero pool.
Okay then. I like it. Please, CC hasn't lost a single game since yesterday. Has CC lost
That's not a
Friday?
very long time.
When was the last time CC lost? I need to know.
I don't really remember. I feel like CC is just good a lot of the time.
I'm gonna ask.
Yeah. Go check on that real quick. In the meantime, AERO have a choice. They could go for Yisun Shit. Would allow them to set up for double fighter goal lane, but they're not really a team that goes for that particularly often. Looks like they will lock in the YSS Zeus Sin instead.
Okay, YSS Zeus Sin. It's kind of scary, but nothing as scary as a CC. No double fighter lanes for GMXK, that's for sure. They go for the Alice. Wait a minute.
Wait, they are?
They are going double fighters.
Unless this is a trick as well. Mid lane Alice. Is it time?
No way. No way.
I don't. Probably not. It's probably Alice, EXP, CC, and Gold, but I personally don't think they should have drafted in this way if that was the plan. Because with CC already revealed, it's unlikely AERO would ban Alice.
Yeah, and you don't have to, and you could pick a roamer there, right? Cho, Grok, whatever.
Alice roam.
I would take my chances with 2 Sin roam. Actually, I was forced to play 2 Sin roam once. But some guy decided to, you know, steal my role.
That happens a lot, doesn't it?
I won the game, but it was painful. And
Understandable.
And I swore I'll never play 2 Sin roam again.
Well, it's a Harif third pick for AERO. This was banned out by GMXK in game 1. One of Kusei's signatures, something he's very comfortable on. But most likely he will have to play this into a CC. So that's going to be a little tricky.
If GMXK, well, it's not if, they are committing to a double fighter, doesn't that make the Kimmy more important now for Maima?
Yes, actually.
Ban the Kimmy. Let's see what else Maima got. Or do they limit test it and let the Kimmy through?
Oh, I'm not too certain. They banned the Lunox instead. Focusing on mid laners for now. We do already know that Maima's hero pool is pretty solid. He's got a good number of heroes they can fall back to. The most comfortable would be something like the Eve.
AERO could still go for the Grok, which is up. Grok, Cho, some good choices. Franco too, if they really want to go down that route.
Gatot also not too bad.
Gatot's banned out.
Oh yeah, that happened a while ago.
Yeah, it's Angela Gatot.
It's been a long day.
It has. It's a mandatory ban against GMXK because that's like their winning combo. What else?
Single target pickoff is a little bit difficult here since Harif will probably take Purify already. Steve gets banned out. Wow. Heavy focus towards Maima. They are trying to make sure he can't get his comforts.
Respect given to Maima. Maima the mercenary.
Good old days.
The good old days.
Welcome to Grok's
Now he started family, settled down.
Let me tell you about the golden days of Maima esports. He's a great guy. He's the representative for PMA. Positive mental attitude.
Yeah.
Guy sees past all the flags on social media. He takes it for the team. That's the
your team is doing terribly, and I might not be able to save it no matter how hard I try. It's fine. I'll come and join you.
I'll do it. Oh whoa, Secret is going 0-15. I got you. We're about to win our first series of the regular season.
Good old times.
Good old times. With Mudins too.
Yeah.
Quite a reunion on the main stage.
So it is a show. Interesting. Look for the show at this point. It does work really well alongside the Zusin. I actually thought that this would be more likely from GMXK, but AERO can certainly steal that away. Been a while since we've seen some Kim on it. That is a Kagura.
Okay.
For Maima.
We did float this idea in the previous game, but this game Kagura.
Sun rises
Romer,
when I give the
Khalid.
word.
Your team is picking.
How are we feeling about this?
That is a ton of magic damage. And if you want consistent damage, it comes from Skyzar.
Which is perfectly fine, actually. I do think it's not bad, this comp. They have Pryo in the gold lane. Khalid will be able to invade, so Cho can outplay depending on the situation. All comes down to this last pick, and AERO has saved the EXP lane for Smooth once again.
You Benedetta? Oh, probably not the best.
I would love to see it though, it's been a while.
I would too. We've only got like 3 Benedetta players, right? Like Amao, Siska, and Ye3. Lapu.
Alright.
Finally, we get to see Lapu today.
Finally, Smooth gets to do things.
Get to do damage.
He gets to be not the secondary roam. Lapu is going to be very annoying for GMX to deal with here. A lot of their damage is burst based, and Lapu can survive a lot of burst at once. So Smooth might get the pop off.
But on the contrary, if Skyza doesn't go down, he can actually take on Smooth alone in a vacuum. So there is that push and pull factor for both teams. Again, we cannot forget the fact that GMXK, they did make a back-to-back Grand Finals appearance in the MPL and won one of it. So there are no pushovers either. But against the well-oiled machine of AERO Esports, it's gonna be a tall mountain to climb. Let's see if GMXK's draft for Game 2 is gonna work out with the double fighters.
Of AERO Esports, they've got their eyes on the prize. They know what is at stake. They know their ambitions, their desires, their dream of making it to playoffs starts here by taking clean sweep against GameXK Kelantan. The Land of Dawn opens up once more for game number 2.
And I'm expecting GMXK to be a bit more faster with that rotation, just because you have very mobile heroes, very fast heroes, Khalid, Alice, and you can get the mid lane priority with the Khalid Custom Blast. On top of that, the top lane will be slightly different. Smooth with this Lapu doesn't mind fighting you whenever it's called for.
Kim gonna take some poke in the mid lane as well. I don't really expect anything too active to happen in the first couple of minutes. I imagine the first turtle is where things will really start accelerating.
Yeah, all about that level 4. I feel like they wanted to go for the gold crab, but decided against it because Kuse could burst it down. Both of gold laners trying to freeze the wave, and Muddins mirroring ZK to make sure that he doesn't threaten the side lane.
ZK wants to keep track of Muddins. He knows that this Khalid could cause a lot of trouble for the side lanes or the jungle if left unattended. So he's gonna make it his life's mission to ensure Muddins doesn't get to roam the map freely.
But he can easily heal up with the quicksand guard too, and Zkiv now gains priority for his mid laner. That allows AERO to start moving to the bottom quadrant of the map, where Jaja is going for the invade.
Ooh,
and he got the buff!
Gets it as well, steals it away from Hazel, while Zkiv dealing with Martins, one hit away from death. Will be able to get away, but this is exactly what I was talking about.
Right away with Sand Carpet, Hazel unfortunately will have to bite the bullet and play a little bit more. It's not gonna hit 4, that's the thing. Wait, if he hit 4, did he lose more than 1 camp? He's gonna hit 4 now, but Jaja will be quite ahead of him.
I think no, it was just that buff mainly, because that really is the EXP difference a lot of the time. Who will still start by controlling the turtle. You can see he does have EXP control. Wave the dragon onto the Alice, into the Landshaker, but he gets purified out. Here comes the Throne of Ruin, sets it up, and Maima picks up the first blood. Kim has been taken out of the battle. They bought time with his life though. Hazel is here to contest the turtle. It is still a numbers game. They're even calling Kusei over from the bot lane. Smooth gonna be zoned out. Kusei pops his arms for it. Jaja steals the turtle. Retry timing on point, and Martins even executes Hazel.
Yeah, the CC also showing up and just ties down Hazel, who couldn't do anything. They can go for more. They're so fast.
After using the river to chase down Zkiv and Kusei, Martins going to split apart, and Kusei will be able to get back to lane at least.
Yeah, that's 50% damage reduction from the Throne of Ruin was what turned that around. They were about to full combo monster. He presses an ult and flickers on top of Kim, and that changed everything. And it doesn't help that Hazel is already behind thanks to the earlier purple buff. Grand Theft Purple So Jaja will be a full level ahead, and that will be a constant for quite a while until AERO can find something.
Yeah, it's an excellent start here for GMXK, but also somewhat expected since they are going to be playing double fighter along with a Khalid roam. As long as AERO Esports doesn't fall too far behind, their scaling can still kick in. And speaking of, they're going to be able to find Skyzer with the Zaman Force.
Yeah, Kusei literally just ran him down. And AERO did the exact same thing in the previous game where they free up the goal lane so that Kusei can get extra gold from the turret. And the quicker they can bring their structure down, the better it is for Kusei, who now gets to eat double waves, move around, and fight with the rest of his team.
The more farm Kusei can get, the better it's going to be, since AERO has unfortunately found one of their cores put behind, which is Hazel, having multiple jungle camps stolen from him at this point. Goal difference still pretty minuscule though. Ooh, Munster playing a scary game, gets kicked in to the rest of AERO, but surviving all of it with that healing. Jaja comes in with electrifying beats, and Martins is zoning Kim away.
Kusei even holds on to his Throne of Ruin, because they didn't really need it. Not when the turtle is spawning. Flicker is back up. There's another chance for Munster to make a big play and set up for Jaja and Maima, who could easily jump onto a target and finish them off.
So far, ZK has mainly been kicking Munster, which isn't quite working out. The burst from AERO not quite there yet. He might have to find a different pick.
Kagura is not an option, that's for sure. Maybe you can try it on Martins.
Move gonna Bravest Fighter in on Maima. Gonna use the Raging Slash first, saving the Landshakers. Sets it up for Kusei, one hit! Maima's alive with the Flicker Landshakers. Move finishes him off. Meanwhile, Wave the Dragon going to find one kick. Kim secures the turtle. They got the kick on Jaja, they picked him off. Vengeance going to be used. Raging Sands from Flickers in, gets a nice landing, but AERO is surrounding. It is a mass of bodies. Kusei and Munster will both also fall. Skyzer now being chased down by Kim, but he does do some damage, so AERO will respect it and back off.
At the end of the day, it's actually not too bad. AERO barely got any gold lead off of it. Kusei ended up going down to Skyzar, I believe. Just got his Starlim sight. And Smooth able to take Maima out from the picture is definitely a plus point. Smooth in Bravest Fighter lands the Shaker.
Oh, and there's the Wave of the Dragon into the Raging Slash. This is a good amount of damage, and Smooth with the killing spree.
And the current call unfortunately didn't do enough. Skyza, if he had Vengeance, I think he would have had a chance. But seems like just like game 1, if AERO gets going, that's where problems start for GMXK. And Jaja is gonna start feeling the heat too with ZK just standing there menacingly. Munster
under the tower! Throne of Ruin comes out! He's actually reversing the fight! Munster takes the 1v1 against Hazel!
50% damage reduction! You gotta remember, the damage is kinda nasty. And he also has scaling off of his bonus HP. So you gotta get used to that Alice ratio.
Save, drops the Zaman Force. Raging Sandstorm completely misses, and now another Wave of the Dragon picks Jaja! He got the electrifying beats out, but he's all alone. AERO upping the ante.
That is kind of sloppy from GMXK. Not really sure what the idea was to go for that fight. Because Martins didn't even bother committing. He just rolled away on his sand and left Jaja out to dry. As we get a pause from Kusei's side, he's like, man, my combo ain't landing that smoothly even though I got the kill. So I gotta check my phone a little bit. Let's see. Come on, Kusei. What type issue is it?
Hopefully it's not a big issue. Looks like it is type 1. You can tell by the shadow right there. So it shouldn't take too long for us to fix up. But AERO Esports are now starting to step on the pedal a little bit. GMXK gotta find some way to make sure this doesn't get too out of hand.
And it's the same timing as game number 1 where they step on the pedal around the second turtle mark. And if they win the second turtle fight, then AERO just keeps on gassing up. And in a game where Smooth is on the Lapu Lapu and it's 3-1, and he has War Axe, and they are starting to really put damage onto Munster, it's gonna look pretty ugly because the bottom tier 1 has already gone down for GMXK. So we know where AERO is going next.
Smooth's impact is pretty obvious, right? Especially after Hazel was put behind initially, someone else needed to step up to create that space for Hazel to catch back up, and Smooth does that perfectly well. Again, this is the difference when you put Smooth on a non-utility and winning EXP lane. It's very difficult to remove him now. The GMXK are not too far behind yet, but they gotta start playing a bit more respectfully.
Yeah, they need to start identifying what are the factors, how is AERO playing because I think some of the more inexperienced teams, when they study the opponents that they go up against, sometimes you overlook very minute habits. Like for example, Team Ray against Vamos, a lot of teams might forget the fact that Vamos like to re-aggress after a fight, even if they lose a member. But for AERO's case, they like to put the pedal to the metal.
A very momentum-based team. They like to snowball, and if they can win off a snowball, then it's the most comfortable way that they can take games. Looks like our marshals are coming up on stage to let us know that the game is about to continue. So once again, thank you very much to all of them up on that stage.
You guys have been instrumental in keeping the game quality up and also making sure that everything is smooth. Raging Sandstorm not up yet for Mudins, but GMXK wants to contest Turtle.
You can see Smooth is in the mid lane. Monster's on top of the turtle right now. Zkeep also looking for a target to kick. Martin's going to jump on top of him. Jaja currently taking his orange buff. They get the pick up on Martins. Throw him back. A Throne of Ruin flicker. Munster gets the 3-man connected to Raging Sandstorm. Oh no, Martins missed the Raging Sandstorm. Zaman Force comes out. Jaja executes Zkeep, but Smooth is slicing through all of them. And here comes Hazel. Vengeance comes out. These guys are alive. Martin's trying to buy time, but he is 1v4. Your Quicksand Guard can protect you from that one. AERO takes the fight in clean fashion.
And that must be devastating for GMXK. They did almost everything right. They committed all of their battle spells. Flickers, Ultimate, Monster, landing a 3-man Throne of Ruin. And the only thing that stopped them was they did not have enough damage. Maima didn't have enough damage. I believe Jaja got kicked by Zkif. And AERO turned it around. And that attempt was probably the straw that broke the camel's back. And now AERO have still full control of the game. And Smooth goes for more.
Now he's jumping in once again. Curtain Call actually gonna lock Smooth and Hazel together. They're in some trouble. They're gonna be collapsed on by 4 members. Raging Sandstorm dodge with the Traceless. Smooth is still alive. He jumps back in. Flickers just gets picked off at time. Throne of Ruin comes out. Zkif going to be the only one stunned. Hazel is able to back it off. And this whole time, Husei is just taking towers.
Husei, again, getting a free game. And Smooth almost made that work. That flicker maybe a half a second earlier, maybe Smooth would have gotten the kill, but still 3.5k gold lead for AERO Esports. Top tier 2 is down. 2 turtles out of 3 for them. The next minute we'll get a Lord spawn, and GMXK, they might be running out of time.
GMX is a bit too cooldown based. When they use all of their damage, they really need to execute people. Otherwise, AERO just outstays their welcome. Looking at the itemization as well. Lightning Trunking just completed on Maima. That'll help a little bit. But Jaja still a little while off hitting that Holy Crystal timing. He's already super far behind Hazel in farm thanks to these repeated deaths.
Other shocker, they also found Mudins. She might die.
A Raging Sandstorm used defensively. Quicksand Guard also used. Smooth not gonna full commit for that one.
Okay. AERO Esports taking it slow and steady. The macro is in their favor, and Zkif is going to keep sitting in the jungle with GMXK. When the Lord comes out, AERO is going to path towards the top side of the map, and that's what Hazel is setting up as well with the push.
See Monster very far out. He's going to Crimson Gleam himself back. Lord coming up in 5 seconds. We're at the 10-minute mark. This is a round where AERO was ending the game previously, so GMX have been able to hold on a little longer. But they can't afford to lose another big fight.
See, this Lord, AERO can sit on it for as long as they want until they secure the coast, and it seems to be the case. Jaja is going to come in from the top side. Here comes Conceal.
They have Smooth buying a lot of time. Meanwhile, Martin is going to jump into the Lord pit a little bit awkwardly. Zaman Force comes out. Kusei going to work on it. Throne of Ruin comes out. Only really lands on DK. But Monster steals the Lord away. Smooth will get taken down. Skysar picks up the execution, and Skysar now going ham with a vengeance. Picks up the double. GMXK taking 2 kills at the Lord.
I cannot believe that that worked out for GMXK. Although it did float the possibility that GMXK can contest the Lord, and AERO was trying to make sure the coast was clear. Let's take a look at the instant replay by Infinix. Smooth doing a great job of zoning Skysar out, but once again, it's Monster with the Throne of Ruin to really stop AERO in their tracks. That's the tempo breaker that they've been looking for, and Monster makes it out with his life. Skyzar gets to return to the fight after being pushed away by Smooth too. GMXK have found a lifeline.
A much needed equalizer. Now Kusei in trouble, surrounded by two members. Just barely misses the dodge on the Raising Sandstorm. Jaja comes in, gets the execute with the electrifying beats. Kusei is down and the Lord is crashing up top. Zekiv now the next one in trouble. Yin Yang overturn. Sets up the mega kill. Skyzar coming online.
Never seen a bigger turnaround. I literally just said a minute ago that the time might be running out for GMXK and they pull this off. A Lord Steal that converts into a top lane demolition. Bot tier 2 goes down for AERO. And a complete swing of a 4k net worth diff. Kusei just got his Holy Crystal. That could be what AERO needs for the next fight. But if they fail again, GMXK will be so back because now they are the ones with the goal lead.
It would have been so different if Kusei had that Holy Crystal just a little bit earlier though. GMXK instantly turned the game around, and this is the scary thing about this squadron right here. Even when their backs against the wall, sometimes they'll find the opening. AERO Esports disrespected their opponents a little bit. Their positioning a little bit messy in the previous engagements.
And this also allows Skyzar to come online, right? Maima gets the skill, Jaja gets the skill too, and Kusei no longer as safe as he wanted to be. We also agreed that in a vacuum, Skyzar eventually is going to be able to 1v1 Smooth, especially when Smooth doesn't land all of his abilities. And that was exactly what we saw. Skyzar being able to re-engage into the fight makes it even trickier for AERO to navigate.
AERO still does have very solid scaling, and the network difference not that big. But throwing away the lead that they had definitely does not feel good. And see if they can somehow regain that momentum.
AERO has to reconsider their options too. Zekiv can't really sit in front of GMXK as comfortably as he did anymore, because they can start running him down. Although,
but look at the bottom.
Hazel, yeah, it's creating pressure in the bottom lane. That's gonna divert GMXK attention, and if you can pull them apart, that would be good news.
Bunster will see that Hazel is here. GMXK currently a little bit scattered. They know that Jaja is dealing with the wave down bottom. Will be able to save the tier 2. Lord just respawned as well. Zekiv gonna show himself. Not quite able to find the kick on Madins.
That turbo is used too, Mountain Shocker, so they're gonna wait for that to expire. This time GMXK will have priority on the Lord Pit, and look at where Madins is. Oh, he sees Hazel.
But Hazel also going to see him. He's not going to be able to find the angle necessarily here, but will be able to make it back over to his team. Lord is being aggroed now by Skyzar over to GMXK's half of the river. Jaja also going to actually join his squad here. Both sides taking this very slowly.
Lord down to half health. Came down to a bit of miracle for GMXK to take previous Lord, but this time they can sit on it for as long as they want and keep AERO away. They can even reset it if they wish to, but GMXK looking for a fight.
Here's the conceal, they're making the call. Lord is down to 20%. Smooth jumps in, Zekiv gonna get executed straight away, but Hazel steals the Lord, but the Throne of Ruin is destroying the backline. Smooth also finds the kill onto Maima. Zaman Force comes out, Skyzar in trouble. He's gonna get lifted up and thrown into his death. Kusei with the shutdown as AERO finds the win.
I cannot believe it. GMXK, they had all the right ideas, and somehow Hazel out-retreat Jaja and Kusei got away. And now Madins is going to end up going down. It's going to be 4 bodies for GMXK. Madins will buy some time with the immortality. Able to swap the item up in time. Maima back up in 5 seconds.
It's a killing spree for Hazel now. AERO have regained their momentum. Goal difference is still not very big, but the Lord is alive and pushing up top lane. Mountain Shocker used, scouts things out. Zaman Force also. Munster eating a song of damage, but he's not able to survive it all. Kim finishes him off. They're transitioning over to the mid tower, and Jaja, you're a bit too far out here, sir. Gets kicked. Mega kill to Hazel.
Again, we are seeing that inexperience come out. GMXK trying to force the issue when they have time on their side. These staggered deaths are hurting them a lot more than the minions themselves. AERO will be able to get the mid inhibitor for sure, and even convert to a bottom one if GMXK botches it again. Madins knows that Zekiv doesn't have a kick for now. They should be able to hold back this push.
There's only one more minion in the mid. But AERO Esports have two waves pushing in. Summon Force will be used and the bottom inhibitor will fall. And AERO showing a lot of discipline right now. Not trying to force the end game just yet. It is not the same conditions as game number 1. They're going to do whatever it takes to make sure they come out on top this time.
So both times, the tides of the match have turned due to a Lord steal. GMXK finds themselves with a barren base with nothing to stand for except for a 60-second timer for the third Lord that will spell their doom if AERO somehow gets their hands on it.
GMXK needs to be very careful with their positioning going forward now. They messed up before by having it be too chaotic, having the initiators too far apart from the DPSs and allowing AERO to worm their way into their defenses. Cannot repeat those mistakes. They gotta make sure that Skyzer and Jaja are given free reign. Otherwise, AERO will just walk over them.
Not only that, because there's no base, DK.
They found Monster. That's gonna be Wave the Dragon. Kicks him in, and Monster is just gone. The damage from AERO is way too high. Jaja gonna dash his way back in with the ultimate. Almost gets picked up with him, but he will survive for now.
This comp is horrible at defending against a siege, and let alone a siege that has a Lord marching in side by side. And with Monster out of the picture for 20 seconds, AERO gets a free Lord. And honest to God, I don't know how GMXK is going to defend against this push unless they get a godlike engage, like how they did earlier on, and wipe out AERO, or at least beat AERO.
Oh, the flicker Raging Sandstorm misses entirely. And now AERO knows that Martins is missing his initiation tools.
They have 10 more seconds until the Lord spawns. They have no way to set up the waves. They have no way to deal with the Lord quickly. Jaja doesn't want to be on top of the Lord, because that Lord is going to end up killing him. Hazel even getting down to the potion, the power potion. Even more damage too. I feel like AERO can just throw bodies at GMXK and end the game.
And that is probably going to be their intention. Remember everyone, AERO, they need as many points as possible to increase their chances of going into the playoffs. And now that we are 18.5 minutes in, the base is empty for GMXK. The Lord is pushing in mid. Martin's gonna get picked up. Kim with the Crimson Beacon doing a lot of annoying damage. And Kusei still holding on to the Zaman Force. Quicksand Guard will allow Martins to heal up. Electrifying Beats also completely absorbed by Swoop. Mount Stalker comes out. Throne of Ruin Flicker only finds one. Zeke with the way of the Dragon Kick onto Maima. Hazel picks up the monster kill. And they're splattering the fight on Maima with the shutdown. Picks up Hazel. A beautiful flicker play with the Yin Yang overturn, but it's not enough as the base is wide open and Smooth is going crazy. He is slicing through their ranks like butter as AERO Esports claims the clean sweep.
3 points for AERO, and we are about to lift off again. The dreams to qualify for playoffs completely reignited, and AERO have enough balance to make that a reality. A complete reset as demanded, as foretold by the coaching staff, and all they need is just some good MLBB gameplay, some good and proper draft, and to give Smooth a dominant lane to work with. Props to GMXK, they had some great ideas in both games, but against AERO, who are locked in and a lot more experience, that's where we see the biggest difference in power.
This was meant to be the mental reset, and I think it has definitely fulfilled that role. AERO Esports are looking a lot more focused, a lot more locked in, and with better understanding of just how they want to approach things. Either way, we got an interview on stage as usual.
The playoffs dreams is still alive untuk AERO Esports selepas kemenangan 3 mata penuh, dan sekarang bersama Rose kita ada Kim dan juga Kusei. Kim, first of all, congratulations menang hari ini. Rasa lega kan? Lega. Tapi sebelum kita borak pasal kemenangan hari ini, mungkin kita boleh borak pasal kekalahan semalam. Sebab kalau kita boleh tengok kan, dia macam shaky satu benda tu, lepas tu kalah, kena comeback, memang boleh disturb kita punya mental dengan composure team, dengan semua benda. So, apa sebenarnya terjadi semalam?
Semalam mungkin kita orang hilang apa jati diri kita orang lah. Kita orang main tak macam apa kita orang patut main. Sebab tu lah kita orang try bawa hari ni gameplay kita orang. Alhamdulillah menang.
So semalam kiranya kurang disiplin, kurang ni, kurang tu lah.
Ya.
So semalam lepas kalah tu, apa yang korang buat untuk make sure, sebab ini boleh dikatakan perlawanan do or die untuk AERO kalau nak pergi playoffs kan?
Kita orang makan sama-sama lah. Dekat mamak makan sama, bagi kita orang chill. Untuk game hari ni kita orang fokus.
Lepas tu luahkan perasaan sikit.
Luahkan perasaan sikit.
Heart to heart, talk sikit, chemistry on top macam tu. Tadi pun nampak bila Rose lalu diorang punya playroom, Kusei dapat massage lagi dari Zikif. Tengah relax, so everybody's okay.
Okay.
Now, season ni kita boleh nampak, I guess kita boleh cakap ini satu season yang terpaling kompetitif lah dalam MPL Malaysia sebab sampai sekarang pun 2 team je layak playoff, betul?
Betul.
So, dengan competitiveness untuk musim ini dan prestasi AERO tunjuk kepada peminat 2 season berturut-turut di mana korang biasanya end top 4, adakah you expected AERO untuk struggle macam ini untuk musim ini?
Memang tak expect kita orang struggle gila sebab kalau season lepas kita orang dah tahu week 5 kita dah playoff dah. Tapi kena tunggu week 6 baru playoff. Memang tim-tim yang bawah pun sekarang menang lawan tim atas.
Yes.
So lagi padu lah MPL MY.
Yes, lagi padu betul tu. Tapi bukan sahaja kena menang semua perlawanan, tapi playoff slot mereka pun bergantung dengan pasukan lain juga kan.
Betul,
so
betul.
lagi kompetitif. So apa sebenarnya beza AERO season lepas dengan season ni?
Beza dia tak tahu lah. Umur je lah beza.
Dah tua?
Dah tua.
Mechanical skill dah kurang?
Dah, mekanik tua dah.
Mekanik tua, reaction pun kurang?
Apa?
Reaction pun kurang dah?
Reaction berkurang, tangan pun dah sakit.
Siapa paling tua dalam AERO?
Alip.
Alip. Sorry Smooth. Sorry tanya. Okay, now kita dah saksikan perlawanan yang agak bersih daripada AERO hari ini, tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. So, sama-sama kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game jatuh kepada Smooth. Alip, come up on stage. Alip hari ini MVP. Okay, dia macam slow-mo catwalk sikit.
Orang lama.
Dah tua. Tak boleh jalan cepat-cepat Sorry Alip, tak sengaja. Semalam guys, lepas AERO kalah, Rose borak dengan Alip dekat luar. Haru pun borak dengan Alip dan kita boleh nampak lah actually Smooth agak down semalam. Tapi hari ni MVP. What did you do untuk fix back your mentality? Sebab semalam dia macam cakap dengan kita orang macam he was really sad. Yeah.
Betul. Apa yang saya buat reset lah. Reset lepas tu mindset kena fresh balik. Sebab semalam memang betul-betul stress.
Memang affected lah semalam.
Affected.
Yes, I agree. And Alip kena jadi kuat untuk kita punya adik-adik dalam team kan.
Betul.
Sebab Kim pun cakap dah tua. Kim cakap Alip dah tua.
Fosil.
Now, Alip, I have a question. Musim lepas AERO kalah dengan Homeboys 0-2. Dengan prestasi AERO dengan Homeboys sekarang ni, apa yang you rasa akan jadi dengan perlawanan lawan Homeboys minggu depan?
Kita orang akan bagi saingan yang baik sebab kita orang punya keadaan sekarang pun nothing to lose lah kita orang main. Kita orang kena main lepas.
Tapi kena 2-0 semua tu?
Ya, betul. Itulah sebab dia.
Boleh ya?
InsyaAllah.
Alright, thank you very much Smooth. Kusei, I see Kusei today is quite relaxed because he was even getting a massage from Zikif in the back room just now. Why was Zikif massaging you?
I don't know, out of nowhere. I'm just laying down and then he massaged me suddenly.
I think you need to carry him, that's why. Now, Kusei, going into the last week of MPL Malaysia regular season, it is incredibly a do or die for AERO, which you guys have to win all your matches. Smooth said that the mentality going up into next week is do or die, but you as a gold laner, how do you plan on carrying your team?
I will just do my best and of course we will fix all of our mistakes and do much better in the next week and just 2-0 semua.
2-0 semua?
Yeah.
What are the adjustments do you think you guys have to fix in order to 2-0 semua next week?
I don't know, maybe just hard work.
Hard work?
Rest.
Focus?
All week.
Everything have to go
everything.
in. It's a do or die.
Yeah.
All in.
Yeah.
Next week is going to be very interesting sebab minggu depan kita boleh nampak 4 pasukan layak ke playoffs. With that, thank you very much to AERO. Congratulations atas kemenangan hari ini. Itu sahaja dari Rose untuk minggu kelima MPL Malaysia. Mari let's throw it back to the casters to analyse apa yang terjadi dalam perlawanan ini. Throwing it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose, Kusei, Smooth, and Hazel. What was that? What? Who was? Who? Wait, hold on. He's attacking the BN broadcast. Someone stop him! Stop him!
Who was that masked figure on the stage a moment ago?
I'm ready. I'm ready to throw hands. Hold on. I got.
Do you have the weapons? You got.
I got 3 hands.
He's looking at us.
Stay away!
He's looking at us.
Don't come over. No, bad. No. But stay away, stay.
Here, you can have this instead. Help, assist, help, call the police. Call the police, someone. There's a weirdo on the stage.
Does he meow? That's kind of nice. Okay, let's check out the MVP of that game. Of game number 2 from AERO Esports. We all know who he is. He calls himself a fossil of AERO, and that's Mr. Smooth Criminal on the Lapu Lapu 6-2 and 6.
We're just gonna ignore what just happened, right? Right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Smooth was playing very well. Doing an excellent job on the Lapu Lapu, and we already knew that this man has always been a very, very stable EXP laner in general. He just needs to be given, you know, not losing lanes. That's actually all it takes. Smooth doesn't even need to rely on like complete winning matchups. He just needs to have not losing lanes. And look at this.
It's not hard to make Smooth happy. Just let him, given a hero that wins lane. Maybe I'm asking too much. Not necessarily win the lane, but don't lose the lane hard. Look at that. Smooth wasn't smiling yesterday. He was depressed, but today he's smiling. He's taking everyone down with him. And that's exactly what you want for AERO Esports. Valiant effort from GMXK. I think they really had some good ideas going. And even when they make the call to commit to those big combos, which aren't the easiest to execute, they were layering it as best as they could. But they were being smothered by the goal deficit. And even then, they almost made a comeback.
Yeah, they had a pretty solid fight in the mid game where Munster was able to steal the Lord away, and then Skyzer picked up a double kill. That could have been a chance for GMXK to start gaining momentum and turning the game around. But AERO Esports were able to lock in, revisit the issue, figure out, okay, what exactly did we do wrong in that previous one, and make sure that they did not repeat their mistakes. And because of that, they were able to still close things out. It was definitely a much longer game than game number 1. But AERO did what they had to secure that clean sweep.
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, it's also... it came down to just Lord steals, right? Hazel, when it really mattered the most, got the Lord, just out-retreat Jaja. And that really allowed AERO to not only get rest of the game back, they got all 3 inhibitors, and we start to see a bit of tendencies from GMXK where they were really trying to make individual plays happen. Jaja ended up dying during a base defense, trying to solo kill, I believe, a Hazel or Kusei, and that effectively made things worse. So AERO able to eventually push through with the final Lord and end the game.
Yeah, the first rule of the book when it comes to base defense is to not stagger your deaths. Try to defend your towers as best as possible, but it is important for you to buy time and not overextend yourselves until your entire team returns so that you can actually take a fight at full power. Because GMXK staggered their deaths by running in one by one, they allowed AERO to take more towers than they should have originally, and that made things even more difficult in the last fight.
Even when we look at the damage dealt, AERO is just dealing way more damage now that I look at it. Oh my goodness. 101,000 for Kusei, 90,000 for Hazel, 83,000 for Smooth. the highest damage dealers on GMXK side is Skyzar with 59.3k.
Yeah, Skyzer's the only really consistent source of damage on GMX. Maima and Jaja are both limited by their ultimates, and then their entry is very dependent on whether or not Martins or Munster are able to get a clean initiation that's close enough for them to actually follow up on. I think Jaja had a tough time once Zkev actually started saving the way of the dragon for him in particular. But as a result, we've got Hazel as the rich guy on the Yisan Shin, Kusei as the carry doing over 100,000 damage, Munster is the sandbag tanking nearly 200,000 damage, and Kusei even being his own best wingman with 14 assists.
Hey, sometimes if all else fails, you gotta do it yourself. And Kusei did it all on his own, did it his way. I mean, I think this game, I know we praise Jaja a lot, but we're also seeing some of the rookie mistakes that he makes, right? Zkev is getting way too many kicks on this Joy.
Yep.
And I would say Munster, even during the tech pause just now, I remember seeing Munster, he was communicating with the team and trying to get them back on the same page, because he has been able to find some good engages with the Alice, you know, trying to be the thread that holds GMXK together.
Yeah, I think Munster was doing an excellent job actually. If not for his Lord Steal in that first fight as well, this game would have ended a lot sooner. He was getting some really good Throne of Ruins, but I do also think he may have been overextending himself because his team couldn't really follow up on him. When we look at the gold graph here for this game, it generally leaned more towards AERO. There was a moment in the middle around the 13-minute mark where GMX started getting some advantage back. That was after the Lord Steal and the one fight that gave Skyzar a double. But in general, they weren't really doing a good job of controlling the state of this game.
I would say that at a certain point in the late game, maybe Munster also didn't expect to get, 5-shotted by AERO whenever he got kicked, because those damage came out of nowhere and he just wasn't prepared for it. And when that happened, I think GMXK realized that they have a very, very big problem with no solution to.
And once the scaling kicks in, AERO has a lot of high damage heroes on their side. And they specifically drafted in this way as well, knowing that once they got into the later stages, it would be quite difficult for GMX to actually try and counterplay them with a double fighter side lane such as this. There were still ways that GMX could have potentially taken advantage of the momentum reversal, and there were ways that they could have defended the later stages, but they did falter a bit to panic, a little bit of anxiety about potentially dropping this series. And because of that, made mistakes that AERO capitalized on.
Yeah. The interesting part is definitely the objective taken, right? GMXK got the first turtle, AERO got the second and third, 4 turrets, and then a lore steal happens by GMXK. They get 5 turrets off of that, and it's just the pendulum swinging. Swings back to AERO, they get the next 2 lores and 5 turrets, and then they ended the game. So it really came down, it really looked like, if you just look at this graph, felt like this game was just, it comes down to big moments. And that is exactly what it is.
Yeah, pretty much. Unfortunately, one big flaw of both of these teams is that they're generally not very macro-based. So we're not really seeing niche situations being created by pushing out minion waves or forcing out uncomfortable situations. It really is just all about who can win the big team fight.
Yeah, who can do more damage and kill their enemies first. I would say that AERO also is a team that likes to play with all 5 members. They actively involve Kusei in skirmishes, and they just leave Smooth to do whatever he wants alone.
And Smooth is perfectly happy doing so, but it's ideally better to have a hero on him that can actually make that happen. Lapu Lapu does fulfill a nice in-between where he can do some pushing, but he's better at team fighting in general, and so he's still gonna join AERO a lot of the time.
And this was the fight where it started off a good engage, but then eventually failed, and I believe this is the Lord Steal. Munster goes in and somehow 61 HP. Both the junglers failed their retribution.
Yeah, the timing was just a little bit off, so the damage from that waltz was what ended up securing it in the end. And unfortunately for GMXK, despite that, AERO still got a very clean one later on. This was too deep a dive from both Munster and Skyzar, and losing the Sisu, who actually got some farm earlier, was a big momentum stopper.
Yeah, and Kim actually saved Hazel, because I feel like if Hazel went down, Skyzar could escape, then perhaps they would have a better chance. Either way, AERO playoff dreams is still alive. And let's check out the standings and see where they stand right now. After today's matches, SRG OG Esports sits at the top with 21 points in the upper bracket slot, followed by CG with 18. Homeboys remain in third spot with 15. Vamos shoots up to 4th with 14 points. MV drops down to 5th place with 12. Untitled remains in 6th place with 10 points. AERO all the way to GMXK. Team Ray, Todak all remain in the same spot. So AERO in 7th with 9, Team Ray in 8th with 6 points, Todak in 9th place with 5, and GMXK in last place with 4 points. And that means that Team Ray and Todak, they're guaranteed not go playoffs. GMXK might still have a chance, but it looks incredibly slim.
Yeah, it's quite unlikely because it would require Untitled and AERO to both probably lose the rest of their games, and I'm still not really sure if those points really add up. We already know that SRG is confirmed in the upper bracket for the playoffs. CG and Homeboys are both also confirmed to be moving forward. Vamos is not 100% yet, but they are very close by. Just 1 point or the rest of the team's faltering is all it will take, which means those 2 final slots are still up for grabs. Many of those teams down there still have 2 games left, so it all comes down to how well they perform in Week 6.
It's kind of crazy that this is the end of Week 5 and we only know half of the playoffs contenders. Yep. That's how competitive Season 16 is. But for you guys who are interested to see what the playoffs bracket might look like, here is the playoff bracket forecast. Remember, it's a forecast. It doesn't set in stone whatever except for SRG OG in the upper bracket. But when we look at the upper bracket quarterfinals, there's the permutation on the screen. I'm not even going to bother going through all of them.
It's a lot more confusing than the previous one,
yep,
that's for sure.
You could definitely just look at the logos and figure them out. That's Smash 1 and Smash 2. Those are the possibilities. GMXK still has a chance if they win the remaining matches 2-0 and everyone else loses their remaining matches 0-2. The second upper bracket can be claimed by 3 teams: CG, Homeboys, and Monster Vicious. So the race to the upper bracket, to get to the upper bracket slot, is getting tighter, but to get into the playoffs itself, still wide open.
And just to remind you guys, the playoffs this time around is even more intense with a best of 7 in the lower bracket finals as well. We're really eager to see which of these teams will be the most qualified to represent Malaysia once again once the M7 World Championships come about. So that just makes the final weeks of MPL MY even more important. You just gotta get your foot in through the door. Doesn't matter which position you are seated here, as long as you're able to make it to the playoffs, you will live to fight another day.
And of course, come to the playoffs by scanning the QR code and purchasing the tickets. It's selling fast like hotcakes at the Hall C MAEPS Mai Serdang. And we have a discount for the MLBB 9th anniversary, and it ends today. So when the clock strikes 12, you miss out the 20% discount, and you have to pay an extra 20% on top of whatever original price it is. Let's take a look at next week's schedule. It's the last week of regular season, and we will find out which team will lock in playoff slot. We have 3 teams confirmed: SRG OG, CG, and Homeboys, but the remaining 3 slots are still up for grabs. On Friday, Untitled takes on GMXK. AERO will take on Homeboys. On Saturday, it's GMXK against Monster Vicious, CG Esports against Vamos, Team Ray against AERO Esports. And on Sunday, the final day, we will start with MV against Todak and close it out with SRG OG against Untitled.
To think that we are already on the cusp of the regular season finale here, ladies and gentlemen. Almost like Season 16 just started yesterday. But now only 3 days of intense MLBB action stand between these teams and the playoffs, as well as the chance to represent our country at another M-Series competition. There's going to be a lot of very interesting matches here. Even on Friday, we already have a bunch of teams that are eager for points to make it through. And as the days goes by, it becomes more and more clear who will actually be taking those top 6 positions.
Yes, Vamos against CG is one to watch out for. All Vamos needs is just 1 point. Homeboys AERO, TR AERO also very important because there's a chance that AERO missed the door if they end up going down 0-2 in those series against Untitled, against SRG, Untitled against GMXK is also important for Untitled. Of course, they have the biggest hurdle in front of them. If they could take down GMXK, that's great. But SRG OG might just make the difference between a playoffs appearance or just barely missing.
And we all have a big question mark on Untitled, especially since they are going to be the last match of the season versus SRG OG themselves. Even if GMXK turns out to be a clean sweep, they still rely on having more points, perhaps at least getting one game off of the Red Giants. We of course cannot count out teams like Todak and Team Ray though. They've been gaining a bit of a vengeance now that they know they're not making it to the playoffs. They've got nothing to lose, you know, and they are very interested in dragging teams down with them.
If you don't make it, you make sure that other people struggle to make it. That's how you gain infamy. Todak having they also mask off. This is Todak's villain era, and I think we're seeing Team Ray heading down that route too. Exciting times coming out ahead. Again, one last week for the regular season next week, and then we will have a 3 weeks break before playoffs, the first ever best of 7 lower bracket finals.
And for the first time as well, because we are going into a new era of MPL Malaysia, we're not really looking at any sort of relegation because the entire format, the entire system of MPL is about to change. Who knows what the league is going to look like, what some of these teams are going to look like when the future comes, which means you really gotta lock in to make sure you have some representation, as this might be your last chance.
Yeah, I'm excited for the double round robin because it shakes so many things out, right? In that double round robin universe, Todak could make it to playoffs still. But if you guys have any feedbacks you want to give us, do scan the QR code and let us know what you think about MPL Malaysia, what we can improve on, what we can add on to the show, what we can enhance, what we can cook up more. Just don't tell us that you are facing Dark System, because we also are facing Dark System. With that, do log into your devices, buy tickets, give us feedbacks. We're going to log off for week number 5. See you next week for the last week of MPL MY. Goodbye.
Boleh. Apa tu buka shop? Badang L1 Sekejap, keting. Double dash, main double dash. Aman, kita orang belakang. Sabar. Kita ramai. Sakit. Mati semua, rata-rata. Nice bait. Mati tu.
Mantap, Lim.
Game 2 ni. Buat apa? Mati Alis. Mati Alis.
Solo kill.
Sabar Lim. Ini masih nak end je. Sabar, ada balance. Itu. Ada ulti drop doh. Sabar, aman doh. Dia tak ada tembok. Mati.
Hand bawah, guys.
Ada barang.
Barang dulu.
Masih bisa. Enak.
Mantap.
Macam tu je.
Nice game, macam tu je. Cara menang macam tu je. Alah. Oh sih.
No.
Push aman. Target.
Balik.
Mantap, game.
Mantap tu, Gip. Macam
Pressure mid.
Kagura tak nanti.
Jap.
Ayo, mama mati dia. Aku.
Ini aja, Cok.
Dapat 2 guys, dapat apa? Gua dapat. Target. Kill. Nice.
Lihat gua.
Aman guys, Lord dapat kita. Fokus cari recovery lagi.
Aman. Alis, bisa enggak? Enggak bisa ya?
Dapat Dewan to go. Aku kicai. Aku dapat. Joy kita knock aku. Nice.
Gua aman, bro.
Oh,
apakah
Cici? Mati.
Aku aman juga.
Cici,
apa nih?
mati.
Game. Nah, kita dulu.
Di fokus aku.
Gua aman flicker kali. Ini
agak kagura.
Oke. Jap.
Joy tak ada.
Low Cici.
Setorok sih.
Jap.
Boleh orang.
No dash.
Alif torok dulu.
Aman.
And guys, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Finally.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeay, menang.